listen, this is optimism mixed with the best. You get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They want to keep it a mess, you know? This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Look, I try to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me and I got the key to unlock? I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the loss. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss, you know. I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Ooh, why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No, don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Riding is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, oh, we can't fit in your box. We too cold and you know. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustine. Let's go.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Hello, welcome to PMPL EU. It's the final day of Stage 3. I'm Jeannie, this is Max, and we're going to be breaking down everything before we jump into our maps today. So Max, how are we feeling first of all?
I'm feeling great. No, absolutely fantastic weekend so far of action, and it seemed like every phase you got a new chair. So what's this one? Yeah.
This is the it's like a hybrid between my old one and the new one. So now this is the new one. They like made another chair together. Yeah, it's like a little upgrade, you know. Yeah, I felt really left out by just not having a chair because I was just floating, and I thought maybe I've been using my floating ability.
Can't believe John stole it. Yeah, sad.
Honestly. And if you missed that, it's actually posted on our socials, so make sure that you check those out so that you can stay up to date with all the memes that are going on, because Max is posting memes as well. So head over to PUBG Mobile EU official on TikTok, PUBG Mobile Esports, and PUBG Mobile Esports Europe on YouTube to make sure that you stay in the loop. But also, Max is doing something really interesting. So yesterday was a giveaway. When's the next one?
Yeah, we had 2 winners. Actually, we're going to have to reach out to them today, but they've already been picked. No worries there. But you can just keep following. We're going to be giving away some more next week. And also next week, we'll have a post to decide which player you think, which team actually you think will be winning the entirety of PMPL EU. And if you get the right answer at the end of the season, you'll be automatically entered to win one of these cool little skins down there. Pretty fancy.
Take it from us, predicting is not easy. So if you do get it right, that is pretty impressive.
Said Janiro.
Yeah, no, we're not going to talk about that. There is also a survey that you can fill out. Give us a little bit of feedback. Let us know your thoughts, your opinions, what we could improve on. We would absolutely love that. Now, speaking of predictions, actually, and how difficult they are, let's have a look at how Talent has been performing. And this is why I said it's difficult, because I'm at the bottom, okay? I have 55 points. Get me out.
Yeah, this normally would be the time for me to gloat and be like, oh, look at me, like I'm so good, I'm so strong, I'm an absolute giga chat of predictions. Blank has been spooking me a little bit this past few weeks, Janiro, so I'm gonna try my best to predict, because I like to have fun with my predictions, sometimes go for like the dark horse. Not anymore. I can't allow Blank to take over. I'm a little bit spooked out, but hey, Jackie's also got some good predictions for the amount of days, so you know, good job there. But yeah, Blank is, look at that, he's thinking real hard and is going to be successful.
It's working. Yeah, the thinking is absolutely working out. I think yesterday specifically for Blank was quite a good day, but that was yesterday. And as we said earlier on the broadcast, it is the final day of Stage 3, which means we get our all-time favorite, well, Max's all-time favorite map thrown into the pool today. We have a total of 6 maps coming your way. And Max, it's a Vikendi!
Give me some Vikendi. I love myself some Vikendi. Hey. Who doesn't like? No, everyone and the boys love themselves some little bit of Vikendi, and it's great fun. I do think the meta's a little bit slow to evolve right now, because we only had it once per phase. But when you look at regions like NA, that's had a lot of Vikendi, you can see that things are a lot more interesting over there. So intrigued to see actually if Vikendi, because of this, maybe is going to be added to the full rotation next season. That will be really hype. But of course, the other maps, which are pretty important. But if you can make it in the top 12, there's a few extra points that can maybe give you some extra bonus points heading into the finals. So that Vikendi could end up being very important for which teams go in the championship.
Absolutely, but also a little bit of extra challenges that you can be filling out on Vikendi and Gladiator World Tournaments overall, actually. Speaking of points and speaking of where teams are sitting, I mean, Major Pride most likely are going to be breaking that 600 mark today, considering how consistent they've been in their performances. We got a 6-mapper. They're most likely going to be heading on to Vikendi as well. But I really like the fact that Sly, Nexus, excuse me, as well as GameLord have kind of creeped up to a little bit more into this table. I feel like during Phase 1 and Phase 2, we haven't really seen much of them onto that first page. So the improvement has been quite consistent throughout the entirety of the couple of phases.
It's actually interesting that Major Pride has got 10 chicken dinners. I feel like, maybe I'm wrong on this one, it's been a while since we saw Major Pride chicken dinner. I believe they've stuck on like 10 for a while now, so they're still making it to the late game. They're still getting themselves decent eliminations. As you said, chances are they will breach that 600-point barrier, which is great for a single season. But yeah, I mean, new teams up there that they were able to improve pretty significantly is Excuse Me, which I'm still going to call them the big surprise of the season after how just rampant they've been in this, especially this third phase, right? Every single player has been just so impressive for the squad. But as you go a little bit lower, this is where, okay, sure, all these teams should make it into the finals, okay? We're not going to like say, oh, Avalanche might make it, Junior. They won't. Now, all these teams are in the hot spot, in the hot seat, that they need to do so much better heading into the finals, because if we stopped right now, these teams on the second page would be the ones to not go to the championship, and that's not what you want for yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. And also one thing that's very interesting is the fact that Unicorns of Love is the only team so far that has not gotten a single chicken dinner. Yes, they're ahead of 2 other teams, but it's also the fact that they're getting these points from elims, but they're not really managing to close out a couple of games. So today, maybe, hopefully, is their chance to change this. But one of the teams that has really been changing their performances yesterday in comparison to the rest of the stage max has been Gladiators. It feels like they've just come online and they've been able to close out games much more consistently than what we've seen from before.
Yeah, I mean, they were still having some decent average eliminations. When you're anywhere towards like 4 to 5 average elims per games, you can say those are pretty solid stats, Janiro, it's fair to say, for Gladiators. So they're still looking pretty strong this entire phase. But I'd say yesterday in particular, they were just a lot more controlling. They were getting into the late games as a 3-4-man team. They went for these splits that I'm going to be able to illustrate. I got a cool illustration segment after this that I can't wait to see. But yeah, overall, they're just a controlling team, and I think that this is just a glimpse of what we can expect, Janiro, from Gladiators into the finals, because if they play like they did yesterday in those finishing moments as a full squad, it's hard to deny chicken dinners when you're going up against a Tixi, a Kitsune that's been absolutely mental when it comes to fragging power this season. So they're looking like a scary team. I think they tried a few things out when that was a little bit of their slope, but now they're just going to go full power in the finals.
Yeah, and also the fact that when we're comparing their stats between a couple of first days from Stage 3 and then yesterday specifically, it feels like there has been that improvement that's becoming more apparent over time. The difference between 5.08 and 5.76, there is a difference there in the amount of elims they've been getting on average, and that's kind of a really good point to look forward to, because it means that the more time you give this team, the more improvement they're going to make, and the scarier they're going to be for the rest of the teams in the lobby. And
the thing that I think describes the best Gladiators, right, is that they're very streaky team. When they're hot, they start to get like podium finishes after podium finishes, these like double-digit elimination games, potentially multiple chicken dinners in a day like we saw yesterday, and I expect that to somewhat happen today once again.
Okay, well, let's have a look at the illustration so that you can explain how some of these plays have worked out.
Yeah, so we're going to actually just describe exactly what I was talking about them when they get into the late game, how controlling Gladiators were yesterday. So yesterday, if you do remember their chicken dinner over on Miramar, they were playing this warehouse position, which, you know, unfortunately, because of this terrain, you're not gathering too much information south, and because of the circle, they did have to split up. One thing I did not expect, though, was for them to go for this aggressive 2-2 split, sending 2 players towards the side of Shockwave and 2 players towards the side of Dark Project. So you'll see as we move forward into the game, Dark Project instantly get eliminated. MUERTE Malloy cannot really move further. And because of these 2 positions, they're just gathering so much information now on wherever these teams are remaining. After the elimination onto Shockwave, you'll see they'll be able to just move up, get the high ground position control, and make sure they're just locking out Major Pride of ever being really a major threat in this game, and they're just going to pick up the chicken dinner in absolutely easy mode. So that was one of the clips that I wanted to look at, and the second clip actually is pretty much a similar statement that they made, which is if they make it into the late game, they become such a scary team, because don't forget, Gladiators on their final chicken dinner on Erangel, which was game 5, they were all positioned pretty much around this entire northern terrain, just sticking together, getting the information, knowing what they want to do. The moment they clear all of the eastern edge of the circle. My drawing skills are really bad, by the way, if you couldn't tell, but I'm trying my best. But they have all of these separate angles now, especially with Meku, Kitsune, Tixi, and Matic, where they have just so much intel that they're just going to pepper down the opposition of, pepper down the entirety of Major Pride 2, because they know that they have the numbers advantage. Teams are not in the circle. If you just take all these angles, there's no way in hell any team will be able to pose any major threat to you, especially when Kitsune and Meku are playing that high ground position, and they're just going to gather all the information they possibly can. And even Dark Project were in the center, but they just got completely knocked off that circle because of how aggressive Gladiators were. So yeah, as I said, I expect that to happen once again today. I think that they were just trying a few things for the past few days or even weeks, you could say. And this is the Gladiators I expect to see heading into the finals of PMPL Europe.
Yeah, because it feels like we've kind of mentioned a couple of times when we're looking at Gladiators especially, is that a couple of times regrouping was a little too late. But yeah, I think you're absolutely correct, Max. It's just you're trying a couple of things, you're limit testing, you're seeing what works, what doesn't, so that when you head into your finals, you have a very good and overall clear picture of what you can be expecting from the opponents. Let's have a look as well at Game Lords, because they're another team that have started to show up quite well, Max, and they've just been racking in some of these points quite consistently, especially when we're looking at the likes of Robs.
Yeah, I mean, Rob's just making it pretty much 3 to 4 minutes longer into the game than most of his teammates is already a statement to how strong he became individually. Because, and I know you were not here in previous seasons, Janiro, but really when you're looking at Game Lord, like throughout the past 2 years, because they've been a true OG team of Western Europe, it was always Victor, Novalo popping off. Rob's playing more of like, it seems like a supportive role to set up those two players, but Rob's has truly just evolved now into his own fragging powerhouse, which is mental to see. And he's just such a scary player. Now, Robs is just robbing points and limbs from everyone around him and really truly living up to his name, Janiro.
Daylight robbery. I mean, this was very apparent yesterday as well, when they was so incredibly close to that chicken dinner, and it was beautifully played, if we're being completely honest.
I do want to say props to the production team also for such an amazing little edit right there. I wish I was that good on Photoshop, but unfortunately no. So that's why we have an amazing production team on the back allowing us to get these things to work out. But yeah, Robs, no, he was just silent. It was just chilling, sneaking his way over in the grass, and everyone forgot about him. And the moment he knew KONINA Power were at their weakest, which is when you're pushing downhill, trying to get towards that Harry Potter tower of MADBULLS, that's when you strike. And also because of those smokes that came out, MADBULLS could not even take shots at Robs on that position. So all of the information was just denied away. Robs could easily take shots at KONINA Power without any risk of MADBULLS shooting back. And then he tries to go for the smoke road. I think if he has a smoke or two more, Janiro, he makes it to that tree. And who knows whatever happens there, because chances are, if he does get to the tree, maybe he gets the knock onto Talika. Unfortunately, it was not meant to be, but Robs, as a solo, an absolute powerhouse in this lobby.
Yeah, that was an impressive performance, to say the least. I mean, and as you know, maybe in a different universe, he had another smoke and he would have made it across the road. But, you know, thankfully for MADBULLS, that was not the case, because off of that, they do manage to get their chicken dinner. We're also looking at Major Pride. I think we've kind of spoken about this team multiple times here, Max, especially because we very much emphasize on that consistency that we've seen coming through. But I feel like when we're looking at the stats in we take a step back and we look at them from like a broader perspective, it genuinely feels like the likes of Effect and Monkey are having a very heavy impact on some of the outcomes of these games.
Especially Effect, Nomi. Monkey too has his really strong moments. But I don't want to like put Yen on in a bad position here, but that survival time, we've been seeing this team down to a 3-man squad pretty much instantly heading into the mid game, which, as we know, it's a 4-man team game, Janiro. It's not a 3-man team game. So I'd like to see Yen do a little bit better on that sense. I think he had a really good start at the start of this third phase. He had these really strong moments, but it's been a little bit more silent recently. But as a whole, the fragging power is present for Major Pride. Effect, Nomi, even Dino when he plays sometimes has been a little bit impressive, and it's good to see Dino is being subbed in and out pretty actively. I think that's some good preparation for the finals when, you know, you already qualify for the finals, so you don't have to try as hard. You can just try things out with your subs. We saw that happen, especially with the side of Nexus Gaming, which I do appreciate pretty heavily. Yeah, Major Pride, I still want to see a chicken dinner from them. It's been a while. They've been stuck at 10. I would like to see 11, maybe 12 at the end of today. So yeah, I'm expecting, I'm even going to say I'm predicting a Major Pride win today.
Okay, I love to hear that. We're throwing predictions when they're not even asked for that. That speaks for a lot of confidence, if we're being completely honest here. But besides the likes of Major Pride, what team do you think has to step up today. Not necessarily in so for terms of, you know, breaking that 10-point chicken dinner, which is the case for Major Pride, but rather in terms of securing themselves further into the possibility of making it to the finals, because they're now maybe like a little too back and forth.
I don't think this is a bad take. I would say MUERTE is the one that comes to mind. We haven't seen MUERTE back to those glory days of Phase 1, and if they play like they were in Phase 1, I think it's fair to say they would be a contender for the Championship, even potentially going even further than the Championship. Unfortunately, the level of play they had, I think, might be barely enough for them to go in a top 8 to make in the Champs, but if they play like they did in Phase 2, I don't see it happening. So yeah, MUERTE, I've got too many question marks. I want to see the peaks of this team from Phase 1 back again here, and if we do for the finals, I'm not going to say they're not going to qualify. They will make it, but we need to see the best of the best that we've seen from MUERTE, and it's been a while since we actually seen that.
Yeah, and it kind of also brings the question here, Max, that what exactly could have happened for MUERTE to go from such a consistent team in Phase 1 to then Phase 2 slowing down a little, and then Phase 3 it feels like they haven't really been present, because we got to touch upon the fact that a lot of the teams have been improving. We've even brought forward the stats from Gladiators specifically to highlight this, that even when it's day after day, small incremental increases have been made by these teams, and it just felt like MUERTE kind of set the pace and then lagged behind when everyone was coming forward.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I'm happy you brought up that question, because I could mention a lot of teams that are like in a similar situation. KONINA Power, really strong Phase 1. Palucci especially has been a player that's really stood out to me as like a really strong individual player. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like the setup is there for him anymore. And they got, what, 174 points in Phase 1, 135 in Phase 2. And in Phase 3, it's been really rough. I don't have the exact numbers, but it's been a pretty rough time for KONINA Power. They're currently on that second page, which, again, if you have a single bad phase, it will not stop you from making it in the finals. Of course, only one team will not make it, but it goes to show that at their lowest, this is a team that might miss out on the Championship. So KONINA Power is a team that I have high expectations for, but they haven't been quite met this past phase or two.
Are you expecting them to be showing up today, though? Because at the end of the day, it is that last kind of chance to really get those finals points rolling and to just make sure that you're securing your position.
I would like to say yes, but the thing is, I think a lot of the teams are going to be in that same mentality. Like, this is your final kind of like official preparation / glorified scrim before the finals, because of course you're going to have maybe a few scrims, a few like internal lobbies happening between today and the finals, but it doesn't really replicate a true lobby, right, of how things are going to work out. So I would like to see a lot of the teams get wins, but unfortunately you only got 6 games today, right? And that's not going to be enough for all these teams to get a win.
Yeah, well, but it's going to be an opportunity at least to get a couple of points on the board. So thank you, Monster, for making it possible to be going through 6 maps in total, because we got Vikendi today as well. But we're going to be heading in our first map, and it's going to be with Blanky, and they're doing an outfit reveal.
We've revealed the outfits. It's the look that we've gone for today. It's a good vibe, Blank. How you feeling, mate?
I'm feeling good. Look, this is the only problem with this bad boy is I have to like pull it to side all the time to make sure it's in the right position. It is what it is. It's fine though. We're all good. I'm fine as well. I'm happy. Heading over towards our final day of Phase 3 here, Jackie. So getting things underway fairly soon, but obviously 6 matches today. Vikendi to finish things off as well. Top 12 teams will advance to that one. And then we're at finals. So goodness me, we will be eliminating that one team at the bottom today. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Avalanche. Sadly, I don't think they can pull up the same point scoring. It's nice to see them do a little bit better in these past couple of days, Jackie, but at this point in time, I don't think it's enough.
No, man, I kind of agree with you, right? Because there's a little bit of love still to give towards them. And for me, a lot of that stems from Eliseo that had his moments yesterday. But I think moments is the adjective word, right? It was only then and there. He wasn't consistent enough. And that's one of the big issues for them. I think that whole Avalanche team has a lot of steam, a lot to prove. You just need to really show them up, have them show up on the day. And it's too little too late now, as the battle has raged on over many weeks, Blank. So even if they do turn it around, it won't really be for the overall glory.
Yeah, for sure, man. And this is the problem with teams like that, is that not everyone's shoveling that call at the same time to get that steam pumping. And even if they are, it's maybe just one of the players going for it. There are some of these teams here who are just absolutely steam training it through on the day, at least yesterday. That's Gladiators up towards second place now, 166 points, 9 chicken dinners, lagging behind just by a 1 of Major Pride. And they were sat comfortably at the top in terms of chicken dinners for such a long time, Jackie, at 10 total. And they've really not seen one too recently. recently. And again, I think today, like Max was saying on the desk, this is where we want to see a Major Pride win. We want to see that same kind of action, that same kind of gumption coming into the finals. We don't want Major Pride dropping off now. This is the worst time to do it.
It'd be such a shame as well, because it still feels like that team really has so much more to give us. And even in a lot of the setups we were seeing from them yesterday, it felt like they were maybe like a thimble away from being able to grab themselves a chicken dinner with some of the control they had, the way that they were playing around compounds. Just need a little bit of luck back in their camp. We've seen for VP that can do absolute wonders for you, as they got, what, their 3rd chicken dinner of the entire season yesterday?
Yeah, looking beautiful. This playing path, not exactly ideal heading down this way. Luckily for a lot of these teams, though, with the circle dropping down here, Chumacera's open, Los Leones down here. You can get a lot of players on each side of this position. Puerto Paraíso as well as Impala still up. MADBULLS will not be playing this game, so Puerto Paraíso is a position that people can play in. But I think the majority of players should be able to get down to where they need to go fairly quickly. It's just a bit of an awkward finish here, Jackie, because we are heading over towards Los Leones, large urban area. If we do drop there, it's going to be one other interesting game. And to be fair, with the way things have been going recently, you know, yesterday, the day before, Agent of Chaos himself adding a little bit of a mixture of madness to things, I think that maybe we could have a Los Leones finish coming to our hands.
Hey, but I'd be all game for it. It was a big feature on the pamphlets we had sent out right there, front and center. Took up 2 pages, actually. It was the fold in the middle. It had to pop out to fit all the words in. So that could be damn sick. I did like as well the drop that Excuse Me have gone for early. And I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to kind of build up the narrative for Excuse Me over the course of the day as well. Because, you know, if we're talking about teams that have been impressing and going from strength to strength, I think that's them in a nutshell, right? They've looked really good individually. We've had Furia setting up the team perfectly in a lot of the firefights, but they also just look like they've got a bit more of an air of arrogance in fights, which is kind of nice to see, right? You kind of sort of have to rep yourself and back yourself and go for a little bit more of a confident style of play, as it feels like most of the teams have adopted that kind of mantra, and we're seeing a little bit more aggression into the early game. So we'll see if that comes true again today, but we are really into the thick of it now, Blank. We're set on our course. It's like a cruise that we're going on together, but we get to spectate from the safety of the poop deck.
Absolutely, man. You know, I'm here, I'm by the surf pool, I'm having a good time, I've got the sippy drinks out. You know, we mentioned it yesterday, but none of those shenanigans have happened because I have claimed one of those beach deck chairs, whatever we're going to call them. We had a lot of names from yesterday, but happy days. I've got one of them, and we're strapped in tight for this one going forward. But you're right, the arrogance coming through 100%. I think for Excuse Me, there's definitely been a bit of this drumming on the chest recently, feeling a bit more confident in their engagements, trying to take a bit more of these engagements for themselves. And again, I think Excuse Me not quite there at taking those chicken dinners all the way home in those last moments, but what they have done, which has been marvelous and a significant change to their gameplay, is just these end games overall. They have some extremely good rotations, and we were thinking before, like, maybe some of that macro is maybe a bit more luck, but the amount of times it's happened now, you can't really say that. It has been too consistent to be luck in these games. Their initial rotation and one rotation after that is very, very strong. Then they would quiet things down, stay pretty much out of action, and wait for that end game to come to them, which in case they would pick up that chicken dinner. We're not seeing as many chicken dinners coming through from now because they're fighting for those elimination points, which are arguably a little bit better than that chicken dinner at the end of the day.
No, of course, and that's actually been working so well for them, because you can see they don't really ever get drawn into a fight that they don't 100% feel comfortable going into. They pick and choose quite heavily, and they play around that with a sort of defensive play style based off the rotation. So whenever we get into a scenario where there's a third party, have your wits about you to see if Excuse Me pull up and try and pick off a few of the weakened opponents, because that's what they've been gambling on. It's worked out well in terms of the eliminations, massively thrust them further up the standings. But I think a lot of teams, namely team on your screen here as well in Gladiators, have actually kind of realized that's the way they've been playing around a lot of these circles, and we've seen them prioritizing fights towards Excuse Me, even if there's other squads remaining with, say, less members or in a bit of a worse position, because they know Excuse Me's play style now to try and squeeze out as much as they can. It's like having a grape Blank, but you've got a very tiny scalpel and you're just trying to get all the juice out of the grape.
Yeah, pretty difficult. Going to need a little tiny straw to go alongside that one.
Very
I think
small.
for Gladiators, you're right, man, because I think that they're prioritizing similar kind of strat to Excuse Me, but at the same time, they are having that different playstyle, which is a case of they used to be really big on the third parties, but I think now they're starting to realize that as they're heading further and further towards that center side, they can start to leave those stragglers out in the open for a bit longer. We saw those 2-2 splits coming through massive yesterday in those end games, in which case they can control a lot of ground, be able to take down those stragglers, but their first port of call is taking down that big 4-man team, and that is what's been kind of putting Excuse Me out some of those chicken dinners yesterday, where Gladiators just had such good control over the center of the map. And I think if this carries on today, you're going to see a terrifying Gladiators going through into that finals itself, which I'd be really happy to see. You know, back in the day when they did get dropped from Na'Vi over towards HVP under their own name, under their own org, playing all the way through to PMGC, like they tried really, really hard, fell right at that last hurdle in PMGC before getting into those grand finals itself, but have brought it back again. And I think that there has been a bit of that mental game to overcome, and now at this point in the time, I think Gladiators have put up a pretty decent performance, consistent performance through that early stages of the tournament, and now started to find their footing again now, which is great to see.
It's what you want, man. You can see the passion when they play as well, so it's all there. Like that's the exciting bit about it. I mean, we talk about passion as well. Look who's on our screens. Octavia and the rest of Nexus. We touched on them coming into this one because they have looked a lot better in terms of the rotates they've been pulling out. But I also think a lot of that's also now going down more so to how Kapahala is kind of playing around this team. I feel like yesterday he was very good at least what it looked like in terms of setting up the other plays communication-wise. I think that's been one of the big boons for Nexus. There's a few of these squads that panic a little bit in the high octane moments when it does get a bit chaotic. You're trying to think about, you know, 5-6 different players, POVs at once. For them, it looks smooth as butter. So that's one big X point that could be working well for Nexus. A little bit of a focus on VP as well. And VP, for me, definitely have been putting their feet in the right places, right? They've been understanding now they can't really stick to their guns as much as they've wanted to. They've been adapting, and it's looked a whole lot better, even when they've had rough starts. I think in a majority of the games we had yesterday, at least 3 of them for a fact, they went down to a 3-player start in the first, 2 minutes of the game, where normally you're thinking, okay, it's already kind of gone a bit sour, but they were still able to pull out a few elims, try and play for the high placements. So something has changed in the camp for VP, and I'm all here for it. I want to see more of our man Folly.
Dude, same. And it'd be nice to see him not get knocked out in the first couple of minutes of the game. But I don't necessarily think that that was a bad thing from yesterday. I went back, looked at some of the VODs in the evening, and take a look at VIRTUS.PRO. Some of those splits they were making in the early game, it lent me more. Ooh, that's a nasty circle. We'll touch about that in just a second. But for VP, it was that idea that these splits are totally different from the norm that they're going for. And it's because they're trying to take up more space within that circle in the early game. And I think for VP, just getting a bit more of those feelers out, figuring out where they can play, what they can touch upon, and what is a little bit too hot to handle is a nice thing for them. It's a nice thing to see things changing up because they have had the same strats, the same maneuvers throughout this entire tournament. And now, they're trying to do something new. Like you said, something has changed in the camp, and it's bringing with it some beautiful stories to tell with their chicken dinners coming through. Circle all the way down towards that south side. Nasty stuff here, Jackie, not gonna lie. Really disgusting terrain to play around with.
Yeah, this could get a little bit awkward quite quickly. And look at the grouping here, right? You've got Sly Europe slightly far back towards the lower compound, and then you've got a clash that's already kicking off with KONINA Power being able to use the high ground they had back towards the construction building to get the early entry. And they're trying to play off of this. Already, Avalanche back off. They know they need to focus on getting their teammates back in action immediately. But you spread them quite thin. I mean, Jay's down to the right-hand side. PNL looking for the spam across as well. KONINA Power linking up on this one. And they're going to catch him with his wits unabout him. Plays towards the back of the pillar. Overwhelmed up close by the big man Shotty that will blow him off his legs. Jay completely unaware with a flank towards the back. And that's Avalanche going down flat as a pancake instantly.
I mean, Avalanche had to have a miraculous day today if they wanted to make it in towards that top 16 to go through towards the finals. And this just ain't it, unfortunately. Looking at the map, though, we do actually have some really interesting little bit of tidbits to drop down because this circle drops down all the way towards that south side, but not only that, on the northern edge there is Los Leones. You don't want to rotate through Los Leones. It takes too long to get your vehicles through that area, so you're more than likely going to be rotating down on the western side or the east side. playing path all the way heavy to the east. So the majority of teams will be rotating through that eastern edge on Puerto Paraíso. Unicorns love going for AR as well as Dagestan, so it's going to be hugely tight here. But you know what? Excuse me, goes for something just a little bit different on that northwest side, and they're going to have so much space to work with because of that. A great read from them.
Meanwhile, we've had Nexus being a little bit naughty as well. Dark Project tried to push up on them and hit them with the element of surprise. The only real surprises were that they were getting knocked out. VP, though, seems to have been able to create a bit of an angle there. We've seen Offhaze actually getting a knockback onto one of the Nexus players. So this could make things somewhat more interesting. It was looking rough for Dark Project. Good use of the nades from Wait. He's been really on point with these consistently through the past couple of days of play. And again here, he uses it to not only clear out the top floor, but hard commit onto the first. Is he ready for the follow-up? No. Exo machine up with a trade back, and they shut down Dark Project with a few casualties in the scuffle.
That's probably unfortunate once again. I think Doran's average survival time must be abysmally low. Does tend to try and play these off angles for the team, but it's feeling more and more often like he's being identified a little bit too early in them and doesn't quite have that firepower to just fight back. And I think that is something that is a slight issue. Yes, he's finding these off angles. Yes, he's finding these good positions, but you have to also take those 1v1s. I think a lot of times he does just sit still a little bit too much. But VIRTUS.PRO actually coming in to try and pick up the pieces. This is really good initiative from these boys.
Yeah, they took a few pot shots during the fight versus Dark Project. They were trying to third party the best they could, but didn't want to overcommit. They've waited now until they're low on utility and really tried to just dive in, basically barrel roll their way through the compound and get the pot shots out on the rotates as they're fading away. Didn't go as well as they wanted to. They take a one knock, so they have to reset themselves and give up the goose on the chase. So they'll let Nexus get away with what they've got from that one. Bit of an awkward encounter, but doesn't end in the worst for both of the two squads, with Dark Project being the only one that really suffers from it. And Nexus, again, start to build up themselves a few of those elimination points. 4 to boot already with a clean swipe that they had against DP.
Yeah, not a bad position to have either. I mean, this is one of the spots to, like, if the circle keeps heading towards that south side, Nexus can comfortably play from that coastal edge. You have that little lip along the road as well that you can just peek over the top of. Major Pride taking a lot of initiative themselves, actually, having 2 compounds themselves up towards that northern edge. Gladiators, though, central position. Once again, I love this from them. The fact that they've just decided that they want these positions more and more often. And again, this is one of those same games where they're in a strong spot down towards this south side. It's their drop spot on the edge of Los Leones on the south, and usually they would have just waited out towards that edge. They've realized that that's not the play anymore, so head towards the central side, pick up the warehouses, get some high ground for themselves. Dagestan, right on the outer edge, down towards the southeast side. They're on our screen at the moment. VIRTUS.PRO did just have a quick pit stop, rested up, get that player back up on his feet, and now should be looking down towards Dagestan.
I like this as well. You could see the reset from VP. They go back to the compound they feel safe in, like you were saying, get themselves topped back up. And then they were looking to hunt for the info to see if they could actually engage onto Dagestan. Meanwhile, here as well, it seems like ARR have actually come up against a bit of a clash with KONINA Power being able to hard commit onto one of the players and remove him fully. Looking for the getaway now as well. Spread relatively thin. He's got a bit of backup, but he needs to really just drive his way out of here and get out of dodge quite quickly. Aces was looking for the trade, but he's been able to reposition. What confuses me, though, is looking at this. I mean, you've got Sly Europe basically set up with a high ground to spot them on a fadeaway, and then it almost seems like, excuse me, debating whether or not they want to rotate over for this. They're actually going to be moving in towards that supply crate first, as Furia gets a bit of recon for them. But they're poised so far across. A lot of map control being taken here for excuse me to have contact. And this is how you know they're setting themselves up to pick and choose what fights they want to get involved with.
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at this circle as just a semicircle off towards our eastern side, it's practically all the teams there. The western edge completely held by, excuse me, remember that they dropped up towards Torre Almada, as you mentioned earlier in this game, Jackie. That is a long haul towards that northern side, and instead of just directly barreling it down towards the south, they even took the time to head towards that west, and that's that rotation I was talking about earlier. This affords them so much more time to make those decisions, to make those calls, understanding that a lot of these teams will be fighting fighting one another towards that eastern edge. So for Excuse Me, it looks like they're going to go for this roadside split, which I don't mind whatsoever. KONINA Power might want to go for something like this. And as long as they can control this northern edge, it should be pretty happy days for them. KONINA Power, though, obviously understanding that they're in slight danger right now. 12 plays, 100 points. VIRTUS.PRO, with all their improvements, 94 points now, just a little bit behind them. And KONINA Power would love to get some of those bonus points going into the finals. But if VIRTUS.PRO can take them off them, you know, they're kind of on even playing field at that point.
And what is happening here? Exo Machina up on top of the bell tower. It's bingo time. He's going to back off and try and reposition towards the back line here. Rest of the squad pulls up to the party as well. And Limbo Boom, down towards the lower level, could be experiencing the big old boom. Ooh, at least actually on the back line there, the nade will connect. You had one man playing on the close elevated peak as well for the trade. This is where he needs to get involved. But Octavian, he seems like he's aware of this. He knows about the angle, but it won't matter. They might be aware, Blank, but they won't be able to stay alive, as that is a play to be idolized from the elevated position. Huge cleanup.
Zadira, actually, what happened there? Nice Molotov, start things off. Gabala cannot stop the push. Shifu comes through, and Dagestan retain all 4 members. What an insane play from Zadira. I think he was like, I'm stuck in a corner. I just got to stand up and fight for my life, and fight for his life he does. Makes it out of there, and Nexus left feeling bitter off the back of that one.
That's crazy. They were so ready for it as well. They had the read, right? Perfect nade onto Limbo Boom. They're thinking, okay, we clear out the angle, find the player that's probably lurking on either top right, top left. You see the jump up with such confidence, but he just absolutely annihilates them. Okay, not the way I thought we'd see Nexus falling out of the game into this one, but that's the way the cookie crumbles here, as we are already thinning the herd quite fast.
Down to 19, 36 players, you're right, man. Already 4 teams out of the game. Nexus, Dark Project, AR, and Avalanche. This kind of circle was always going to be brutal, especially with the playing path. So many teams crunched in towards that eastern side. Now, you can see KONINA Power actually trying to get up towards this roadside edge. They've got Palucci in the back there, watching over towards Sly Europe, but Abolito, Agorazin, Fash, all can't quite break through where Excuse Me are currently playing. So very, very well done there.
Unicorns of love here as well. A team that we had a little bit of hype from yesterday, namely from the man on the bottom right, big old beast. He was such a nuisance maker and was really good at being able to stay alive in awkward fights. Having a bit of a glance as well at the overall map now. It's interesting, man. I mean, Excuse Me have basically gone uncontested this whole time. There could be a small chance we do see a bit of contact found, at least from KONINA Power, but it's only one isolated individual. The rest of the team is somewhat being flanked upon by both Shockwave and Sly, so the fights could really be kicking off quite quickly here. It seems like they've spotted one another. Shockwave have pulled up, dropped out of the vehicle, started engaging with the nades early, and see what they can build off. This was the clear that we were talking about, where Zadia just went massive, man. A hell of a spray down, really.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see this very often. This is just one of those plays where you have to stand up tall for the team. And that's the kind of thing that I was talking about. Like, Doran makes that similar kind of move, but can't quite pull off those same kind of plays for Nexus. And I love Doran as a player. I loved him when he played on Nexus last season too. And I think that he just has a bit more time in him, that he needs to perfect that kind of off-angle play. And once they do, I think Nexus will really be a team to be reckoned with. Because if there are 4 players there, that's a totally different story. Again, though, Zadira makes happen for Dagestan. Unicorns love Zero, steps up, but immediately gets barreled down over by Shockwave as they crest this ridge.
Oh, Aza looking for the connection on a fast drive-by. Wasn't quite able to hit the shots, but his teammates are here to back him up, and they decide to blow the top off the vehicle instead. Beast, known for the survivability, but in this one, completely overwhelmed. His teammates diving in the back line, looking to hit the pop shots as well, but none of it's looking likely. Barely surviving the bonneting. Look at them. They're flying through the air. It's like a bunch of acrobats.
Unbelievable stuff. Matic, though, unhappy with the pirouettes that happen off in the distance. Will take them quickly down off that top post. 3 gladiators there coming through, but the Excuse Me hype still strong there for Jackie.
You've got to rep the boys.
You know, both teams could win. I 100% agree. I was unsure if to go for Excuse Me myself, but I'm just so proud of Gladiators and the movements they've been making and the changes they've been making right at the end of this tournament, which is going to catch a lot of teams off by surprise in the finals coming through. VIRTUS.PRO now up against Major Pride, one of the biggest tests they'll have this season. and see if they can deal with them, because this is a very, very strong team. Noshi most likely going to go down to the blue there as we move over towards stage 6. Circle, dead center over towards Gladiators.
And this fight here really could decide so much. I feel like the stock for VP will be increasing massively. If you actually shut down onto Major Pride, survive this cleanly as well, and don't waste too much utility, man. Yeah, dude, that green bar is going to be shooting all the way up. VIRTUS.PRO will be back in the building. It's an awkward spot though, man. Also, you're right. Like, Gladiators really have been looking way more impressive, and it's fun to see how quickly it's kind of snapped in their minds, and they've been able to command respect again.
So much clicked into place, I'm telling you right now, and it feels good. They've been to a chiropractor, but the chiropractor rotations, which is nice to see. Major Pride, though, it is an awkward spot here for VIRTUS.PRO. It's very obvious where they're playing from. Major Pride has all the angles. For VIRTUS.PRO, for them, they need to make the most out of these little buildings, these little windows, these little openings they can maybe find. I think Major Pride realizes that fighting uphill here is not the most ideal of scenario for themselves. They head further down towards that south. In the meantime, Gladiators continue to take pot shots at everyone around them, not letting them get too close, which is a really big deal. And look at that. It is very difficult to remove them from this spot now. Gladiators are going to have to make a bit of a mistake, or someone's going to have to make a major play to remove that spot from them. KONINA Power, though, definitely on a tear themselves. Get themselves a nice nade over towards Sly Europe, getting pinched in by SHOCKWAVE on the other side too.
And right now, they've got the straw hats on because they have been farming up the eliminations, and they want to keep them coming. This is the perfect time to fight as well. SHOCKWAVE are hard committing into attempt to clean up against Sly Europe, and that just means they're so much lower and easier for the pickings. And KP are the kings of it right now, as they are just grabbing barrels of eliminations, sticking them in the back pocket, and trying to reset off the back of the fight. Blows being traded back towards SHOCKWAVE as well. It only makes it easier for KP to skedaddle out of there and reset themselves. But VP, they've heard the commotion, the dinner bell's been rung, they've rotated in, it's Folly. Who else would it be to just drive by and try and slay onto the first? Purple, though, suffering from the success that they were promised. It's not looking good. Singly would really have to have some heroics up his sleeve. Dives out of the vehicle, spots the first in the back, knows he's being flanked as well on the vehicle getaway. 2 players down. Aza just lurking behind the car, looking to first at least onto one of them, so Aza will reply in kind. And this is looking a little bit iffy for VP. At least with Aza being so low, he's got to back off. Singly's got the nades for it as well. A well-placed one should blow up the vehicle and at least buy him a bit of time. Purple slowly moving in as well. And the zone's going to start to push them now, Blanks. It's getting quite intense.
Nice Molly goes over the top, will deny Purple from getting too far towards that vehicle, but it's just a little bit too far. Nice nade, does a good amount of damage. Single's got another, will send it over the top, finishes off the job. In the meantime, off Hayes in the back, took down Seiko on that rotate. And I think right there, Singly realizes he has to drop the smoke as fast as possible. The right on the outer edges could be very unlikely to get Purple back up on his feet, which means that we'll see VP go down to 2 players. But a valiant attempt here from VP, getting quite far into the game once again, 6th place, at least in this matchup. Major Pride also looking over towards Dagestan. Monkey very up close and personal at the moment in the buggy, but will go toe-to-toe with Dagestan, a full 4-man squad.
And Aphais is basically the one-man army. He's fighting 2 different squads at once. Singly, he peeks up off an opportunity that presents itself. Does land a few well-placed bullets, but KP instantly trade onto him. And he's so far away. That's the problem now for VP. Spread thin, like when you start to run out of butter and you can't quite get it to spread. So Aphais will be the only one that's really in a spot where he can try and play a little bit more self-sufficiently. He knows that his teammates will eventually fall, and now they're out of play. So all on Aphais to carry on the legacy for VP here. And you've got to change your play style now. Needs to be far slower, pick your fights well, and play that more ratty style.
You know, playing as a solo player as a rat is absolutely fine, but playing as a 4-man player as a rat too, that's absolutely fine as well. For excuse me, that's exactly what they've done. 0 eliminations, but knowing that they hold so much space on this western side, they don't want to get too stuck in towards these engagements. And if they can pick themselves per game with just a high amount of eliminations towards that end game and a big placement point finish, that's the kind of consistency we like to see from excuse me. If they want to go back to basics with what worked for them before in the past, from a position to do it in, fair play to them. Circle, again, it feels like it's dead set on letting Gladiators get the win here on top of this compound. Again, There's a lot of still 4-man squads though, so Gladiators, they still have a bit of a challenge ahead of them here. Jackie, it's going to be slightly difficult. KONINA Power, very, very hot on this game. A huge amount of points found just in terms of eliminations alone.
Yeah, KP have been doing great from the get-go, man. They were absolutely rip-roaring into this game. And just look at the sheer difference, right? In terms of the elimination differential, closest team there in terms of the points accumulated, that's VP and Dagestan with only 3, not even reaching the double digits of demolition that have been put up by KONINA Power so far throughout this game. Flicking back over to the Gladiators POV, they've looked like they've really been in good stead. And for Kitsune, hopefully this man can keep the good times rolling. They were looking like a great squad yesterday individually. He had his own flamboyant heroics as well, and you'd want that to continue. The zone has been favoring them so much. It's playing to their strengths, but they're trapped somewhat out of commission. That's actually Zardia that goes down as well for Dagestan. He was a key player earlier in the game, but he won't be standing for much longer as Nomi commits onto it and removes him, getting another elimination point for the camp of Major Pride that I literally sat right on top of Dagestan as well. They are all behind one another, and Limbo Boom, man's got a limbo move.
The keep actually takes down Meku. That's all the way on that southwest side. That might be time for Excuse Me to strike as they just about saddle themselves up over towards that northwest edge. Dagestan moving in after getting that knock. Look, Meku's all by his lonesome. There's absolutely no one to help, but luckily, Matic's on that edge side, gets at least one knock onto him, gets the reload, but Limbo Boom's already far gone.
Off Hazel fall as well, with VP being eliminated now. As the numbers crunch, we get closer and closer to deciding our victor, as this is where it's all going to kick off. You can see how tight the zone is, all the numbers stacked upon one another. Gladiators have still got the nades in the back pocket to play with as well, so they'll dash those in through the upper windows, knowing Dagestan had taken that building. Matic, he's being swung on instantly though. Look at Major Pride now, playing with confidence, starting to clear out these angles. Oh god, not that. Luckily, no one will suffer from the misplay with the nade.
Yeah, quick communication comes back from Dino, says, I've made a big mistake, let's get away from there. In fact, luckily this boy has got the reflexes on him, so immediately gets out of dodge. But excuse me again, just puts in a little shot here and there, finds some player from Dagestan. Now it's slowly converging on this western side, one of the only teams with 4 players other than them and Major Pride. Gladiators down to 3. Meku makes a pretty disastrous mistake for himself. He was a solo player inside that building, and realistically, his only goal was not to go for the knocks there. It was just to go for information. Eventually, they were going to have to regroup on this longhouse, and now regrouping as 4 is a bit dramatic for Gladiators, considering they've had this spot for so long.
Look like they want to try and turtle a bit here, then block off some of the sight lines and play a slower game. You know you've still got some high ground to work with, but you really are going to be forced into individual fights, and that's what Excuse Me love to look for. Havlik will be licking his lips as he does hit that connection and shuts down the first man, at least, with that pickup. And they're just edge guarding. They've been doing this consistently the whole game. They will not overcommit to anything unless they are 100% confident in that play. And they are sitting like ducks in a row. That's Dagestan, all in the top level of the building. You can see the pins being pulled out for Excuse Me as well as they push up closer and closer. The nades go in, the Molotov dash behind it as well. So the heat is rising for Gladiators.
I love these smokes coming through from Excuse Me too, setting themselves up so they deny the sightlines from that building that Dagestan's in whilst they drop as many bits of utility over towards this building. But Gladiators have quite comfortably sat far out of the way of a lot of this utility. That's what the longhouse gives you, is the fact that you can reposition quite easily in this building, get to the other side. With these smaller spots, it's a lot easier to send a grenade across and find yourself 1 or 2 eliminations. Kitsune there sees over towards KONINA Power, pushed in by the blue now. Last stage of the circle and still 5 teams in it. You can see KONINA Power being pressured as they step in and out of the blue.
Oh, they could be left black and blue though, as they'll get bruised if they're not aware of what's going on. Sightlines open for Kitsune from up top, but it's Havlik that swings round, and he wants even more. Looking for the hard commit on this. Felucci struggling. Kitsune eventually goes for the trade, but there'll be a blow back against them, and this is looking awkward now. KONINA Power, the kings of the Elims, but they won't be standing towards the final circle as things are getting quite hot and heavy here. Molotov's dashed all across the building. They're burning, but he's found a spot just in the back where it hasn't spread, so he can get the heal off. Won't matter as they dash another one in for good measure, and Gladiator's chances at the chicken dinner goes up in flames.
So very unfortunate there for Gladiators. And I mean, a great move from Major Pride to send this one in when they did. Saw the fight in. And I think for Gladiators, what they realistically needed to do was just not look towards KONINA Power in those moments. An opening knocks found by Major Pride, looking to turn the heat on once again. This is much needed from Major Pride as well.
Oh man, Furia. That was a hell of a back nade. Bounced it off the window blank and then goes for the wide swing on his own. Called for his teammates as well, but it was slightly late on the face for Black, so he comes in a little bit too late, and now he's basically just trapped on his lonesome to try and keep, in this game, and it is an awkward fight. Consistently swinging onto Dino, but his Tyrannosaurus wrecked him. Hits that frag back, go down, and Dagestan, in the dying moments, clinch out the win and get the chicken dinner.
What an unreal game from Dagestan down towards that southeast side. Remember, this would not have happened if it weren't for Zadira in those moments versus Octavian and Kapahala. That double Elim stood up for his life and the chicken dinner at the end. Dagestan's got to be proud of that lad on the team. But again, yeah, Gladiators took a bit too many fights, in my opinion, towards that end side. And had to be a bit more focused with those edge players. KONINA Power, they were dead to rights, right? There's no reason for them to be looking towards that. They should have been making sure that Major Pride can be cresting over that hillside, because it's just open season for Gladiators if they're looking down there. So I think that the attention just in the wrong spots.
Yeah, but I mean, to be fair as well, it's really quite hard to always have your wits about you in such an intense fight like that, right? So many close grouping, the consistent trades, and with just a backpack full of nades. Some of those plays were absolutely ridiculous, but in the end, Dagestan claimed the victory with that one, and they had their MVP highlights throughout the game. Let's get back over to the analyst desk, though, and try and dissect that one, because it was jam-packed with interesting maneuvers.
Thanks, guys. I do love the outfits, but I also love the fact that Dagestan Max got the chicken dinner. It's been a long time coming. We've continuously highlighted specifically Shifu as one of the top players in this tournament. Performed really well on PMEC. He's now doing the same thing on PMPL. So I'm happy for them. I
was going to say, finally, our PMEC boys here, Janiro, PMEC, that's the name, are finally doing well and get himself 16 points on the board with this first game of the day. Absolutely banging game to kick off the last day here of the group stage. And really, I mean, we had some great moments from a lot of the players here in particular, and they went for this wide rotation. And that's why I told you, Janiro, during this game, they were so smart about how they read the circle and how teams were going to be rotating, because they saw the playing path, they saw the circle, and they dropped in San Martin, and yet they went straight to the eastern coastal line. Well, speaking properly, there you go.
English is difficult.
English difficult. And they just dodged pretty much all the fights that could have been between them and San Martin if they went for a straight up rotation into the circle. So Dagestan been smart on the rotation, and their timing too. The way they just got the knock onto Meku, and then just rock up into a stronger position in the circle was just so well executed. So yeah, Dagestan, I would say, their best game so far of the tournament, because that was an absolute landslide of domination.
Yeah, absolutely. When we're looking at the bottom of the table, though, Dark Projects, Unicorns of Love, Avalanche, ARR. I mean, ARR usually not towards the bottom of the table, but the rest are kind of here, and those are the teams that we highlight as coming into the thing that we want them to step up to the plate. Dark Projects has had a couple of great moments, but it's been that consistency that's been lacking a little bit. But the fact that Dagestan have managed to get that chicken dinner, I don't think that is anything to take away from them. KONINA Power has showed up a little as well, Max. That's one of the teams that you are looking forward to. But let's have a look at the best team stats to see what was the biggest difference between the top two performing teams this time around.
I'm going to check that out. But yeah, KONINA Power, as you said, I think they were at, 6 elims at phase 2, which they started blasting pretty early on in this game, so I'm always happy to see that. There was also a close chance Major Pride were going to get the win. That would have been a really nice one, but here you go, looking at the head-to-head of top two players. My boy Felucci, Janiro. I kept talking about this player. I still think he's an incredible individual performer for the side of KONINA Power. Been struggling a little bit recently, but when it matters the most, he can pop off and get 4 limbs for his team with a total of 647 damage. Nice presence, but Kitsune,
Yeah.
I mean, they were not playing PUBG Mobile, they were playing tower defense mode. Like, they were just defending their position as much as they could, but one tower fell in Meku, and then it just opened the floodgates for other teams to breach.
Yeah, but Kitsune also a player that we've highlighted consistently because of the fact that not only on that IGL role, but also making sure that they're getting the elim points on the board for the rest of the team, which has been absolutely instrumental to getting some of these chicken dinners. And again, looking at the head-to-head that we've seen earlier and some of these plays, you can understand why.
Come on, Zadira just been a bit sneaky up there, just above them. He did enough to get himself a nice little double. Zadira has also been a player for Dagestan that we need to highlight. He has been, I would say, improving significantly from a week-to-week basis, so I'm happy that he's been doing well too as an individual player. Though, here you go. This is a play from KONINA Power I also did enjoy, where they were trying to set up a little bit of a gatekeep situation versus both Sly and Shockwave, and they just tried to just leapfrog their position, which I do appreciate. Try their best. Palucci gets himself a few frags, just rolls over the competition. Yeah, a lot of teams, I would say, that started really putting a lot more effort in these matches right before the finals, because as we said, this is your last opportunity to really try things out before the finals itself.
Yeah.
And KONINA Power just 10 elims there you can see during the highlights, so I want to see this KONINA Power that's trying things to be aggressive and just set themselves up for success.
Yeah, KONINA Power has, I want to say, amped up the power, but I also don't want to
allow
do that. But I've said, you know what? I've said it now. So it is what it is, okay? I mean, you're absolutely correct when it comes to the fact that with the finals approaching, you want to try a lot of things, just throw things at a wall and see what sticks so that you can replicate that in the finals, give yourself a little bit of an advantage, a little bit of a, you know, English is very difficult today, but that's fine because we're going to look at the head-to-head instead, and maybe I'll remember the word that I wanted to use. Head-to-head between KONINA Power and Dagestan, and as we already highlighted earlier, Max, 11 eliminations for KONINA Power specifically. Dagestan, although not as heavy on the damage and the elims, they still managed to get that top chicken dinner placement just because of the fact that their positioning being so great.
Hey, look, you got to look at KONINA Power. Their path was an absolute path of war up north. They were just fighting every single minute of this game, just trying to rotate into better positions, gatekeep other teams. And then you got Dagestan that went the more late game approach, which is dodging all the teams, remain as a four-man team, and just gun for that chicken dinner, especially when they did get the knock onto our boy Meku. Then it just opened the floodgates to push into the compound of Gladiators. But yeah, Palucci, most of them's in this game. Not surprised to see that happen. But yeah, Kitsune still, we got to keep saying this. He's an IGL, but he's definitely putting in the works to get those elim and damage points for his team. So he's impressive. I would not, like, normally, you know, you'd say, oh, I can an IGL, I can try and 1v1 them. No, potentially the easiest player to take down. I'd be scared of Kitsune. I do not want to fight Kitsune. Yeah. Never, no.
I completely agree with that. We even looked at the IGL of Major Pride earlier, and we were like, okay, it kind of makes sense that they're not getting as many as elims, but then you have players like Kitsune that can do both. So it brings a question of what do they do to warm up for their games? But having a look at the overall rankings for Phase 3, is still pretty much chilling on top. Major Pride with a couple of the elims that they've gotten right now. It does push them up a little bit in terms of the points, but they still have a little bit of catching up to do. I mean, 17 points in total. Max, I think it's possible for them to catch up, but it's a matter of the next couple of maps that they're playing today, they have to be picture perfect.
Yeah, it's got to be get himself some good, at least podium finishes. A few limbs I would like to see coming out from them. MUERTE, I don't want to see them slip out of that 8th position. Would be unfortunate though. I'm still not seeing too much movement here. Sure, Dagestan after that game do jump up a little bit up in 13th position, which is fantastic to see for this third phase. But we mentioned it a few times. Shockwave, I literally do not know what's going on. I couldn't even break down what's been happening for them because we just don't see them make it to the late game as often. We definitely saw Snowix do well as an individual player. We haven't seen much from like Trazem, which is a little bit surprising. Aza too. So yeah, Shockwave, a few question marks. I don't know if they're trying things out before the finals, and finals they're going to pop off, but they've definitely not been playing to the level we saw after Phase 1 specifically.
Yeah, and that also brings the question of when it's kind of similar boat that they're in. As the MUERTE, it's like you start off quite well and then it kind of slows down a little. And a lot of teams seem to be in this boat, and I hope that eventually, you know, they find a way to break out of it, because with the finals coming up and also a couple of extra points that you can be collecting today on Vikendi, it's really do or die, Max. So I feel like a lot of these teams are under quite a lot of pressure today to be performing and to be making sure that they're collecting as many points as humanly possible.
Yeah, the pressure's definitely up there because you know that these teams are still potentially trying things out. So you know into the finals there's going to be so many different things they're going to have to adapt to. Maybe teams are going to change their rotation path, or overall how they're going to be playing the game in general. They're going to play potentially a sweeping edge, maybe a center play style. So yeah, it can be a little bit stressful for these teams, but only top 8 will make it. So half the teams are going to just get Thanos snapped instantly after that. So you need to be on the ball.
I love how you say that. Well, thank you for your analysis, Max. We're going to be heading over to our caster desk, and they're going to be breaking down the first Sanhok of today.
Okay, nice little treat set in store for us then, Blank. Bit of Sanhok now coming up on the charcuterie board, but rather than cheese, it's other maps.
Yeah, I mean, that would be quite a fantastical looking charcuterie board, not going to lie. I'd like to eat off that one. As long as it can be some cheese also. I quite like it.
Yeah, we can sprinkle the cheese in.
Sprinkle the cheese in on the top, yes, please. Heading over to Sanhok to finish things off here. So honestly, this will be our penultimate Sanhok before the finals itself. With one more to go, and then over towards Vikendi. So got to make these two last ones good, make them count. Towards that top side, excuse me, still looking good at 187 points, consistently putting up those points every single time here, Jackie.
Yeah, they've been hot on the eliminations, only really being bested by Gladiators, but it's all about those placements, right? They just squeeze every last drop out of these games, and it's definitely worked wonders for them. You just have to maintain that. If they can have a great day, keep this up throughout all of the games we've got today, especially with that Vikendi finish, maybe, just maybe, Blank, we could all be sat there going, excuse me.
I mean, they're coming through. That's all I'm saying. And if they've got to shout it out to the heavens, so be it. Dropping over towards the boot camp to start things off. They're having a little bit of a split out towards that side, though, which is fairly interesting. You know, you've got Black up towards top side, Havlik also scouting down towards the south. VIRTUS.PRO aren't in this game, actually. So this is an interesting scout, in my opinion, because it does mean that you can actually take control of these buildings here over towards Quarry, which will give you some nice rotational paths downwards, because this position over here generally quite struggle to ensure that it is free, because you could get a quick rotate from Gladiators heading over this way. Shockwave might want to take the short bridge as well and head down here. So for excuse me, getting a bit more of that additional value in terms of understanding where these teams are in the early game is very, very nice. And I think excuse me typically have done very good on Sanhok, but another team that I'd like to see do well here is Game Lord, sitting back into the game. They've got their split over towards Paris Resort, and it's Avalanche and Unicorns of Love who are fighting that one out.
Yeah, and that's the thing. For Avalanche already, they had suffered 2 full knocks that had been converted into actual elimination. So this has already gone terribly for them in the battle for Paradise. It doesn't seem like it's a very happy Paradise on their side. For Unicorns of Love, though, they somewhat recovered. They only had 1 player wiped from the squad. Now it's getting a bit awkward with Zero just skirting around the outside of the building and keeping Jay and the rest of Avalanche on their toes, really. It's Woodson that's beside him. And I will say, Woodson actually impressed me yesterday. He looked like he had some key moments. He was good, even when he sort of looked like he was in an uncomfortable position. Here, he's going to be a bit of a Mac Daddy. Man to pulls around the corner with the SMG, slaps up Beast, and makes it so much more awkward for Unicorns of Love. Good timing on the face from Jay. I like this for the peak up. Playing off the contact of his teammate, but no real angles presenting themselves. So this could be a bit of a drawn-out fight. Utility always helps, though, and Zero knows exactly the angle Jay is playing in. Ooh, good face on the swing, and Zero lights him up. Woodson suffers the same fate, and that is Avalanche knocked out again in the first few minutes of the game. Really not had their feet in the right places today. Been unlucky with these hot drops.
Love this from KONINA Power, though. Here the engagements are constantly hovering around Paris Resort as well, waiting for their chances to go. And Vash moves in after the back of that last game with a load of eliminations. The double shotgun does the damage there quickly over towards players from Unicorns of Love. And Noshi has to get his Nosh out of there. This is not ideal for Unicorns of Love. Once again, looking to start off the game strong and pull up their point scoring, currently in 15th place. They want to be in that 12th place position. I'll keep hammering it home. But again, they try to get a good start to the game in Paris Resort, but KONINA Power ready to capitalize off the back of that one. Fash already up to 3 elims.
Noshi's name representing the comms that would have come across for Unicorns of Love there when they were swung on by KONINA Power. They would be a little bit upset with that one. But KONINA Power have absolutely owned it. Play their cards right in terms of the timing. And man, it's the way that they actually really today have kind of been playing that sort of play style we were building up with, like, excuse me, with Gladiators. But being able to really just build off such a big buffer of elimination points in the early game. Last game, it was tremendous how many they were able to find before we were even like the 3rd phase of the circle. So if they keep that going, could definitely be a bit of a better day for KONINA Power in terms of the elimination front, as they've already got 3 in the total tally so far.
This is good stuff for them. 11th place right now, 109 points. Ahead of KASIK team, ahead of Dagestan, just sat behind them. Again, a lot of engagements heading up towards Paris Resort. I like that play from KONINA Power, understanding that, you know, with this circle, heads towards that northern side. Usually you really wouldn't want to get stuck in on Paris Resort, kind of lock yourself in on that spot before you make the rotate. But they understand that after that third party, there's no reason not to get over towards Paris Resort. They can get set up, get some good scouting done. It's practically towards the center of the circle anyway. But now you're starting to get a lot of teams just on the edge, just having a quick peek in. NEXUS on that north side, Frozen practically on the other side of the map to his team, but he wanted a quick sniff at what was going on.
And this is interesting for Noshi as well. Obviously, after bailing out from the initial commotion, he's found himself somewhat trapped in a collective here. Major Pride are nearby, but they've got their attention drawn towards other angles for the meantime. Just trying to get as much info as they can from this elevated position, playing on the geometry, and looking out for any sort of read onto this. Curious if we'll actually see them be able to sniff out the location of Noshi. Meanwhile, flicking over to the POV of Sly Europe, they're going for their rotation over the hill and seeing if they can move on out, somewhat like the Autobots, Blank. They roll out.
They're trying to roll out at least, but moment they've been fully deceived by the Decepticons of KASIK team, who I think that they were waiting, line and wait over towards this western side of Quarry for KASIK team to move up. It was a good read onto them, but quickly KASIK make the decision to move further out towards that eastern side and actually get ahead of Sly Europe in the process. So doesn't quite work out. Could have been a decent play coming through from the Sly Europe team, but just does not come to pass. In the meantime, back over towards KONINA Power. Frozen, remember, stuck his head in through the door, got a quick lay of the land. The rest of the team quickly came over to help out, who were on the literal other side of the map. I don't know how Frozen got here so quickly, but he did. Now, could have a nade down towards his side. Doesn't do any damage to him. That is massive for them. Does not pop up in terms of the actual damage numbers on the screen, so unaware of where he's playing. And actually, information is gathered over towards the rest of the squad. So now Frozen has got a really nice off-angle position that's pretty hidden.
A lot of plays that could potentially be made here. Curious how this one will actually go down. For Team KASIK as well, they've got a bit of a read onto this. They know the way this is being played in terms of the setup from Game Lord, but they're just trying to play their angles, see if they get ego challenged or if there is any sort of push where they can capitalize on. It seems like we've had a knockback onto KONINA Power as well, with NEXUS being able to find one in the lull in the meantime. And funnily enough, that is actually the MADBULLS being able to get stuck into that action. Remember, this was them pushing up all off the back of Frozen's individuality, who is now brought down to his knees with a trade back onto KONINA Power. It seems like it should have actually buckled their defense somewhat here. Palucci can't really peek for anyone else, so just goes to the backhand side of the building to reset. Use the third person so you can get a bit of a read and see where exactly MADBULLS are going to, but they are far too quick on a rotate. They've got away and they'll be able to breeze off. So fair play to Frozen. Threw his life away for that one, but they do trade it out on the single elim and get away with at least the remaining triple threat for the squad. And this is KASIK's squad now, finally moving up as well. They sat in the back of the compound for so long, they knew where Game Lord was. They went for a flank through the rear, surprise attack them, start to get the drops in as well, with Robs the Robber not being able to cause any commotion on the stealing today, as he's going to be dropped and finally finished off with Unicorn spearheading him.
Yeah, Game Lord actually made a decent rotate towards this northern side, but they didn't have far to go. The fact that KASIK's got here, got the drop on them as well, is pretty horrific, and I kind of wanted to see a bit of a better game coming through from the Game Lord team. Now just Takashi, here's the pin on the grenade, quickly moves out to the side with the UMP, gets a good amount of damage done. There's the knock going through too, but I think this is some damage coming from some teams on the side. In the meantime, Sly Europe absolutely decimating the squad of Major Pride there from the backside. It's unfortunate there. KASIK able to take down the final member of Game Lord. Will just be Unicorn still moving forward now. Sly Europe over towards that southeast. Took down the majority of Major Pride, looking towards that north as well. You got Dagestan, MADBULLS, Nexus, all looking around Mong9, but Dagestan have not had to move far. This could be another good game from it, Jackie. Unsure if they'll be able to translate it.
Can they whip out the phones and get the translate on the go to get themselves back into pole position on this one? Look at the rotate here for Nexus as well. They're trying to quickly go for the flank round the back with a read that they had from Kapahala. They know that the Gladiators are down there, still set up towards the compound, and you've got the high ground to play off. But Gladiators trapped in a bit of a clash between Nexus as well, and they'll focus their attention on that. So a lot of damage done onto Dorin. Exo Machina as well, down. Not out, but still in a bit of an iffy spot. And Tixi, oh, this man is going quickly. He's trying to actually chase on this. Isolates Kapahala, has the read onto the back of him. This is going to cause a bit of commotion as well. Draw the crosshairs as they'll be aware of this. Kitsune's going for another bit of a big breeze as well to just find a better angle to play on with this, because they're right at the top of the hill. They're going to see exactly where you're coming from. They drop the smokes to create a little bit of space to work with. Octavian's dropped off slightly further back as well, playing around a rock to give him a little bit of extra cover here. But the nades are good. They've got a fair amount of them in the back pockets, and they can just engage with ease, throw them over the top, see if you get a bit of damage in, work off the back of the chip, and now they're closing the gap, taking the space away from Nexus, making it more uncomfortable. Octavian, for me, really needs to make a huge play. He's the one that will get spotted last. He's further off from the rest of the pack, so they'll focus all their attention up close here. He then needs to strike. Still not yet been checked, so if they don't clear this, it could get a little bit risky, and that's when he's going to go in for the peak. Tries to spam a few bullets out, lots of damage done. Octavian does drop the first, and now the tables have turned. Gladiators basically being in a bit of a risky spot here if they want to hard commit onto this.
Yeah, it's good commotion caused there by Octavian. He needed to do that. You mentioned it, that it was imperative that he removes a little bit of that pressure from the team. Getting the knock over towards Tixi is big. And Octavian follows up with another as Matic tries to go for a bit of an off angle. It's Kitsune to go down. Look at this. They're turning it on its head. The crush was in on this north side, but Nexus, they were born in the crunch, Jackie. They can deal with it.
All these other squads have only had a day trip to the crunch, but they know everything about the crunch, Blank. Like shamans, they're pulling this one out of the bag and making it work wonders, but Gladiators won't go down without a fight, and they fight tooth and nail, barely falling at the final hurdle, with Exo Machina being so low, but still able to capitalize, back off, put himself in a good angle to fuel himself back up as well with the provisions he has on his person. And I am so surprised with how Nexus have been able to take this in their stride. And fair play to Octavian as well, right? Knew exactly what his win condition was to keep them in this one and played it to perfection. He's back in the game as well now. They've been able to get the res off onto him, so he can take a bit of time for himself, heal himself up, and now you're still looking at a Nexus team that looks like they're in a really good spot for this one. MADBULLS just beneath them as well in the lower layer compound. What can they really do to build back in from this one? Already down a player in the overall squad count as well, as they suffered one of those a little while back. That was Frozen that was eliminated, so it always could come back to bite them. And excuse me, they've just been waiting this whole time, Blank. Ears perked up, listening out like meerkats.
I think Doran's got a fair idea of what's going on. Furious steps up. Doran once again might go down early. Passes by, shotguns in hand, takes a huge amount of damage, and that was bold from Doran to try and go for this watchtower. They lose one off the back of it. He's probably feeling very frustrated with himself so far, and once again, Octavian might have to bring things back together. Excuse me, they've had a whiff of the crunch on that side. Octavian so far has been huffing the crunch. He's ready to keep this one going. I think for Nexus, you brought it up perfectly there that Octavian had to pull something out the bag, and he certainly did. Again, not central position though. MADBULLS, they saw what was happening in that spot. They want none of it though. Saw that the circle was heading towards these nice set of compounds towards this north side, just near Mong9, and they pick it up. They're over towards the lip of the cliff as well, have a bit of information to play around with. Overall, I think this is a good position for MADBULLS. Could result in a nice game.
It's all about the long con. That's the thing that MADBULLS are now focusing on, right? They would have had their opportunity to get stuck into a fight if they wanted to. Instead, just really kind of realized they can play this one out long. Having a quick look here as well, DMR way back. They've got a lot of space to take, but also could find themselves getting stuck in quite early. And I'm so surprised that Noshi's still alive. Man's still there, Blank, all the way down towards Paradise Resort. It's been a long time since we've seen any Unicorns of Love action, apart from when his entire squad was just beaten to a pulp.
I think he was a bit traumatized by that one and has kind of been cowering the same spot for the majority of the game, which is actually fine. Get some placement points off the back of that one, but not a lot of teams are going down. Sly Europe, on the other hand, try and make a cheeky play off towards that eastern side, but Dagestan, with Dark Project not in the game, have so much space to play around with on Barn's side, so they can quite comfortably hold out on the east. It's good stuff. Octavian, though, sadly falls to Zerich, and he will pick up the elimination too. So MADBULLS currently have a nice set of compounds. This is probably one of the most dense areas on the map when it comes to buildings, and MADBULLS really have to pick their building quite carefully because there's a few around them. They go for the one that has the slight wall that rings around it. That's going to give them a little bit more opportunity to go for these engagements, stops the crashes onto them. This is Dagestan versus Sly Europe and Limbo Boom. Goodness me.
Yeah, Limbo Boom has been looking better and better the more we've had him on our screens. That whole roster feels like they really have kicked themselves into 5th gear. And here they finally capitalize as well with Sly Europe being removed from the game. Trade back from the MADBULLS. That's going to be a well-placed nade onto KONINA Power. And this is looking so rough. I mean, look at the setup. KONINA Power basically just trapped in the middle, completely surrounded from all sides. Team KASIK as well. At least have enough cover to move their way up through the building and see what they can build off from this one. As MADBULLS are right ahead of them, and then SHOCKWAVE slightly further off towards the back as well. Feels like there could be really some choreography of PUBG on display here. You've got to choose your next move very, very carefully.
Yeah, it's going to be an odd game to play out. There's a lot of buildings towards that center side that a few teams can occupy. You can already see KASIK team making their way in. It's an interesting one. I think Dagestan do have a strong spot towards that northeast side. Demorte just haven't filled me with a lot of confidence recently. Let's see what goes on. I think there's so many teams that could win this one.
Yeah, it feels like the baton pass could go to any of the hands at the minute. But we'll keep our eyes on it. You can see this is the fight that we've been talking about, just where it's so much close contest over what really could be such a powerful position towards the center of the circle. And also for NEXUS. This is interesting, right? Because they basically tried to rotate in towards that compound where Milky Way was quite some time ago. Lost another one of their players in Octavian, who's been a heavy hitter for them. You can see him on the other side of your screen as well. 38 eliminations to his name over the entire phase. He's been looking lethal. So the fact that they lose him, they basically just turtled back and have played on the edge of the blue this entire time. But you've got to be careful with this. DMR could rotate back, and at that point, you are going to have a lot more to fight against. Instead, they just go for the quick rotate using the vehicles. I want to get into a better position early. Prefer that.
Yeah, try and get a bit further in. Placement points is probably going to be the biggest thing for NEXUS right now. They've got a couple of eliminations early on, 5 so far. If they can kind of bolster that with some placement points towards the end, like a top 5 position, that would be beautiful. Excuse me in the back there, just on the overlook. Do find themselves a knockover towards SHOCKWAVE. It will be Exo Machina that goes down, and Kapahala will have to continue in the vehicle. But Shifu quickly picks that one up. A headshot through the front window. Beautiful stuff.
It's a hefty wumble and punishes NEXUS as they fall out of the server. We're starting to rip our way through the remaining squads now, but there's actually quite a few are left alive. I mean, you're looking at the damage done onto the numbers. Sure, a few teams have suffered from the early game. It's really not too bad. I mean, SHOCKWAVE again here could be in a position late game to build something from this one. They feel like they're in a good spot. They've been playing some great PUBG recently as well. They've got the smoke down to at least Shroud for the hill, but this isn't going to work too well on the cross. Havlik, man, so good from a distance. He's an absolute beast with it. Connects onto them and starts to pick and pull them apart. And their numbers are dropping so quickly now. This is getting really awkward for SHOCKWAVE. Aza tries to clap back, but it's just in the dying moments. The Martyrdom play effectively quickly as SHOCKWAVE are eliminated, with all it being is the one knock back onto DMR that they take to the grave with them. And Noshi, the naughty man, he's still alive. You can't be doing this. He's been lurking in the back the entire time. He has got the trigger discipline of a professor. Look at him blank. He is just waiting to put school in session and teach a lesson to Beck in the back.
This is unfortunate as well, because excuse me's got such a good spot to be playing around with. Beck's running directly at him. Noshi doesn't move a single muscle though, lets him pass as he spots the rest of the team coming through. That could have been an easy elimination, but it looks like for Noshi, he just wants to get further into this game. And excuse me, quite literally just dodged a bullet on that one. Able to get the rest of the team rock and rolling in the vehicles, moving down. They have to get over towards where this cliff face is, maybe pick up this compound that's just underneath. Can they make it without taking any casualties? That's the main thing. Vehicle hits the roof. That's fine. These vehicles probably not going to do too much more this game, as we have 3 major players in this match. You've got MADBULLS, KASIK, and excuse me, all find themselves into some strong positions, with MUERTE just hovering on the outside edge.
All right. If you haven't already engaged your seatbelt on your deck chair, now is the time to do it, because this is where it's going to get bumpy. Limbo boom, bounced out early on. Shifu, he's been crisp today, and he looks to continue on this reign of terror. Has utility in the back pocket as well, as they're really scrapping. They've got stuck in against Dagestan, and they're looking to try and deal as much damage as they can. KASIK scheme, waiting for the push. Shifu just tucks in to the angle. Dashes the name to the first. Seen a player over the top as well. It's Ingwish, who is looking for the quick trade, but he's not fast enough. Gets slain by Shifu, and that'll drop him.
I love that from Shifu as well. He knows the exact play he's trying to make as well. You can't just be running around with a DBS feeling that's going to solve all your problems, because sometimes you just have to take the initiative, and Shifu caught him by surprise with the jump shot through the air, tries to eliminate that ease of use of the DBS, making him swing the shot. But MADBULLS do find their quarry there over towards Dagestan in the midst of that, meaning that they're so low now on players. MUERTE struggling to make their way in. Noshi still on the cliff face in that south side, just watching as this game unfolds. At least a 7th place position, but with the amount of solos still in this match, that could change very quickly.
It's going to get topsy-turvy quite quickly. DMR playing on the edge of the blue as well. They know that all of these crosshairs are going to be honed in on them from the MADBULLS if they do try and push up. So they play the slower game, basically just Malloy that is completely isolated. He's going to have to try and play a little bit ratty on this one. Or potentially just see how long he can keep himself alive in the blue with the medkits to be used. Havlik's POV here as well for excuse me, that are having a good day of play once again as well. Beck with a spam through the smoke. Oh, in a position to punish as he connects onto the back and leaves them looking lifeless. And Noshi, man, still there. He had that opportunity to strike on the black earlier, didn't take it. Now he's right behind him once again. So there's so many small nuances into this one, but he's fired off the bullet. He's given up the game. They know where he is now and they can turn on him. And look at this squad, all pushing in together, trying to flank from the left and the right, hit him with a good night. Nades over the top. Black and Co will go for the peak. And Noshi, he's just waiting, belly on the ground. Is he ready to punish? Awkward fight. The bullet's just ripping into the floor. He's looking like a geologist, blank. This isn't what you want to do.
Oh, mate, he's chipping away at the ground, but he's finding nothing. He's about to be fossilized himself as, excuse me, he's just going to keep him on the barest edge of this blue soon. Quickly, Havlik finds the headshot. That's him gone. Back to the sediment with you, son. MADBULLS off towards that south side. We'll be looking over towards, excuse me, with such an insane spot now, with a little bit of high ground to play around. Unicorn, it's all but done for. Fleekate sends the nade across. And really for MADBULLS, they're going to have to show some of that MADBULLS magic if they want to go up against excuse me in a 3v4. They're all crunched into one position. And look at excuse me's lineup. It's unbeatable.
Yeah, this is unreal. The way they're playing it right now is towards absolute perfection. It's put together so precisely. And they're just working the numbers game. Kazakh team down in third. All about the MADBULLS now, but this herd has been thinned. There's only 2 of them remaining, and they're being pushed on. The aggression coming out from excuse me. They send him in through the front. You've got one player in the back line, Toluca. He was trying to be the tripwire to buy them some time, but it's not going to work out. They've all got to push in towards the house now, spamming across, but Havlik will light them up and steal away the chicken dinner. So excuse me, picking up a big win today.
come through the polymer bullet tip there for, excuse me, take down the MADBULLS. There's nothing they can do about that one. What a game from them playing from the high ground too. I mean, they quickly picked up that spot. Once again, I think, excuse me, they're great at Sanhok. They're great at finding those little openings. And again, they're just refining that gameplay, right? It's almost edge sweeping with a little bit of that quick take on the compounds towards the center in the end game. It's a very, very cool bit of tech that they're using right now, because I don't think a lot of teams can pull that off in the same way. Teams are either edge sweepers or you're a central based team, but excuse me can like move between the both of them. They're very fluid.
Yeah, dude, they move like water. They go with the flow, and it's great to see, man. Like, they look super impressive. I feel like the branding's great as well. They've got all the innings of a very exciting team to see taking chicken dinners. And there's so much more time for that chicken to be claimed today. So don't go anywhere. At most, grab yourself a drink, because when we come back after the break, we'll be sliding into some more exciting action. We'll see you in a few.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back to PMPL EU. This is Max, and we're going to be breaking down the game that we have just seen because, excuse me, once again, the dominant performance, that consistency, those limbs, the teamwork is coming through clutch.
I really enjoyed how Blank broke it down too, and I've been going back through the circle changes that we've had this game. They are so good at alternating between the edge and the center. Like, they've been playing earlier, they tried to center in a good position that they can hold on for the long term, and then they've been trying to play that edge sweep playstyle. They did it versus Nexus at some point, trying to get control of that ridge line above the road trifecta where KASIK team and also MADBULLS are currently playing at. And the thing is, it's not only the fact that they're good at rotating now, they're just so aggressive. The moment they had those knocks onto MADBULLS, it was like, we'll send it, Janiro. We're going to take control of this game. We're going to get that chicken dinner, get a bunch of limbs on board. And I just love this new version of Excuse Me that was so different from what we had at the start of the tournament. But this is a team that I would say could go the entire way if this is the new normal we can expect from Excuse Me.
Yeah, and when we're looking at Excuse Me, that is such a top performance. I mean, we can look towards the bottom of the rankings. Game Lord, Gladiators, Major Pride are in there, something that we don't really see very often. Avalanche managed to get themselves a point, but realistically, they will need a little bit more than that to be able to top the tables. But all in all, this is kind of, Excuse Me, once again, taking it to the top, and KASIK Gaming even pushing quite aggressively as well, and they do get punished for it a little bit. When we're looking at the performances from Excuse Me this time around, I mean, Havlik, Furia, they're doing a very great job.
When you have such little damage received and such high damage output, like that goes to show that when you're taking fights, you're in good positions that's hard to contest with. And especially Havlik has slowly stood up as like a really top contender, especially with Furia. Like their nade game is on point, it's fair to say, for them. Though, if there's a team that I'd talk about potentially a little bit is Shockwave. The reason why I did predict them, I thought they had a really good entry point this game. But they just allowed the MUERTE to leapfrog their position and get denied. And I feel like I found the issue with Shockwave that I wasn't too sure at the start. But looking back on these 2 games already, Shockwave are way slower on their rotations, Janiro. And they're being gate-kept, held out of circles a lot more than what they used to do. So they need to speed things up because we know they are very good when it comes to team fighting, especially Snowix has really stood up recently with Terminus, but yeah, they just don't get in those late game circles as often as they used to. And I don't know if it's because they're slower or if because teams around them are a lot faster on the rotates, but they're kind of getting like bullied in these late game scenarios, which is not great to see before heading in the finals.
Yeah, another team I kind of want to highlight this time around, Max, is going to be KONINA Power. So they managed to get a couple of elimination points. They get a point for the placement, but it's one of the teams that you mentioned earlier today that you are expecting, or at least hoping, that they'll be having a better performance than we've seen from them in the last couple of play days.
Yeah, they had themselves that first great game over on Miramar, right, which that was an absolute banger that I was hoping to see. Then a little bit of down tendency, it does happen. They did go for, I think, some smart macro rotations this game. They were getting themselves in a northern position. They read the circle and how the teams were going to rotate extremely well. But unfortunately, in a terrain like this, when you have such a strong trifecta compound in play, by the way, really rare, these, I think it was phase 7, had all 3 parts of this compound in play. You're just going to get absolutely wrecked the moment you get remotely close to this compound. So they tried their best, didn't quite work out, but they still got themselves a few placement points and eliminations. And as you saw there, Excuse Me in the replays, the instant they get that opening knock or 2, full send it, cross the road, smoke out vision away, use the nades, everything you have in your arsenal to just overwhelm the competition and make sure that chicken dinner is not going to slip through the cracks. And look at that, damage overall, 2,000, pretty decent amount above the rest of the competition.
Yeah, I mean, they're absolutely killing it in terms of the damage that they're carrying. I mean, KASIK Gaming as well as MADBULLS doing quite well in terms of the damage. These are the teams that you're expecting to show up. I think Dagestan, again, is the one that kind of creeping up to the top of the table. So we've seen them perform really well last game. They're doing pretty good this game around. So it brings the question of whether that consistency is going to be rolling throughout the rest of the day. But it feels like now that the pressure is on, Dagestan have genuinely stepped up and they're dealing with it quite well.
I love it how Shifu was, I think he had an M4 or an MG3 and had at some point, and he went head-to-head, face-to-face up against a DBS, and he still dominated because he just has such an aggressive playstyle that works so well, and he's just going to full send it. He doesn't care if it works out, and when it's Shifu, it tends to work out a lot more than it tends to fail for him. So yeah, I mean, we kept talking about Shifu, right, Janiro? He was our lad, our boy from PMEC, and I'd love to see what's going to happen for him next season, because this being like his first time in this lobby with all these CIS teams, I'd be hyped to see what's going to happen next season. Is he going to get picked up by another team? I would love to not see the duo of Keep and Shifu break up, because I think they work really well as a duo. But Shifu as an individual, no, you want to have this guy on this team. He has true potential. Absolutely.
And also looking at the overall, we can see how much these players have impacted the rankings of their teams. Excuse Me sitting on top at 209 points. MADBULLS struggling a little bit with getting some of these points on the table. We're already 2 maps in out of 6 today, so you are kind of expecting them to be climbing up a little bit, but it doesn't really feel to be the case.
I feel like I understand why Excuse Me are called Excuse Me now. They're just saying sorry to MADBULLS because they've eliminated this team just so many times. Every time I see MADBULLS die, I don't know why, it seems like they're dying to the hands of Excuse Me. So I don't know if there's like a vendetta situation happening, a little bit of a love-hate, well, maybe mostly hate relationship between those 2 teams. But yeah, Excuse Me, just get the better of MADBULLS, a team that is renowned for been such a solid team when it comes to those head-to-head fights, but Excuse Me has just been absolutely on top, absolutely on fire, and so many individual players have been looking strong. And already 200 points at this point of the phase is pretty insane, so I'd love to see how the rest of the day is going to go. But yeah, I keep saying it, I sound like a broken record, but it has to be said, they are the surprise of phase 3.
Absolutely. We're going to be heading into casters, but before we do so, thank you, Monster, for helping us get through today. As we said, it's 6 maps in totals. 2 have been covered. We're going to go into the third. It's going to be Erangel. So, Jackie and Blank, guys, take it away.
Okay, a little bit of Miramar on the table then, Blank, as we move into our 4th game of the day, mate. Wait, am I already in my
You're in the
brain?
future, bro.
Oh, yeah.
You've got
How
that
many games
temporal
we played?
gland flowing right now.
I'm already thinking about the next game, Blank. I see VP winning. It's Miramar. They've won the whole game, Blank.
You know, I'm a bit worried now because I feel like that might be a possibility. But yeah, heading over towards Erangel. Miramar, we're coming up next. Don't worry. Jackie's just living in the future. That's fine. That's just what he does. That's how he
I
be.
jumped from different timelines. It's a whole thing.
That's okay. Yeah, that's how he's getting these predictions so correct. He's like really trying hard, not allowing his future knowledge to pass into some of his predictions, and that's okay. But he's doing well off the back of it. But heading over towards Erangel right now, we will be heading over towards this bit of an eastern playing path at the moment, Jackie. So slightly awkward for some of these teams. I think we've had a lot of games recently where these initial openings to the matches have been a bit more difficult to play around with. Obviously, North George, a bit more inaccessible. Primorsk for Dark Project, who I believe are playing in this match, should be a bit of a struggle to get over there. Even for AAR, getting towards Gatka is a bit more difficult. So what I'm assuming to see is a couple of teams heading down this way, try and pick up the vehicles. Already you can see Gladiators popping out of the plane. Major Pride sometimes try and pick this one up too, but it looks like they've seen the shoots and opted to think better of that one. Want to keep hold of all their players. Think there's enough vehicles down towards Novorep to deal with this themselves. So a lot of interesting different tactics that'll be pulled out this game to ensure that they have the best start possible.
All right, in for a bit of a treat for this one then, really. I also, you know, want to sort of hone in a little bit on Major Pride as well. I feel like this is a good time for them to potentially have more of a game that kind of fits their play style. We've seen them go for some very similar sort of early game starting strategies onto this one in the past. So hopefully we'll get a bit more of the big Dino effect. They'll start dealing some damage, break out of their cages, somewhat like an island full of dinosaurs that's being used for tourism, Blank.
Hopefully. I mean, this might just be time for it to be their world in this match. Take control of it, start laying down those monster treads and squashing the opposition, because so far I've been a bit worried about Major Pride. They're still getting towards those end games, and I feel like maybe I'm just in my head about this whole thing, because they're still getting those good games. They're still getting that consistency, and we are praising, excuse me, for some similar performances. I think it's just we expect a bit more. Palucci, though, again, was on a tear that last game, gets the reload through. Oh, I thought he was going for more there.
God, yeah, the fact that he literally had the chance to get the full reload off, I'm actually thinking maybe he does just swing up again, hit another one pump, knock another man down, see what he can do from there. But a little bit too much for him. Kept it close, though. Kept us on our toes.
He did. I mean, sweaty fingers try to palm that 12 gauge back into the shotgun towards the end. I mean, I would be nervous as anything in that situation, but Palucci, yes, still keeps it cool and collected, just what you like to see from KONINA Power, who are currently sat on that 12th place position, right on that bubble, mate. Right on that bubble of being knocked out from that Vikendi at the end of the day. Still, we got 3 more matches to play before that does occur, before that cut-off does come through. Behind them is Dagestan, 115 points, not playing this match. So KONINA Power, they've got that extra match on them this time around. So I think that even with 3 players, they understand they've got to make this game count.
Yeah, need to have a big placement, or at least be able to really pad those stats with the limbs and be able to build off the back of that. I'm curious what DP will have to show for us for today as well, because already they've taken a ton of chip damage. They've looked like they've been at least kept somewhat in check for the opening moments. But I've liked seeing a bit more from DP. It's felt like, again, they seemed a bit more aggressive. I suppose maybe that is the madness effect spread amongst the team, and they've been looking like they are ready to scrap a little bit more. When this was the first contact we had, it was actually Robs on the weight. So that's the way that they suffered their first loss. Classic Robs maneuver.
Very classic Rose maneuver there. Yeah, 100% just scutting around in the darkness there with his soft-soled boots on to ensure no one can hear him coming. But yeah, for Wait there, it's a bit unfortunate they lose him in the early game. We know how much impact this guy has been having in these matches. So losing him right off the get-go is a bit unfortunate because you did need that stopping power coming through from that lad to actually get further in this game. I think DP have suffered in the past from a bit of greediness. I think that's something that's come back to bite them now because a lot more teams are starting to take that central position and good teams as well to boot. And I don't think Dark Project can start like playing this mind game with a lot of these teams where they force them into engagements with one another and then pick up the pieces afterwards, which has worked very well in the past. But I just think that some of these teams now are just ascending past what Dark Project are able to achieve, and that greediness just isn't coming back in the way of those pots of gold that they would like anymore. Game Lord do find that initial knock, and that's going to set them steady in their original drop spot in Yasnaya. And I like the fact they haven't been challenged in Yasnaya very often, even though it can comfortably hold two teams on either side of the road. But even so, this is one of the first times they get challenged, yet they're able to quickly find that opening knock. So Game Lord not cowed by that initial hot drop.
No, not scared. Not going to be knocking them for 6. But half of 6 is 3, and that's the total chicken dinners that we've seen picked up for VP. And they've been looking a lot better. It's nice to see the change of pace for VP, man. I know I'm starting to sound like the #1 VP supporter, but I've got to say, the plow have been commanding respect, and I've got a lot of time for it, Blank. I'm willing to give them my time.
Yeah, that's fair. You are the #1 supporter. That's okay. We accept that here. That's absolutely fine. A little bit, just a tiny bit of biasness. That's okay. But support is really what you're bringing more than anything.
Exactly.
It's support for them in their time of need, where they are 2 placements behind, 99 points. They need to have a good game, a couple of good matches. And I said that KONINA Power, and you said as well, they need to pad their stats this match, even though they're down to 3 players. I will say one thing. They have had a very nice day today, just in terms of a limbs. And again, it's when that pressure comes down to it, when you're like, right, today we have to perform. Sometimes you can get in your head and then start to make some mistakes here and there. It feels like KONINA Power, they've taken that pressure and run with it. It's actually added to their performance a little bit here, understanding the urgency of today. And I like that a lot from KONINA Power. Still right on the edge, the barest edge at least. But again, this match still quite important for them because they're not out of the woods yet.
No, still need a couple more swings of the machete to get out of the big forest they have been trapped in. But like you were saying, they have been pretty crisp today. So hopefully, a few more elims here, a few more elims there. Nice little bit of placement. We could see them start to claw their way back up. Major Pride on the rotation as well. The Lions Pride always sticks together. Although it is more Gooses that tend to fly together, Blank. I think Lions kind of, you know, they do their own thing.
Yeah, like to have a little rest together, you know, just over in the savannas. That's absolutely fine. But I think for Major Pride, definitely hunting down these teams at the moment as a bit of a pack, I'd say. In the Jiu-Jitsu, UAZ there, dropping people with the karate chop to the back of the neck a lot of these games, especially towards Gladiators on that Erangel, Miramar, sorry, coming through with the nades onto the longhouse. That was very nicely played. Picked their moment very well, and I felt like that could have been a Major Pride win if it wasn't for the fact that we had squeezed as many teams, I reckon, as possible into that final circle. I don't think they were quite aware of the amount of teams that are able to snake their way in, especially being right at the top of that hilltop as well. Basically, your sight lines around that building don't start coming to effect until you're actually in the compound itself. So for Major Pride, I think it's just a bit of an unsuspected ending for them. And I really do want to see some more chicken dinners through from this team. I think that they have the chops to do it. Right now, maybe they're just conserving themselves a little bit, waiting for that finals. They know that they've done enough. But again, those PMGC points from the overall standings, which will feed into your qualification at the end of the year, still important. Any points they get now is going to move forward into that next season when they're playing as a team again.
You still got to give every game everything you've got. And that's kind of what we've seen from a lot of the other teams. It feels like there's almost that extra sort of 20% going into this last week that's really brought everyone up to contend as much as they can to steal away a spot Going in towards finals. Having a quick glance at the circle here though, Nexus up to their old shenanigans with a very late rotate. We've seen this becoming more of their sort of pride and passion with the way they like to play it. Have those slower games, really pilfer everything they can from what is inside of the blue, and then look to fight late game. Bit of a scrap going on here as well towards the center of the circle, as there is just so many teams trapped on top of one another, and you basically have all the third parties for the pickings if you want to try and instigate this.
It's going to be difficult for some of these lads because, again, like you say, if you take a fight in this open area, you're more than likely going to have a team that's rocking up behind you to go for that third party whilst you're engaged on your own fight yourself. I think MADBULLS there were able to take down one of the players from VIRTUS.PRO as they're sent further down towards that southeast side. So not the best of starts for them. They can still work with this. They head towards that watchtower just outside of Yasnaya. Look over towards Major Pride, who have stopped off there towards a position where they can get some scouting done outside towards that circle itself. We can pretty much classify that bottom edge past the lake of Yasnaya and Rozhok out of the game now. So a little bit less playing space available as we are heading further and further up towards Severny Way. Nice ridge sides around this position, a couple of hilltops available to be playing on, but not a huge amount of compounds either. So it's going to be a bit more of that hardcover warfare, looking for those rocks to play around, snaking in towards those end games, and smokes are going to be super important. And, you know, we can bring that back towards Nexus now as well, because the fact that they've been looting up for so long, they have a lot of utility. The issue is some of that utility will have to be used to break into the circle itself, but the amount they have in that end game will be a gargantuan difference to some of these teams who have made the quick rotate inwards.
Yeah, and that's sort of been their boon for a lot of these games as well. You see, like, when we cut to their POVs, you've got players with 6 to 9 nades. Everyone just looks so content. They really do stack themselves all the way to the top of the rafters if they can. And that pays out massive dividends the longer the game goes on, when we get into those awkward fights where the difference of one smoke and a well-placed nade could be you actually clutching out a chicken dinner or not. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for that. We'll have a look at them at some point. Monkey here for Major Pride, though, with his wits about him, listening out and seeing what he can spot as well. And that's DMR, relatively spread out. So MUERTE actually keeping themselves all across the map here, looking for the early contact. Monkey finally reveals himself in the vehicle as well. Such a far distance engagement to kick off on. So he bides his time. On a drive back, he takes a few bullets out initially. Milky Way will relay this info back over to his team and try and link up with the rest of the squad down towards the compound as well. If they can force the fight from Major Pride closer towards that, that's where they would want it. VP seems to be somewhat in the mix of it as well, with Singly and Off Haze trapped down towards the middle there, just further out.
Yeah, I mean, for Monkey, pretty ambitious shot to be taking. But again, if you want to just like claim that territory, which they certainly will want to do now, they can regroup up towards that watchtower on the south side, just towards that west side of Yasnaya. Nexus forced to make this rotation happen now, but I think they would have much rather sent up towards Yaz Fields, towards one of those compounds. So a slightly unfortunate rotate for them towards this western edge, which is very, very packed. In the meantime, VIRTUS.PRO trying to get stuck on it towards that watchtower itself on the eastern side, but again sent back. So no matter where VIRTUS.PRO have gone so far, they have been finding a little bit of a barrier in their wake. So unfortunate there. VIRTUS.PRO have to go back to just hiding in the fields, but it looks like MADBULLS are going to rock up on their position in the gas station.
Yeah, they know that they're already somewhat stunned and low on resources, so they look to try and capitalize with the timing. Pushed all the way up, used the nades for the early engagement, but they scarper on this one, realizing that not only is there one team to deal with, you've also got KONINA Power just really trying to Tokyo drift their way back into this one. Contact now onto Major Pride as well. So this is about 4 different squads, all stacked on top of each other. And you're just looking at the damage coming out from the distance. Vehicle blown up from far away, so that will knock down one of them. Happy could actually be in a great spot to build off this. He knows where most of the angles in play are. Got a bit of geometry as well to work with back here, but does opt for the rotation down towards the further tree. He can push in with this. His teammate's already in the front line as well. Disgrim that launches himself out the vehicle, and they're just hard capitalizing. But Frozen, he's no pushover. Quick switch onto the shotty, spams out through the window, downs one man, and makes it easier to defend. Problem is, they've got nades on either side. You're going to open the door, dash in the nade. This will force them into the other one that's been thrown in through Disgrim. And now they're just looking for the sole defender in Frozen. Misses the first tap with a pump, couldn't down him. So that's MADBULLS gone.
Yeah, DBS might have been a different story there, but the pump action just not quite good enough for those moments where you have to be pinpoint accurate on that initial shot. And if they've got a nice vest on the top of them, it is almost impossible to go for the one shot there. Actually, first time I've ever seen that really in this game from KONINA Power. I love that little move where you saw, I think it was Fash coming through the vehicle, just clips the front side of the bonnet with the back of the vehicle onto him, which makes both those players spin out, and Fash is able to get forward. And after that, it's just easy pickings for MUERTE, and KONINA Power just send away to a compound right on the edge of the lake and actually make it. I think that's with 3 players still alive. So massively ruining the day there for MADBULLS, who could have assaulted that gas station. But I think VIRTUS.PRO made enough noise that MADBULLS assumed there was a full squad there already.
And these little scrappy bouts have been continuing as well. It's DP that pushed back up to take the previous little shed that was claimed by Milky Way and co. And they're just playing further down. They've got a bit of a read onto this. You've got NEXUS way up on towards the high ground as well with a hill with Unicorns of Love on the opposing side. And flicking back over towards SHOCKWAVE, they're actually being pushed upon now. They're basically just playing around the edge of the blue towards the elevated position, top of the hill. But this is Gladiators that have got the info they needed, started to spread themselves out, and they already set up for the late flank that could pay dividends. Bit of damage done back onto them. And that'll be the difference of all the nades that SHOCKWAVE seem to have in the back pockets as well. You can just spam those out and force them back. It's going to be so awkward to fight uphill like this.
Yeah, it's a really strong position that SHOCKWAVE currently hold. I think it's weakened by the fact that it's going to be pushed in by the blue, but for Gladiators, they need to ensure they don't get a knock early on here. They need to survive the majority of this one. Latte has to send out as a nade goes into the backside of the building, and Discrim right now doing some good work for the team, but Unicorns of Love not long behind them, hot on the heels. Noshi goes down, and Discrim doing an unreal amount of work. Beast might be next on the plate.
Oh, bullets constantly barraging out from Discrim. Man's even got time to pull out the bandages and sort himself out. Realizes though, he's got to focus on being a bit of a field medic here. Drops out both of the smokes to shroud the angle and calls over for his teammates to get closer so he can at least get them back up and try and reset. Meanwhile, no chance for VP to reset as they're being pushed upon mid-heel. Aces dives over the fence in the back. He knows exactly where Offhaze is. Misses the first few shots. He's giving him timing to play with. Man can clap back on this now. Offhaze turning things on a dime, spammed out through the close connection on the window though, and still falls. The VP go down with just one trade on the fight for the compound. Michi as well suffering as NEXUS have been able to roam up and dispatch the Unicorns of Love and finally get themselves stuck into the action. Big spam from EXO, and that will actually connect onto the player in the smoke as well.
Yeah, it's going to be an unreal finish here, Jackie. Honestly, just with how much open ground is in this area, you expect Erangel to be one of those matches that has a couple of compounds that teams are playing in. You got Snakes on the side playing that sweep area, but these teams are forced into fight after fight after fight. Discrim trying to bring his team back into the fold has done so much for them, but it's finally done so there. Drop down, Unicorns Love up top side, able to get most of their players back up on their feet. It's Gladiators who have to go toe-to-toe versus SHOCKWAVE. Kitsune comes out with the DBS. Quick switch on the side.
Oh, Kitsune diving around the corner. Man's the woodcutter right now, but he needs to cut his way through the opposition. Spam in the back. That'll be the trade. Gladiators go down, out in 10-4 on this one as they finish off, but SHOCKWAVE still standing. Not for long. In the back, it's Game Lord pulling up to the party as the bullets will be able to slow down any reign of terror that potentially Gladiators wanted to go on off the back of this. And this is just the definition of a scrappy game now. You can see the way there is no respite for anyone, just consistent barrages coming down. You have to try and really pick and choose when you can back off to even go for a bit of a hill. And Game Lord, they've closed the gap as well. You've still got nades in the back pockets. They can use those to try and force out what remains of a very damaged, rough looking around the edges SHOCKWAVE.
Oh, it's absolute carnage, this game, mate. Honestly, I think the admins in the back on a couple of tow trucks to remove the mess of teams in this game and get them out to send ourselves towards this final battlefield, which is going to be really rough. It's going to be a lot of mechanical skill left on the plate here for these teams to actually win this one out. Gun skills have to be at an all-time high because you have to win these engagements, you have to win these 1v1s where it's just you and another dude outside in an open field. NEXUS, though, in in a really strong spot. I think it was actually in phase 1 we saw Nexus win a game from this position over towards the, I think it's the crates on that side. It's a good spot to be in. I think there is the scrappy remains of vehicles there, which is just a testament to what's happened in this match. But it's one of the few positions that still has a little bit of cover, which is why you see Octavian quickly regrouping with the rest of his squad. That is the safest spot to be in right now.
With how uncomfortable this has been in the past few moments for Shockwave, I'm surprised they recover so well. They're able to communicate across who needs what, quickly dive behind the cover they put up, using the vehicles to block off a few of the lines of sight, get themselves refueled, and then just play around this. KASIK team as well, in the back of the hills here. You might actually have a bit of a maneuver. You could potentially find a few pot shots in the back and build off the back of this. It's still somewhat a stalemate as well with Shockwave and GameLord. They forced them out of position early, made it uncomfortable. They've got the high ground to work with as well. And still, with the constant peppering that's been going out, you've got low HP on these players. And they're just trying to bide their time for the face. Oh, hell of a peek though. Aza, the laser beam, as he will burn his way through that one.
Yeah, red dot right on the top of NAVALO's head there, and he barely saw anything before he was struck down. KONINA Power, they know they have to have a big game here, get some eliminations, get a nice position in this match for the rest of KASIK. They're coming in thick and fast at the moment. English up to front, Abolodoi last remaining, but a quick jump out the side. And look at this, KONINA Power living through. Striker last remaining, unlikely to breach on this compound now. Most of the vehicles went forward, calling Agor's in to come over, get that res from a safe position. Striker might just be in range for these nades. A double prediction for Major Pride from the desk, Nexus from the boys here on the cast. Looking to see what happens here. I think that we're prioritizing the amount of loot that Nexus still have on board with that good compound. The guys on desk looking for Major Pride to go for a decent sweep from the south side, but it's already starting off pretty poorly as one of the players goes down.
It's a little bit rough for them, and it could get a whole lot worse as well. Aza finally picked off as well. As they've been trapped for so damn long, they've basically been locked in a never-ending bout up against GameLord, but it's all about Nexus right now. Doran, he knows to just keep on shooting as he will swing out for the action there. Hits the connection off onto the first man. No contest from either angles as well, and Beast is so far away, he can't really provide any support. This could actually be the opportunity for Shockwave to try and bail out as well and create a little bit of distance for themselves. And Nexus are just all over the shop. They're set up to take up every fight they want.
I love this. They're out of bounds the Sanctuary right now, but they're looking more for that sweep on the edge, looking for more damage towards these players. Nade doesn't quite fully do the job there, but Doran, like we said earlier, they've got tons of utils still on board. 3 nades available. Noshi most likely going to go down to this nade, or at least take a heavy hit. Quickly, Doran just has to step up. Has a Grozer in the back pocket too. He is going to be lasering players down here.
And that's Unicorns of Love gone. It was Beast that was the last man left, but he's been bonneted as the vehicle will boot him out of the server. Exo, way far back. He's been trying to play the long con with this. He was taking little pot shots whenever he saw an opportunity and just providing overwatch for the team. But Shockwave, from down in the ditch where they have been trapped for so damn long, get the knockoff, which will be a free conversion as well. There's no chance of going on a rotate mission to get him back up into the fight, so Nexus have to concede the one man and pay the price for that one. I just can't believe how long Shockwave have been surviving like this.
Yeah, I mean, they've done a marvellous job to get down there. They've set up the vehicles, exposed them all at this point in time. Exo just tries to move out the smoke to get a little bit of extra information, what he can do with his dying breath. And as his eyes close, identify that Shockwave's in a bad spot of their own. GameLord up towards that northeast side as well, but it's Major Pride with Monkey right in the center. Have a decent position, but again, remember, it is such open ground here. AR on that southwest edge. They did have the gas station themselves. They have some vehicles to play around with. They've not been in too many engagements. Doran, though, takes shots and will find NAVALO in the process, really making this engagement difficult between Shockwave and GameLord now. They'll both be coming into the circle, feeling fairly battered.
Oh, this is the prime scenario as well for Team KASIK. The last remaining member and striker, he has been stealthy. He's been like a snake, weaving his way through the grass, waiting for the opportunity to pounce on the opposition. And KP could play into that trap. They didn't see him in the back. Have no reason to really focus on it with the fights that they're getting stuck into right now. So striker late game could be a bit of a thorn in their side. Whilst the battle still rages on here, Game Lord finally capitalizing on the damage they have been dealing towards SHOCKWAVE consistently throughout this one. They collapse upon him and start to wipe the slate clean as this game continues. I'm still so curious about our positional play as well for Striker. We'll see if he gets stuck in onto the back of KP here, because they've set their attention on Major Pride, and they're now trapped between a double-edged sword as well. That's ARR on the left-hand side that are biting back at them, so they've got to reposition with this. And Nomi, he's not going back. Man's going straight forward, wants to drive into the smoke with a vehicle and see if he can surprise them. No one playing on the lip of it. Dives out of the vehicle to instead have his gun about him, but Tapok claims from the distance, switches out to the other gun as well, but couldn't quite get it over the back of the bonnet. He'll be left on his knees, and Nomi looks to continue. Will he be pleased with this play, or will he be slain? Lots of damage on Abika, and finally they trade back, but so much commotion caused.
This is such a good game from KONINA Power, though. We said they had to have a strong one here, and losing that player right off the get-go, we thought that their rip on this game was practically done. But they have made some really dangerous and risky movements to ensure their game has made it as far as possible. And they had to move up further in the rankings. Remember, they were right on that edge, and they certainly have pulled out a machete, polished that thing up, sharpened it up as well, and they're cutting through the jungle like nothing else here on Erangel. Game Lord still going strong, though. 6 eliminations for them. Nexus being a bit too easy breezy at the moment, though, I would say. Having a lot of players just circling around towards that center, maybe opening themselves up to a bit too much to handle.
Kapahala just peering out through the window, watching and waiting to see if he can strike on anyone. Game Lord, they've had good momentum. They've been able to get themselves into fights at just the right time. They haven't overcommitted as well, and that's been a lot of their saving grace. They've been basically controlling this one location of the map for a sheer while. And only now, really, they're going to be tested too heavily. Next to set themselves up with the abundance of utility they had from scavenging for the extra time inside of the blue in the early game. And this is what we said's really worked out for them in these late games. Even when they're down numbers, they just have so many bells and whistles that they're able to take fights, back off, reset, and then come back in fresh whilst you're on your last legs in terms of what your backpack has. Talking about being on your legs as well, man is still crawling. Striker has gone unnoticed. I was thinking he was going to try and use that opportunity to third party in a fight with KP. Instead, he wants none of that. He just wants to play it for a placement as long as possible.
Grazing his belly down there on that southeast side, but he's certainly making it happen for KASIK team. Already at least grabbing that 4th place position of KONINA Power. Don't spot him earlier on, but can be certainly that thorn in the side. And he has a bit of a grudge match versus that team, honestly. Kapahala going down, had to escape that building earlier on. Narvalo also falls, and Doran looks to see if he can pick up the pieces with a nice nade over the top. Octavian has to deal with Akashi as he moves through the field. KONINA Power might pick up on that. He just turns round, and Doran with the Groza can't quite finish off the job, but explodes in the process.
Oh, this is worst case scenario. He's driven back to home turf, but the car's detonated and the whole team's burst. Game Lord losing out on that one. It looked like they were about to set themselves up to really cause some menacing plays. Octavian barely surviving, probably his heart pounding as he dropped back down towards the ground, but it could not have gone better. They blow the vehicle up, they engage off the back of the fight, reset from it, and Nexus, if they can get the res off onto Kapahala, you've still got a 3-player squad. The same could not be said for Team KASIK. That is just one man. It's just Striker. Only other team that could match them in numbers right now is KONINA Power, that have been going from strength to strength today.
A really good game, considering they started off with so little members, but that was quite a few nades they were invested in. Nothing found on the side of Nexus. Able to get Kapahala back up on his feet as well. He's been crawling that entire time to at least give his team an opportunity, constantly looking towards that end game. Really good stuff coming through from Nexus. And I think that's just a bit of hesitation coming through from KONINA Power. They heard all that engagement happening, opted to stick towards this side of the map. But now Nexus, they're going to have to come over the top side of this hill, view over towards the guys from KONINA Power. Doran currently has a nice spot, and with that Groza, he is going to be absolutely devastated in that close range.
We had Robs the Robber yesterday, and it could be Striker the Stealer today if he's able to reveal himself at just the right time.
Versus KONINA Power as well. Second time it would have happened.
History repeats itself, Blank. But are the history books going to have the pages torn out? Aggression being shown once again from Nexus. They're trying to take the map control away, make it awkward, and this is where these nades are really going to pay dividends. Still 4 of them for Kapahala alone, and he's got a good right arm on him. Knows how to get the trajectory right where he wants it, consistently landing around the back of the player in the smoke as well, making it awkward for him to get out. He's losing health, Blank. He's got to bail.
He knows there, and he's actually, I think this might be on target, and Agorizin continues to run through this smoke, understands where Abolodoi is out inside of that shack. Bahala gets in the vehicle, brings it forward, knows they're going to need some impromptu cover, but Fash is there, ready and waiting to pop out when he needs to. Kapahala swings around the side, and Fash just about find it. Goodness me.
The connection from Fash could be all the difference they need. Now they're engaging on this. They're all going to capitalize. They're going for the back. Nexus from a prime position. They go down third in this one because Striker is still alive. But finally the surprise is there. KONINA Power will not let him steal away any glory, as they not only go off in terms of the kills, the eliminations that they were racking up, but they pop off with a chicken dinner as well. That's huge, Blank.
I mean, it looks like they armed the defense system tonight, at least, able to make sure that no one breaks into the house and takes the chicken dinner out of the oven that they've been cooking for 4 hours, marinating that bad boy. But I think for KONINA Power, a tough game for them, that they really just weathered the storm through. Really, really good game. And I think they 100% deserve that chicken dinner. Yes, they're a little bit hesitant towards that end game, but they understood that they had the majority of the hardcover on that side. Happy to wait that one out versus Nexus. Just placed themselves in a good position throughout the entirety of that match. If it wasn't for the fact that Abolodoi is able to solo those 2 players from KASIK, that doesn't happen. So there is this real will to live right now for KONINA Power that I'm 100% loving.
No, it's sick. It's so good to see the whole roster kind of revitalized. They feel like they're, you know, the 4 fingers, I suppose, in this instance on one hand. Yeah. They're working in tandem, Blank, and that's what we need to see. But what you'll be seeing is even more exciting PUBG Mobile action here as the day rages on. For now, we'll head over to a brief commercial break, and then we'll set our stage for our next game of the day.
Hello, welcome back to the Analyst Desk. Hope you guys enjoyed the little break. I'm Jeannie, this is Max, and we're going to break down how KONINA Power just weathered through an incredible storm to be able to close out that game and get themselves a very well-deserved chicken dinner. But before we do so, don't forget to tune into our socials because Max got the meme game going. There's a QR code down there that you can scan and it will take you to our socials. But there is also a very important survey that we would like your help and your feedback from. So click on the survey, find the survey, fill out the survey, send the survey. Yes. Max, let's jump right into this because KONINA Power was not really on anyone's list of predictions in terms of teams that were going to close this out, but they were on your radar for showing up today.
For the day, exactly. And KONINA Power has impressed me a lot throughout their 3 games so far today. They're going to have their one break a little bit later on in the day, so that's going to be cool for them to have. But 18 points on the board, chicken dinner 2, very controlling chicken dinner, I'd say, Junioro for sure. And the reason why I didn't predict them is because they were edge of circle, there was not a lot of good terrain to hold in the center, and KASIK team was about to crash them. KASIK team just got destroyed almost instantly the moment they came into contact with KONINA Power, except for Striker. That could have been an issue later on down the line, but what I loved especially about KONINA Power this game was how they third-partied that ARR Esports versus Major Pride fight. Major Pride, I think, understood, oh, we're pinched, we need to take a fight to or KONINA Power or ARR Esport, which at the time is the play you have to go for because you know there's no easy way out of that fight. But KONINA Power, the instant they hear those gunshots, we're going to take control of this ridgeline, and the moment the fight ends between ARR and Major Pride, we're going to pick up the pieces, and once those 2 teams are dead, you're pretty much the only team left in the southern edge, and you just can go for these splits and make sure that no team can be of any competition against that chicken dinner. So yeah, good control from KONINA Power, and it seems like they're getting just more confident every single game, Junioro, which I'm loving.
Yeah, confidence is also translating into the amount of eliminations and damage that they've been putting out. Like, yes, Nexus Gaming is on top. They have 1 more elim. They have about 500 more damage, which is a great stat to have. But they didn't have the control over the positioning as much as KONINA Power did. So, a well-deserved chicken dinner.
Yeah, well-deserved one. Though Nexus, I'm looking at them too. They get themselves some insane amount of control up north. I even liked what they were doing with Exo Machino. They were trying to get a sneaky backstab kind of angle onto both Shockwave and Unicorns of Love, which was risque, you could say, to some extent, because the blue zone was really close to his position and then he had to leave and he got denied. But I think that if Nexus had 4 players, maybe we'd be looking at Nexus chicken dinner here. But Nexus are trying some really cool things up north, and their team that's very slow to rotate, but then they make it in these later stages as a 3-4-man team. Like, they have the resources to take on these teams to maybe gun for that chicken dinner. And yeah, this is the fight where we just saw the entirety of KASIK team just get vaporized, it seemed. So that was a very tough fight, but KONINA Power strong at defending their positions.
Yeah, they have, and Nexus Gaming, I mean, they get very close and they've had a very good performance themselves. And again, they're getting points on the board throughout these games, maybe not necessarily in terms of getting that chicken dinner, in terms of getting the most points from replacement, but it's either a podium finish or a lot of elims that they're adding to their tally to further boost up their momentum.
Look at this fight, dude. This is the one Major Pride. You're like, oh, okay, this is a really cool clutch coming out from Nomi. Fantastic. He gets 1, gets 2, and then boom. Oh, he didn't see, unfortunately. He was cut away. But that's when KONINA Power strike and they get their elimination. Full control of the south, and that's when you see in the mini-map top right, they start expanding their terrain, their control in this circle to make sure that Nexus, no matter who they push on, they're going to have these off angles. Like, normally this fight on Fash should have worked out, but Obaldai has the off angle. You just can't escape it. You're going to lose every single one of your players. So the push, I think the idea from Nexus was good, which is, you know, they're going to be very split. You want to fully push as a 3 players on 1 single player, but the off angles make it almost impossible to work out without losing players. And in this case, they lose the entire team. Still a valiant effort from Nexus, 9 elims on board, but KONINA Power's control was too much to deal with.
Yeah, KONINA Power's control was indeed, and we're looking at the damage, which is quite great from Nexus Gaming, but Major Pride and KONINA Power are very much close up. I think also when we're looking at the teams that were performing the best are Erangel, KONINA Power is also always has been one of the teams that does show up. They've always had a consistent performance. Yesterday, we were also saying that that was what we were expecting, and maybe we didn't get it, but today it feels like they have lived up to their name. So we're going to see how that's going to be turning off for the rest of the day. But again, with the games being played, the elimination points as well as the placement points being collected, these standings are, I want to say changing, but then you're looking at it, excuse me, is still on top. Major Pride is still second. They have been closing it out a little bit. And all in all, the teams that we've seen here from the beginning of today, it hasn't really changed too much.
Are we going to see KONINA Power at some point on this first page? I want to see it. I mean, I'm expecting it to happen with results like this. Like, come on, we're going to see KONINA Power at some point breach that. They should be really close, actually, on the second page. I'm hyped. I actually really want to see how close that's potentially going to be. But we're seeing these top teams. They're going to remain at the top. Like, we're not going to expect too many changes. That would be great for Excuse Me. That would be an extra 20 points coming up for them if they remain in first place heading into the finals for this third phase. Major Pride Gladiators 2 will be holding on to that spot. It's close. I mean, you're seeing a little bit of a disparity between that top 3 and fourth place, but here you go. KONINA Power actually just on the cusp, able to jump above KASIK team and AR Esports. Also Dark Product, that's how good of a day they've currently had. And they're on the brink of making it on the first page, and I expect it to happen by the end of this broadcast.
Yeah, and also with the cutoff point today, for the fact that we're going to have that Vikendi map coming through, it's something that you really want to push for as much as possible and get onto. Not just because you can collect extra bonus points, which again are going to very heavily help out, but also because you have a little bit of fun challenges that you can participate in. But the next map coming up is, I'm not going to say a challenge because teams have been doing pretty well on it, and it's going to be Miramar with the Cozy Blankie.
Here we are, the cozy blankie, always keeping you warm and ready for the games, Blank.
100%, dude. It's got to be done. Look, man, if you need to get cuddled up in a duvet for your PUBG mobile action, that's fine. But it's going to get heating up really quick as we head over towards Miramar, and we're going to have some slick moves coming through. Some of these teams, we've seen some really nice rotations on this map so far, particularly from Excuse Me, making some cool moves down from Torre Armada to Los Leones on that south side. Unlikely we'll see something as extreme as that south side push as we did before. But again, San Martin, an enjoyable central position. We've seen Game Lord playing that one. They will be in this game again. Excuse Me, get another chance to really reign supreme over on those standings. Currently breaking that 200-point barrier. Major Pride behind them, 181 points.
Boy, oh boy. Those point tallies really starting to rack up now. I've just been so impressed, man, with like how KONINA Power kind of knew their win condition, knew the keys to victory they had to find today, and have just been able to do it in such a dominant fashion. Not going to be playing here though, so no chance to continue on with the ridiculous success they've been finding for right now. Major Pride and Gladiators also not in the runnings for this one, but Unicorns of Love have had a bit of an unloving day, really, Blank. It feels like, you know, kind of today they've come in and been hit with the unlucky stick. And as we said yesterday, it's more of a log, kind of a tree, really.
Yeah, it's getting larger as we go on. I mean, this is like those massive trees out in Canada, the ones that I could barely even look up for a second before feeling a little bit dizzy with the heights coming through. So for Unicorns of Love, it has been a bit unfortunate. You know, they've got stars swinging around the side of their head at the moment. And I think that, you know, that central playstyle just not been working out as well as they would have liked, dropping down to 15th place now with 98 points. VIRTUS.PRO not quite up towards that 12th place position anymore, but look at KONINA Power, as Max said, quickly ascending the ladder right now. 134 points. They won't be playing in this match, but what a good day from them. Even losing off a player in those first couple of moments of that Erangel, yet still grabbing the chicken dinner for themselves. It's just something beautiful to see. Again, another southern shift on the circle down towards Los Leones once again. Bit more of a favourable playing path though. So this time around we will see rotations coming through from the western side as well as the east from Puerto Paraíso. So a little bit more of a even match towards that centre circle as opposed to have everyone crunched in towards that eastern side.
Bit more of a spread. Like we've said, these teams know nothing of the crunch, so they'll avoid that for now and keep themselves a little bit safer and closer to home. Some potential for the future sailor action as well to be going on, the nautical nonsense towards the coastline there for the MADBULLS. I will say have had their flashes in the pan today, maybe not the same level of consistency, but still the confidence behind the plays that they've been making. Frozen, the one that seems to definitely be the key instigator on that team, kind of feels like he really does just have the confidence to not only hard commit into fights when he sees the opportunity, but really just fight single-handedly as well. Even if his squad are far away, it's interesting to witness. So we'll see how that goes over the course of this one. Rob's as well here. Oh, hello.
Sure, man. Rob's is like still killing it, still strong, but it still feels like, you know, Game Lord quite haven't found that role right just yet in these games. They had a pretty decent performance up towards that northeast side in Erangel that last game, but didn't quite translate that towards that win, to that transition that we're looking for so many times from them. They're just not quite getting it so far, Jackie.
No, not quite. Close, but no cigar for them. Meanwhile, here for Dark Project as well. I'd say they're another squad that have started to build themselves somewhat more of a play space where they can command a bit of respect. Wait as well looks really good. He's been able to definitely have some killing blows. This time around, though, it's the slower play that should pay off. They wait until Jay's inside the vehicle, has no chance to quickly clap back with his GAT. They down him and then push in for the full commit on this one. You've got two options for the getaway as well, with both of the vehicles being here. And there's no one really around to contest on this fact. So he can first onto this, make sure that he gets all the goodies from it, and then rotate out to play with the rest of the squad. Just use the car as an extra bit of geometry as well to get the safe looting in. So that's the way the first elim will come through, with DP starting it off there. Switching back over to the NEXUS POV, what are these lads up to? They've played a far slower style of PUBG over the past couple of days. They've wanted to really edge guard and play around the outside, and that's worked a lot better for them, even into the previous game, Blank, right? We were talking about the fact that they just had so many more nades than anyone else, and that just let them create space with the smokes and consistently just barrage HEs in. I mean, Kapahala was basically a human grenade launcher.
Yeah, for sure. It actually kind of worked into their favour as well, because Kapahala did go down in that early game and quite forced him to hold on to those nades when they brought it back with the res. It could have been a very different story if Fash wasn't so good with that DBS in that moment, because I think Kapahala almost made it away, but just about clipped him with the barest edge of that buckshot over around the rock side, and it was the headshot that went through. So not an easy shot to take for Fash, but still gets it done at the end of the day. But yeah, right now NEXUS over towards Impala. Again, another position on this map, like you were saying, Jackie, that gives them a huge amount of time to get that loot up, get that amount of utility that they will be needing in that end game. Sly Europe, on the other hand, up towards their northern side, just been a little bit more, I don't know, quiet, man. It's been unfortunate. Usually when they're able to set themselves up towards that centre side, they do very well, but recently just haven't seen that same kind of performance. We've just got those familiar faces at the top at the moment as they slide down towards 7th place, 141 points.
Somewhat sliding down, but never a position to turn your nose up at. Always time to recover as well. Talking of good recoveries, man, SHOCKWAVE are another team that feel like they really have had the odds mounted against them over today's games, but still been in positions where you're thinking, okay, positionally, the kind of way they're hitting their shots as well, yeah, would favour them to win this circle out, would favour them to actually get the chicken dinner in a few instances. So if they can keep up this pace, hopefully, they will be able to convert one of them and get an extra bit of them behind the SHOCKWAVE roster. Azers look ridiculous as well. He looked great over the week of play we've had, but I think especially today, Black, some of the shots he's been hitting are just despicable.
Dude, it's been kind of unreal for me to watch SHOCKWAVE. They had this downward trend, right? And you're right, Ace has been really hitting some nice shots. It's just unfortunate we're not seeing a guy like Terminus, who's also equally such a strong player for the team, stepping up in that way. Because phase one, these guys were kind of the kings of Erangel. They were doing so well. They were sweeping down from that north side of Severny, but we just haven't seen that same kind of performance come through from them. So SHOCKWAVE, it does feel like they make all the right moves, but go down in 8th place with 1 or 2 eliminations. It is odd to see, because I think they're one of those teams that is just on that edge of hitting those good numbers in terms of point scoring. And I don't think that what they currently have as a total of 89 really tells the full picture, tells the full story of them.
Curious as well how things will actually go here for VP. Obviously said it as a joke way back on the second map of the day, right? You know, thinking they would go on to win this one. I had my glimpse into the future, but we'll see what they do. Yeah, I think again today, one of the factors for them has actually been maybe a little bit overzealous in some of the engagements they've gone for. They're kind of going through this weird restructuring, right? Where we talk about them being this very slow team that likes to just play one compound, doesn't really want to give it up for love nor money. Today, it's been a bit more aggressive. they like to split up early as well. We've seen that. Have its moments of success, but also awkward encounters for them where they just don't feel like they can reset off the back of a fight. But we'll keep our eyes on VP. We'll see where it goes. For Sly Europe as well, man, it feels like they've actually been doing an awful lot more over, I'd say today and yesterday, right? They were able to steal out that win yesterday, got a chicken dinner with, I think, only 2 elims between the whole squad. So that one was pretty impressive.
That was not bad at all, but again, it's not what I expect. You know, for Sly Europe, they're so good, or at least they used to be, at taking control of those final zones. Usually they'd have a big split with Zashipa taking these cool little off angles, often Mandarin really popping off in that end game. But more often than not now, they just feel like they're huddling together, trying to keep in that same position, give each other confidence, you know, drop some high fives, but it's not quite working at the moment. Circle moves down towards that position though, or towards Los Leones, so that urban finish that maybe I was looking for in that last Miramar will come to pass here. I even said that it's unlikely we're going to see a southern shift on the circle, yet here we are once again. Jackie, Dagestan though, towards the outer edge of Los Leones, so a good position to be in. The only thing I'll have to consider right now, or at least what we can see on the screen, is there's about 5 teams coming their way, so it's going to have to be one hell of a defense from them, drop up the big Riot Shield squad, and make sure they can keep everybody out from Los Leones.
Oh, they are all just converging on top of one another. And you've got Nexus going right down through the middle as well, coming in like a convoy right now. And this has basically sounded the dinner bell. Game Lord in the background, they're going to actually fight for this one. You're looking at the positioning here. I mean, Shockwave, they're not going to be able to just hold on to this for free. So this is going to be really interesting in the next couple of minutes, actually, just with how close they are and how much map control we're going to see them start fighting for as they do head over that rear ridge and start to spot out on one another. Curious how MADBULLS will deal with this one as well, because it's felt like individually they've been hitting their shots, but team play-wise, it's been somewhat off today in a few of the key moments. So this would be a true litmus test of that. We get a good eye test of how they're able to gauge in a fight like this, where really you're going to be fighting from all angles.
Yeah, dude, you can already see like a lot of these players starting to try and confirm. Oh dear. I think that's the first time today we've seen him kind of whiff a shot, so I think we can excuse him for that. But yeah, towards Los Leones, really, really big urban area, but a lot of teams are starting to confirm their positions towards it. The teams that were closest towards Los Leones in the first place, they're not quite hard committing, as you can see on the right side of your screen, to a middle central position on those high grounds, but you can tell that they're skirting on the outer edges. People are realizing that this might be the place to be, that it might be the finish over towards Los Leones, and they need to be ready to quickly set up in one of these compounds towards the center and start taking shots to other people, because Los Leones, if you can get set up early, it's such a great position for the first like 15 to 20 minutes to pick up a lot of eliminations as teams try and make their way in before they're fully cemented in their compounds.
I do like as well the way that, you know, you've kind of got the confidence there to let Aza basically take the fight in the front line, see if he can get any chip damage, create any space, and just have the 2 players set up, basically playing 2-2 off of each other. Meanwhile here, flicking over to the MADBULLS POV, this is way back behind where Team KASIK have set themselves up, and we just see Toluca firing off a few warning shots. He gets the early contact into them, and so this forces out an extra bit of utility to be used as well. What's in the back pockets there for Striker to tank himself back up and get a bit of an impromptu heal on the go. Frozen seems to have lost a fair bit of HP as well on the rotate out as he tries to get himself up towards the high ground.
Yeah, Kaz taking a couple of shots up towards him. Frozen, not too happy about that one. Reveals a position on the high ground. I think for Toluca, that's a big loss for them because he'd already taken that side swipe on the side, and then you're sort of assuming that there's a team on the east of you, and then you get a teammate that drops shots from the top of the hill, and now I think KASIK is very aware that they're sort of surrounded by one singular team, and they can consolidate themselves a bit more, which takes away that element of surprise for MADBULLS. So now they have to look towards that northern edge again, whilst constantly being a little bit afraid of that push from KASIK in the behind.
Here, though, There could be some ground combat about to unfold as you've got 3 squads very close together. VP up towards the top side there, with Kapahala being the only one that's really being forced out of position. He tries to drive back, but we'll focus in with Dagestan. As they're down on the ground with this, they've set themselves up in terms of the positions. Limbo Boom in the back. You've got the support from the elevated peak as well towards the hill. And Shifu's just getting an extra bit of looting in. Look like Game Lord were basically going to drive in and try and contest with this one. Instead, they're playing it a little bit safer. Looking now at Nexus, they could have a fight that they do want to engage in. As Octavian, way back from the rest of the pack, it's quite a distance that he's going to attempt to engage on this from. Gets a bit of a read though, passes that over to his teammates that are pushed further up. So pressure applied from either side onto the MADBULLS, and then just taking pot shots where possible. VP, all 4 still alive. Feels like one of the few games where we've really had that be the case. They usually lose out on someone in the early round. And they're set up close. ARR as well, pushing down. When Sly Europe are right there. Ooh, blank. This is looking like we could have a bit of a tasty play in the next couple minutes.
Absolutely, dude. I think this is the thing. This is where you want to find some of those casualties early on if you're set up towards these compounds. And again, I think we're now solidified towards a Los Leones finish. Nexus make a bit of an interesting play by playing over towards that eastern side. That's almost a cliff face that looks directly down towards Los Leones. It's an interesting play because this is one of the ones that might take you towards that end game to a 4th place or maybe even a 3rd place, but it's doubtful whether this is going to be a chicken dinner for them for Nexus. So right now, I think they're just cutting their losses. They realized that they were a bit too late to the circle, a bit too late to Los Leones. So instead, they're just going to be looking for those eliminations. And honestly, from that type of spot, you can really pad your stats as you watch teams trying to flip between those compounds in the first place. MADBULLS going for a similar strategy for themselves, but they do have an opportunity to find a pick-off towards Dagestan and then drop down towards that roadside and overtake that compound. So a bit more of an access for MADBULLS, but a slightly awkward position to be playing.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the setup from MADBULLS, but I completely agree with you. It is one of those where you really have to, you know, find the proof in the pudding and be able to make the plays work yourself, or you could be stuck up the hill without a paddle, and that's not a very good place to be. So you need that paddle to get yourself down from the hill. It's kind of like spelunking gear. But I like the way it's set up, right? You know, you've got the back line and the front covered, Frozen and Co. just playing off one another's contact. More so, I feel like it's KASIK team or Nexus that are really going to have to scrap their way through this one, as they're likely to be spotted out on the crossover. And down to the middle of the pack, that's where you're looking at Game Lord to instigate a bit of a fight, really. Dagestan have been allowed to just pick this place clean and set themselves up in good angles.
Yeah, again, like you said, that they'd have to fight through Nexus and KASIK team, and I think that's exactly why you see Tulika and Frozen a little bit further back there, down towards that bottom half of your screen. They are really worried about a lot of these side pushes coming through from maybe the MUERTE, maybe Nexus, maybe KASIK team. Game Lord taking a couple of knocks and actually taking the flush there over towards Akashi is really bad news. They had the pick of the litter towards that center side coming down from San Martin. It was actually fairly unlikely they'd be able to pick up one of these central spots in the first place, and already giving up the goat there, taking 1 knock and a flush. Super bad news for them. MUERTE pushing up towards Dagestan, lose a player on the push, but it's just Limbo Boom all by himself, having to deal with this.
Oh, Limbo Boom, though, he's good for these sort of situations, and a big boom keeps on coming as his teammates launch nade after nade to buy him time to play with. Low on health, though. Nade ricocheted in through the window, so he can't have his gun out. He's got to force himself back into the hill to reset. Meanwhile, up on the hill, it's the spam down from the MADBULLS that saw a prime opposition to get stuck into this one. DMR actually bringing it back somewhat. It looked really bad for MUERTE on the push in. They saw the starting pistol go off. All 4 of them just drive on in, but Limbo Boom slowed down the push. They've been able to reset off the back of it, and that's 2 players that are fully taken out of commission now for Dagestan as well. So really just Shifu that's down on the ground. Does still have support from a bit of a better position in terms of the Overwatch, but if he gets pushed, he is a Lone Ranger just stuck.
This is exactly what we were talking about earlier, Jackie. MADBULLS had to wait for something to happen between this compound of Dagestan or find an opening pick, but instead they find a third party, which is more than they could have ever have asked for. Fortunately, it's Frozen to go down towards Narvalo in the backside. Doesn't quite follow up with the rest of his team, and I think that maybe he should have done. Looking for that oversight, but I think at this point in time, if you have access towards Los Leones, you just take it. There's no point leaving that member behind.
Look at the split as well for Dagestan. It's so rough. You're just completely overwhelmed. You know they're in the building. You just got to keep your nose clean. Stay out of trouble for as long as possible, really. So we'll just play prone to the ground, watching the one angle that they have to come into the room from. At least there sets him up for the highest chance of success if it's just a single fight that he has to take. Any more than that, he's probably going to go down. Here's the contact we were talking about, though. Okay, hard commits on a drop as well, and he was given a 1-for-1. So at least he was able to win out in that initial engagement. MADBULLS now knows what's going on, but he's diving around the corner. Actually got the connection off onto one of them as well, and they have to trade back on it, but it is looking so risky, and there's so many teams nearby. They're going to hear the dinger bell being rung, and they might want to get stuck in. Robs is just going for the peek out through the window as well and consistently spamming bullets back down towards the MUERTE to keep them from instigating another fight onto the MADBULLS. This is looking risky. I mean, smokes all across the board. You've still got high ground in play as well for NEXUS, way out of commission. They're just lurking on this one, Blank.
Yeah, they've taken their time. The circle still favors them just a little bit. And again, and for MADBULLS, this is so unfortunate. Look at it move back down towards that really strong spot that they held before. I think that they make the right decision to go for the compound after you see that third party. It's unlikely we're going to see this type of circle shift, but NEXUS get thrown a massive bone here. They'll be gnawing it and be super happy. Again, though, Zadira, second time today, he's gone absolutely sicko mode there for Dagestan, leaving Shifu, final member, alive. Shockwave has to push through Sly Europe, who have some of the highest bits of ground in the game. Denchik can't quite find that shot over towards Trazen, but this nade might prove fatal.
Oh, it could be a big old boom. Hefty, like an overfed cat, as that one detonates in the face and at least strips some of the HP off them. He's only got a few left to work with, just the one grenade, couple Molotovs as well, but he'll hold on to those for the meantime. They know they can't really get an angle onto him unless he peeks them. So it just depends how he wants to play this one out. Seems like NEXUS as well, suffering somewhat. As KASIK team were able to get a bit of a peek onto them and shut down one of the players. They go for the quick getaway. Ooh, repeat back out works well. He down strays them. And you can actually trade onto that hard commit. Azer's gone in the meantime as well. And this isn't looking too great at all for them. It's gone from bad to worse. They're forced to try and play the rescue card to get back over to Azer's position. But again, that just means that this elevated angle, you can batter down so many bullets and the players on the ground can finish them off.
I mean, for Shockwave, it looked so good, and it felt like Sly Europe were missing all their shots, and suddenly out of nowhere, finds quite a few of them. NEXUS, they've lost Exo Machina in the process. Might be able to get Kapahala back up again. But this is unfortunate for NEXUS. They felt like they could extend their ground over this side of the map. And what they didn't know that MADBULLS did is that KASIK team were behind this entire time. So this unknown threat has come through, not over towards MADBULLS, but certainly towards NEXUS.
NEXUS being pushed here. It's Striker, the Stealer, who again, this time, clutches it out with the pick back and keeps them in a good position, downing Octavian for the rest of the game. And Doran realizes the pressure that's on him. He's going to go for the fast peak, wants to get ahead of the fight, set the tempo of that one, but it results in the entire team being eliminated as they go down to KASIK's squad. Flicking back over here as well, excuse me, seem to be really stuck into the thick of it, looking for the fight from quite a distance, and taking weight out of the equation is massive. He's been a bit of an impact fragger for the DP side. So now you've basically just got Latte looking like a bit of a hot coffee. He is burning under the pressure.
Latte struggling himself over on this side. And for Dark Project, it's not looking too good for them. Excuse me, starts to push in. They did lose Black earlier on. Ivaneska off in the distance. Shifu moves forward for Dagestan, actually slips into a pretty unsuspected spot just underneath Game Lord, who are up on high inside the building themselves. You can see him just there on the left side of your screen. MUERTE and MADBULLS sharing the same spot. Milky Way ducking backwards and forwards, making his teammates laugh. They know they've got not much else to do in this situation.
The thing is, Blank, we've all heard the legends. The Milky Bar Kid, he's strong and tough. So maybe he'll have the individual prowess to get them back into the game somehow. As we're having a look at these rotates in, I mean, for VP rather.
For VP, me?
Yeah, but that's what it feels like. Feels like we're all on the team
I'm playing.
We've both gone for the double prediction for him. And I think positionally, this is them playing their absolute strengths. They like to go for these two-player setups, play kind of the buddy system off of the different compounds. And they've basically been allowed to do that for free now. And the herd's being thinned across the board. A lot of these remaining squads dropping out of the 4-player region as well. There's only 3 squads that have all 4 players alive. So I'm curious to see how that'll affect things as it continues. Technic seems to have finally been spotted out. He was up top on his elevated angle for so damn long, but finally gets knocked.
Yeah, I think for a lot of these teams on the north side, any migration they make now, they'll be fleeing into a bit of sanctuary for themselves as teams take shots. Excuse me, look to try and take up this angle that currently KASIK is playing. Furia on the dangerous racetrack of his own as Beck moves off to the side, trying to confuse the opponents with smoke and mirrors. It's not quite working too well, but all 3 members actually make it up, which seemed like an impossible push before.
Oh man, the thing is, excuse me, we're focused on the idea of shutting down Striker, but they've just exposed themselves to the rest of the squad that's in a great spot, firing out consistent damage as well, and leaving it effectively just on Furia to try and hightail it out of there. You can't really get Havlik back up on his toes. Becker's at least driven over and comes in to try and get some of the heat off of him. He'll draw a few of those pot shots, get the crosshairs off of his angle. Hard commit there onto Havlik as well, so he gets mopped up like a spilt drink. And KASIK team, they're re-engaging. They push back up to close the gap that was created from Excuse Me and regain control of the hill.
You're trying to pull Striker back into the fight, right? It would be really nice if KASIK could finish this game with 4 players, and realistically, playing from that high ground position, looking downwards, you need all the angles you can get because you don't have a compound to play around with, and there is limited time here. VIRTUS.PRO, they lose purple as AR, who've had a strong position for quite a while, coming from that northern side. 2 players on that eastern edge. It is Folly as well as Singly. Can't quite find anything yet, but it's Game Lord to come to the rescue. They pick up at least 1 from AR as they make their rotate down, and Elementrix is flushed out.
Quite a few fights occurring at the same time here now as we're getting into the high-octane gameplay. And this was the res they wanted to get off on Striker. It's instead resulted on a double knock. And who's knocking at their door? It's going to be the MADBULLS, and you do not want to let them in. They will destroy all the furniture in your house. And they can't really go for this. Even when the smoke's blocking it, there's not really much of a play that you can make. So they've got to concede their teammates effectively, unless somehow KASIK could crawl back. But no, there's the hard commit onto that one. And what's going on with Sly down here? Bit of an awkward encounter up against Shockwave. Both of them just teasing it blank.
Showing around the side is basically mirrored. Light versus dark. See if Zashipa can overcome the blinding light on the other side, or if Seiko can turn the light on, take down Zashipa in his edge. Smoke goes down. We'll leave Seiko out in the blue. He's not sure what to do. The decisions need to be made soon.
Seemed like he wanted to try and play with the audio cue a bit there and back off, but it's looking a bit rough. He's got the lineup for this blank.
They've both got the same idea. That's a nice bounce off the side. I think it did a little bit of damage. Is it enough?
Doesn't feel confident enough to peek off that one. Consistently just trading nades on this. I mean, he's lucky as well in terms of the placement of the blue. He's got that little cubby to play him. And even with the trigonometry that was on display there with the grenades, neither one of them being able to force each other out of position. The car was not taken out either as well, so he can just happily heal in this and then quickly go for the fast rotate to hopefully get him out of the blue and back into the fight. And you've just seen a rotate off as well. So he's got a clear path ahead of him. Unless actually Zashipa, he's set up behind a vehicle. He's seen him on the cross blank. He was ready for the peak.
He knew exactly what was happening. Not only the trigonometry with the bouncing the nade off the wall, but read him where he was going like a psychic. But that mindfulness coming through, got himself inside his head, understood that he was going to make the Bugatti play, and he shut it down quite quickly. Turns the key in the engine. It rumbles to a stop. MUERTE looking over towards Avalanche now. Getting far into this game this time around. Might be one of their best games in a long time. And VIRTUS.PRO in a nice spot. AR makes some shots back over towards Game Lord. Now Valo hits the floor. A bit of retribution there for Elementrix.
Malloy. This man can cause absolute carnage at times. We've seen it for MUERTE. But here, he just gets the read. Plays from the information that he's gathered. Doesn't overcommit. This is one of the few games we've actually had Avalanche still alive and kicking in the standings this late into the game as well. And they've even been able to find some damage throughout the course of this one. 3 elimination points to the squad. 3 out of the 4 available players still alive as well. Same could not be said for a good majority of our squads here. We're looking at most of them sporting 2 to 1 being the average across the board. So some intense fights coming their way. Talking about the Lone Ranger for Sly. All right. Man's actually got a bit of timing on this, Blank. If they're going to hard commit to the fight up against MUERTE, he could find a little third party to sneak into. That's if DMR don't deal with them in a full frontal assault as they're connecting the bullets. Woodson burning, but still finding impact.
Has to drop back outside, but Zajipa, like you said, the Shinobi moving through with the smoke might find something. MUERTE goes down. And Zajipa's sending nades, I believe. There's some shots coming through. That's from Excuse Me. MADBULLS do not want to let anyone else get in towards this building. A couple of nades still retained on their side. Not a huge amount, but enough to hold on to this building for a little bit longer.
Pin pulled. Arms ready to just dash those out if they get contact. Send in the front gun as well, and it'll be a big bit of noise as Avalanche. I've cast the curse at them. I said they were still alive, but now they are down and out. The 6E limbs won't matter too much because right now we've still got the rest of the squad scrapping it out, and it's Folly that comes in with a volley of bullets onto the back of Team KASIK, downs Unicorn for good, and starts to show that VP still want to contest into this one. We spoke about their positional play earlier on. Now it's about what fragging they have. Can they keep themselves in it? Purple was knocked a long time ago, but they actually got him up playing off the back of the buddy system and have still found a compound that they look comfortable playing in, and this could be the end for English as well. Up top, Furia drives in, creates space with a car, tries to bonnet him. Beck taking a ton of damage. This one's getting quite costly, but they do eventually find it.
You had to step out there for a second, and Beck was just trying to cause commotion, but it wasn't enough. Purple knocked in the backside there. Aces moves up, but quickly, singly will find himself a nice little shot that way. Purple, most likely going to fall next, behind the loot crate. Tapok in the backside, bit of a clutch maestro himself, but will be quickly put down as he slips on a drink on the cruise deck itself.
I love these peaks as well from VP. They're just trying to control the pace of the game, and it was off Hayes that hits the heavy blow onto Beaker. ARR out of the run-ins now. We drop down to just VP, Game Lord, MADBULLS, and Excuse Me. And Excuse Me, they're on their last legs. They've only got one player alive and kicking. You remember the fight they had towards the top of the hill, invested so much to try and shut down the Lone Ranger of KASIK team. That results in them having to invest so much utility, so much equipment to reset themselves. Good pot shots out from Robs as well. Had a line of sight there into the VP compound and punishes back onto them. Furious position's been compromised, and that is Folly who's waiting for the face. Singly, he creates the distance though. Man goes out playing with a map geometry. They know they feel confident to go for this one. This is ridiculous, and Fury are still just firing off the warning blows. What's going on, Blank?
Aimlord just cannot cross the floor. Robs finally comes in, shuts it down with the Mini 14 silenced on the front side. And he'll try and silence Fury as well as Excuse Me on their tear. But Singly stepping up after he got this nice little run across that you mentioned earlier. They're all been pushed in there by the blue. MADBULLS will have to leave their building. I feel like you could predict the future here, Jackie, as you perform the same old thing.
Oh, it feels like that's the way it's going. Couldn't they deny it? I saw it. I blinked into the future. I saw VP holding the victory on this one. They want to try and get themselves the chicken dinner, but they've still got to fight heavy. You can't think that it's over. Can't start resting on your laurels yet. And Singly, he has been the space creator. This man single-handedly has put them back on the map, but the problem is now they're about to eat nades for breakfast, and they don't want them. They do not want them in their breakfast cereal, Blank. Trades back onto Beck as well. Trade out on Singly. Off Hayes goes down, and VP cannot snatch the crown.
Unfortunate stuff there. MADBULLS now coming in thick and fast, but Excuse Me, will Beck with the numerous nades he still has on hand finish out this game from this position up on high. Their game was not easy. It's been made so hard by so many teams, but flicking around, we like that they can play center, they can play edge, and now they're looking to send this all the way. They're reigning supreme in this game, in this tournament so far in phase 3.
Oh, the nade connection though. That could be the instigation he wants. The option is to set up on the angle, keep your gun out so you're ready for the fight. Dashes the close nade, switches back to his gun as well. More chip damage done, he's got him low. Beck, he wants to hard commit on this one. And Excuse Me will steal the chicken dinner.
From that top side versus KASIK. What an unreal victory coming through from Excuse Me for probably one of the most difficult positions as well. And I thought it was all but done for. I mean, KASIK went down to MADBULLS, and slowly but surely we did see, Excuse Me, crawl belly on the ground towards that position, covered in dust and sand, but still make it happen in that end game. what a game overall, though. VP showing us some good so there in that end game versus Game Lord, versus the lads. The fact that Singly, who has been, you know, not the best performing player on the team, decides to go for that bravery play across the road. I love to see it, man.
No, it was nice tempo, good space was created as well. And just one of those that's really showing us that new confident side of VP that we've been hoping for.
Yeah.
But excuse me, they are no strangers to slogging through these games. And they get themselves a chicken dinner to reset at least in the interim. Let's get back over to the analyst desk then and see what they thought about that fantastic affair.
Hello. Welcome back to the analyst desk with Ginny and Max. We're going to start breaking that one down, but first don't forget to fill out the survey and check out our socials. Max, that was an interesting one because I felt like neither one of us was really able to predict how this one was going to go, but looking at the head-to-head from Zerche, I mean, he almost made the impossible possible.
How in the world does Zerich make it
no idea.
so far in the game? They got pushed on by MUERTE in that big building south of Los Leones, down to 2 players. It's him and Flique. Then they outlived MUERTE fighting Avalanche. They third party that fight, clear Avalanche, are able to actually cross the road. Flique does get knocked in the process, but Zerich makes it over, can just hug that cliffside the entire time and just make it to the late game, down to that 1v1. Sure, he does lose the 1v1, but that's still so many more eliminations and placement points that MADBULLS should have been allowed to actually get 16 points for them. But excuse me, the backfill onto onto KASIK team's cliffside position, and Beck and Fury played an absolutely mental game right here, and down to that 1v1 it was, and Beck came out on top, and we keep saying it, right? Excuse me. They're not scared to take these fights anymore. They're not scared to take these hyper-aggressive positions to just obliterate all the teams around them. And I want to see this in the finals. If this is the excuse me we've seen in the finals, like they're a true contender for the throne.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 16 points for both of these teams, and 5 out of the 10 elims that MADBULLS had is from Zerche alone, so that is quite the individual performance coming out. Nexus Gaming this time around, not having the hottest of streaks today. It feels like just earlier we've seen them getting so close to that chicken dinner, don't manage to secure it. They're now towards the bottom of the table, but that's all right because they have a couple of elim points that they've gathered already throughout the rest of the day that they are able to fall back on. So having a look as well at the top damage dealers for this map specifically, it feels like the first time we're seeing VIRTUS.PRO in the top.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them a few times recently, it seems. VIRTUS.PRO, they transitioned, I would say, really well. I would say they had even some of the best transitions with KASIK team, actually, this game when it came to making your way through the madness of a Los Leones finish, right? And that's why I'm happy for VIRTUS.PRO with how they play this game. I think this is one of their best showcases of strong macro. And I'm disappointed with ARR. The reason why I went with ARR, there was so much space on the east of Los Leones in which they could just expand their terrain and easily get where VP were. Like, easily 2 circles beforehand, like just so much more central. It would have been a stronger position to hold on to. But ARR just decided to pick up the pieces of what VIRTUS.PRO left behind, weirdly enough, which I'm not too sure why that happened the way it did. So yeah, ARR seemed like they just were hoping for the circle to be kind to them, but it's PUBG Mobile, right? The circles aren't going to be kind to you a lot of the time, so unfortunately the edge of the circle play was not going to work out for them. And here you go, this is the fight. Avalanche, MUERTE, you're like, oh, it's madness, whoever wins dominates, but MADBULLS just come in swinging at the end, pick up the pieces, and then have full control of the West after that.
Yeah, we said as well that VIRTUS.PRO is one of those teams that sometimes they have really good days, sometimes they don't, and I feel like this stage specifically, Max, is the stage where they have genuinely found their gear. They're more aware of the aggression that they need to push out. They're more comfortable and confident in themselves as well, and it just feels like as a team, they're more happy to rely on each other and trust each other.
I'm going to have to correct you on that one, Juniro. It's not they have good and bad days. It's they have days where Jackie's here and days where Jackie is not here. I think that's the difference you're going to have to make.
It's their lucky charm.
Exactly. Jackie, they're going to hire Jackie just to be here on broadcast all the time to support VP. But
the VP jersey, just like cheering, you know.
If VP don't send a jersey over to my boy Jackie, I don't know, man. He's been robbed, okay? But VIRTUS.PRO, as I said, one of their best showcases of strong macro in this entire tournament so far. Hopefully we can see a little bit more of that because the off-A has been looking pretty good with our boy Folly and Zerich. It's really cool to see, right, Janiro? We still have this head-to-head of MVP clash between Zerich and also Effect. Effect, I think, was first at the start of the day, but with a performance like this, extra survival time, extra damage dealt, and mostly eliminations, I think Zerich might be currently the MVP of the tournament. It's going to be down to the finals to see who will be able to make it. But Robs, too, has been a clear contender in the last 2 phases. So Robs might be able to steal the MVP award, too. Like, it's going to be between those 3 players, I think.
Well, I love how you're saying those predictions, and we're going to be looking forward to that at some point. But let's have a look as well at the new skins, because they're pretty shiny. Maybe they're the MVP of the tournament.
Yeah.
Well, Max, not only do we have new skins, we also have, I don't want to say a new map, but Vikendi in the pool this time around. A little bit of an extra treat for the fact that it's the ending of Stage 3. But before we go there, we have Sanhok coming up. With the performances that we've seen from some of these teams on Sanhok specifically, are there any individual players that are standing out to you in terms of this being the map where they're able to showcase their abilities the most?
I feel like Nexus has been a team that's impressed me the most when it comes to it. They're a team that is very heavily focused on slow rotations when it comes to playing on Sanhok as a whole, and it's been working great because I think they have a really strong understanding of how teams react to every single circle shift, especially in Sanhok, where you've got very clear path to follow to get in good positions, and I think they understand that really well. So I do like how Nexus do it. I think they somewhat perfected these the plays on this one, but also, I mean, they're not playing this game, so
perfected.
Doesn't matter, I guess. It doesn't matter
okay.
too much. Just as a whole, as a general statement is the case. But KONINA Power, too, I do like how they play this one. They've been getting stronger, a lot stronger actually over on Erangel, but I think that they got some of the best rotations over on this map, so I'd like to see it. But also, this is going to be the last game we're going to see our boys of Avalanche play. So end with a bang. You're not going in the finals, but close it off with a chicken dinner, get something done.
And if you're wondering why that's the case, of Max is saying that when we're looking at the current states, 225 points for, when we go towards the second page, that's when we're able to see how the bottom teams are performing, and unfortunately Avalanche is going to be one of those bottom teams. They're not even on the second page, they are on the third page. They have a page of their own, 46 points in total. They haven't had the best of performances so far, but this game is really something that is going to allow them maybe to be a little bit more creative and just be confident, try new things out and bring that potentially into the next iteration.
Yeah, sometimes teams are most scary when they have nothing to lose, right? And
absolutely,
they're just going to try something a little bit interesting. But at the end of the day, we know that even the teams that struggle, that don't make in the finals here, will be back normally if everything goes right for the full season. So there's still room to make those changes after a few months, right? You'll be able to look at PMWI and say, this is good, we're going to try that. And so yeah, maybe the spring season didn't work out, but full season, there's always room to come back stronger.
And Sanhok is always going to be a great map when you have Blanky casting it and keeping you guys cozy and comfortable and warm.
Always the coziest of vibes from me and big old Blank, mate. It's been a treat, bud. I've really enjoyed the few days we've had here over the past week. So it's going well, from heights to height.
Yeah, dude, it's been good. It's been good. We've been constantly climbing that mountain. We're not quite there at the top yet. I want to delay that as long as possible. Maybe we can take a pit stop here, pull up the tent before we head towards those finals. But yeah, last game, technically, of Phase 3 before we head to our bonus phase in Vikendi, where teams will pick up some points which will contribute towards their finals performance. But this is now the last Sanhok we'll see, which is so sad for me, man. It's really, really sad. This is my favorite map of all time, with the new circle changes coming through. None of those healing off out in the blue shenanigans anymore. It's just full on fighting towards the center of that end circle, using what you can in that team skill. But again, a couple of teams take a look at right now. Dagestan 117 points, VIRTUS.PRO 113 points, all playing this game out. So it's Dark Project, who is the bubble, 118 for that 12th place to get into Vikendi. Historically, VIRTUS.PRO haven't been very good at this map on the Sanhok. Now is the time to step things up.
Yeah, dude, I feel like even in the games we have had over this week, Sanhok has basically been like the ugly stick of maps for them. It seems like they always go for a bit of a split start, and it never really pans out the way they want it to, Blank. That souffle comes out very lopsided.
It does indeed. And then they drop the bowl on top of it as well, which just slams it to pieces. It's just all around a bad time. Right now, they have their split over towards the east side of Quarry. They have a bit of work, like room to work with a little bit, and right now it feels like Excuse Me isn't making that rotation downwards, which is good news for them. In the meantime, Dark Project, they're fully committing up towards Camp Bravo with Wait playing an off angle, which is a little bit dangerous in my opinion. You know, Avalanche have been dealt a blow by this kind of split a fair few times, so maybe they'll try and spot that one out. But again, a lot of things going on. Dagestan also have been having a pretty decent day down towards this position in Lakawi, so can they be the ones to make it into the top 12? We will find out very shortly as the game gets underway.
Yeah, looking for this one to be super competitive as well, right? Like we've kind of set the platter for. Last game of the day, last few opportunities for some of these squads to potentially just buy themselves enough points to thrust themselves into the finals. But you're going to need to absolutely give it your all. So we'll see, man. One of the last times we'll get to have a look at that pamphlet and enjoy the elephant-related banter that can be had at Paradise. It's such a shame.
The last time. It brings a tear to my eye, man. But I don't want to let that tear roll down because I fear that I'm going to ruin the ink on this pamphlet. So I'll suck that bad boy back in and we'll get back on with the game with a bit of gusto coming out from both of us guys on the casting desk. But looking at these players, we bring out some fantastic performances to finish this one off. Sly Europe already take a knockdown to MUERTE. That's down towards Sarmisai, where they group up quite quickly towards Camp Charlie, and Mandarin is left wondering where his teammate is. In the meantime, that does work out quite well for VIRTUS.PRO, meaning that Sly Europe won't be sending Reflect up towards the western side of Quarries. They won't get any nasty surprises on that angle. Again, though, VIRTUS.PRO taking a couple of shots towards GameLord as they pass through, and Purple just cannot hit these shots, and it looks like GameLord might even get out the vehicles early and try and stop them in their tracks. Yes, up towards this compound up on high. Now, this is a bit difficult for Purple. Left all on his lonesome. Good shots, though, towards Robs. We'll send him back. That's a good start.
Yeah, that's one way to deal with it. It seemed like it was maybe a bit ambitious from him, right? They didn't know exactly where he was. Peeks out off the back of the first. Maybe if he would have waited for the second vehicle, could have had a bit of a better time with it, with the space that was there. Instead, kind of plays his hand and is now forced to tuck himself into any kind of angle he really feels comfortable in. So takes a little bit of high ground, belly to the floor, and we'll just hold for there. At least with the damage he got back onto Robs, they don't hard commit. They just go, okay, we know it's a solo. We know we can play around that. Just keep your wits about you. And they just hold on to the compound there, take them.
Yeah, I mean, that is fine for GameLord. They can just sit back, try and loot up just a little bit. Looks like they're really struggling for loot at the moment, though. Like you said, Purple lays out his poker hand on the table before the game even really begins. It is a bit of a flop at the start, but we'll see if he can get this one running over towards the end side of this engagement. Does recall the rest of the team towards him. That's off Haze as well as Folly. Singly a little bit further back. This is Reflects, actually. Down towards Camp Charlie, I believe. That's where he did find his fate, lacking from MUERTE as they all grouped up on that position, saw the shoots coming down. Victor, as well as the rest of the game, Lord, spot off Haze, as well as Folly. No vehicle to speak of here, so getting over towards Purple, a little bit more difficult. He's trying to provide a little bit of cover for him.
Oh, the pot shots, though, from Victor. I mean, at least connecting onto Folly. And you could see, like you were saying there with the reposition from Purple, he basically has to go from playing a turtle defense to looking to at least get some of the focus on him. Because you can't get rid of these sight lines. They don't physically have the utility for it. They're so bone dry because they've just been locked into the fights. What's going on here for Major Pride as well? Battle towards the roadside, it seems, as the balls have pulled up. But actually, Monkey making some major plays as he slays his way through them. Does they realize, though, that underneath the bridge, it's not a troll, it's Frozen. And he's going to make them pay the toll. Hits the first shot. Dino as well, trying to trade, but it's such an awkward bout that he's scrapping from. He can peek back over. This should probably favor Frozen on the face, but Monkey was ready to at least try and back him up with the nades coming over from Nomi, and Dino picks the final pieces apart and stops MADBULLS dead in their tracks there, Blank. So MADBULLS out of the running very early.
Yeah, kind of return to norm there, actually, for MADBULLS. Usually they've been quite cautious on their rotations. I like what they did, though. Honestly, I think Major Pride just had a good read on what kind of rotation they were going for. Usually they go for the north bridge, right, which Major Pride a lot of times recently have been gatekeeping, and they find themselves a couple of eliminations over towards MADBULLS. So instead they go for the south rotate, but Major Pride's there instead. So all around, MADBULLS get thrown for a loop on that one. They find at least one elimination, but that is all they will find. Finishing right now in 5th place, but that can change if Sly Europe finds himself a big game here.
As we said, though, the pressure was really on for Sly coming into this one, especially losing a man in the opening engagements. First few minutes of the game, and they felt the wrath on that one. I'm also quite surprised the fact VP, playing so split and in such awkward encounters throughout the course of this one, have still been able to keep all 4 of their players alive and reset off each of these awkward encounters and still build into it. So we'll keep our eyes on them. Also, they get up to. Similar sort of setup here for Game Lord still. This is the compound they snatched away early. They've just been playing off of the elevated peaks that they can get from this. A couple of different sight lines if you open the door, peek out the back windows. So they're just building from that. KP on a rotate here as well, slowly but surely picking up whatever they can find inside of the blue as they've taken a bit of a slower approach into the game. Been big on eliminations today. That's the one key thing for KP to keep in mind. When they have been forced into a fight, they've looked very, very commanding with a steal. They've been able to hit a lot of those bullets pretty quickly and have looked good about their decision making. So if they're taking a slower approach to the game, we'll see how that one will pan out. Similar story as well for ARR. Zapok and Co. moving into the back towards Camp Bravo. Actually could be a bit of an opportunity for a little bit of a backline skirmish here.
Yeah, for certain. I think that maybe ARR might be able to catch off KONINA Power. I think realistically, KONINA Power, one of their major strengths on Sanhok is understanding a lot of the rotations coming through from these teams around the map itself. It feels like Purple was kind of put out by the rest of his team there, because what right now Game Lord has is one of the highest bits of ground and a good compound to play with as well. If Purple and the rest of his team had moved up towards that compound early, or if he'd had found some of those initial knocks, VIRTUS.PRO could have been in a much better position going forward. But right now they're fully held out, and as more and more teams make their way towards the edge of the circle on this northern side of Quarry, it's only been more angles towards that position inside that big old ditch that now VIRTUS.PRO find themselves in. Dark Project, they're moving down right on the coastal side. Dagestan might have spotted that. Also equally, KASIK might hear the vehicles.
So Dark Project, at least on their rotate, go relatively uncontested for now. Just depends in terms of the locations. Having a quick look at Dagestan here as well. They've been able to keep themselves pretty good in terms of the runnings today. Shifu's had his moments. Whole team's had their moments, really. You know, you think back, right? The awkward angle play where we saw the spray down. All those little maneuvers. Here, though, they are spotted out on the peak up, so a bit of contact. And KP finally being tested as well. This is what we were kind of setting the stage for, saying that ARR do have the option to try and backline on this one and see if they can find an opening they like the look of to fight with, and they're taking space. The POC actually does push further forward towards the closer rock. Smoke's being dropped as well now. Yeah, they're getting paranoid about this one. The bullets are actually starting to land and you're suffering a lot of damage. Trade back though, maybe. Peek out from Palucci, but they expose themselves to the rear blank and they're both gonna get tagged out.
Insane shots there coming through from Tapok. Saving grace as Elementrix goes down, but Fashna has to deal with Tapok as he looks for a better angle over towards these two players underneath who are trying to crawl back towards the rest of the team. Doesn't move too far forward, doesn't want to expose himself too badly, but will happily pick up 2 eliminations if he can find them. Looks towards the ground, just trying to get some of that third person perspective going. Palucci, Aboladoy, both crawling back. Palucci did a great job at the beginning, but Tapok, again, this is very classic AR maneuvers of just going for these wide splits into these angles that you maybe aren't expecting this early in the engagement. So really, really well done there from Elementrix and Tapok, splitting both south and, well, east and west there. And really, I think they just need to hightail it.
Yeah, I think you just got to get out of dodge on this one. Tail tucked between the legs. And try and just get that hide moving, get yourself back into a bit of a safer spot, as this was an uncomfortable fight for them. Both of the squads were playing a similar sort of style. Ooh, hello. Beaker with a connection as well. He was looking to see if he could get those shots off just into the back as they go over the ridge. Too little too late, though, on the fight that he had taken. And they're still just thundering their way through the blue. So constantly just trying to sustain themselves with what they've got in the back pockets. Quite a lot of the resources have been used, though. So once they actually do find themselves back closer towards the play zone, you could try and set up to edge guard onto this. You're going to know that they're going to at least have to waste a lot of their utility to try and fight their way through you. So that could be an interesting talking point. It's like, excuse me, could actually get spotted out here as well. Seems like a few bullets have been spammed towards the direction of Furia, and Unicorns of Lava right above them.
I think for, excuse me, this is one of the first time we see them actually crunched into this spot. Again, for Gladiators, this is a nice change from them overall. And I keep saying that because we do keep seeing these changes coming through from Gladiators, looking like a chameleon at the moment, the different moves they're bringing out. So many times we see them get caught up on that rotation across the Confluence compounds, but this time they've just sent directly through, not busy with that paranoia this time around, looking for a better position towards the center of the circle. Tixi moves out as that forward scouter, gets caught on the rocks there, knows he can't dawdle too long because MUERTE hot on the heels, maybe looking to move into cave here.
Impressed on the rotate actually for Tixi. I didn't think he'd be able to pull that one off. You could see just how far away he was from the rest of the Gladiators, and with the rotations that were coming in, it felt like it was going to be hell on earth for him to actually reposition and link up with them. Seems like KP as well, going from struggle to struggle as they are on the struggle bus right now. More pot shots being taken at them, and the Gladiators have got themselves stuck into the thick of it here. They wanted to execute out onto the compound that was taken by Major Pride, but Dagestan also have sight lines onto this. So there's a few couple of shots raining in from either side. We're looking at Gladiators to see if they can actually really do too much from this then, as it started out kind of awkward for them. It's just Tixi and Matic that remain, and they're somewhat split up. You're at least being able to play off one another, but none of the angles are too favorable. You know that they're already in better positions, so you kind of have to fall out of the fight here and look for where the damage was coming in from a distance. That was DMR to MUERTE from all the way back. Similar thing can be said here for Tenchik as well, just taking out the pot shots from a distance.
Yeah, I mean, for Gladiators, if anything, I'm a little bit more happy with the way that one approached, because so many times they would just not bother with these compounds whatsoever, and if it was a crash they needed to take, it was a crash that they just wouldn't get themselves in on. So even though they lose in this situation, this is better because they're taking the 50-50 more often, which I like to see. VIRTUS.PRO actually managed to get themselves up towards Game Law's compound. This happened so quickly. Unfortunately, Folly will go down, nade over towards Akashi's feet. But Folly survives, gets round the corner, singly comes out. A little bit dangerous there, and I think it might be all over here for VIRTUS.PRO.
Yeah, off haze going up in a puff of smoke, and that will be VP left broke on this one. Shame for them. They've had a good day, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. Game Law with a great intro on that fight. Good use of the nades to make it so uncomfortable for VP to fight inside of the compound. It's the sort of style that they love to fight from, and it was just made so awkward for them. They'll get everyone back up as well, scavenge the loot that was available, and still be able to put themselves into a bit of a good spot on this one. And excuse me, haven't really had their hand forced. It looked like they were in an awkward place quite a while ago, but since then they've laid low, just played with the timing, and now they're actually in a bit of a good spot to work off. They've got the info they want. You've got to set up in the back line as well for Beck, just playing from slightly further away to try and get the read off. And it's a somewhat stunned Major Pride you'd have to deal with only 3 players alive in a squad. Fragging power though, still an all-time high, 6 elims to their tally at the minute. And look at this rotate for ARR. It feels like it's been so long since we last saw Topok and co trying to complete this absolute marathon they've been on, but they finally get themselves back out of the blue once more.
Yeah, it's been a major struggle for AR at the moment. Aces, I believe he's outside the blue, bleeding out right now, so difficult. Won't be getting back up again, but Elementrix and Tapok, probably the 2 players I'd want in that final zone. Tapok does take a huge amount of damage. That's from Dark Project, I believe. No, it's actually Dagestan from further down the coast. A great read there, but Ivaneska should be able to finish off that last player. But again, it's Dagestan picking up those eliminations over towards the boys from AR. Gladiators moving over towards Unicorns of Love as they get themselves out from the quarry itself. It's all going all over the place right now, Jackie. I don't think anyone's finding fun much in this game.
No, man, this is ridiculous. You've just been allowed to peek again and again and consistently just unload. Even here, looking to try and take this fight versus Limbo Boom. His acrobatics making it awkward to hit the hitbox. And he actually tucks him around the corner. barely keeping himself alive in this one. He's got somewhat backup from the rest of the team, but it's just so awkward. They're so spread. And Happy J, he's in the back line waiting to punish on this. In the meantime, Unicorns of Love have been taken out of commission as well, as the play zone will take down Nosi. So no chance for any surprises there. And Avalanche actually finding themselves a couple of eliminations back against Game Lord. It's all kicking off all over the shop, Blank.
Dude, honestly, this is a struggle game for a lot of teams trying to make their way down. That quarry really causes a lot of problems because there's only so many rotations you can make on that eastern coast. And Dagestan made the most of it whilst they could to get as many eliminations as possible. But now it's MUERTE, Happy J, still doing some good work there. Excuse me, had to turtle up for a long time and did a good job of it, but quickly had to make their getaway. In the meantime, Major Pride able to take down 2 of their players in the process. Gladiators still strong with their 2. But Sly Europe is an ever-looming threat on that side of the map.
Oh, boy. Okay. Gladiators then in the back, just behind where Sly is set up for this. The awkward setup from Excuse Me as well in the middle. And meanwhile, a fight occurring towards the MUERTE side as well. As they got a bit of a read onto this, they saw that Limbo Boom was still in a risky position, barely playing around the edge of the blue here. Oh, and Latte, man. I mean, he's still alive, fair play to him, but he's not really going to be a great spot. Forced out basically to play on his Todd here and just use the utility to fuel himself back up. They've got nades for days and they're dropping them on him. Limbo Boom even getting the time to get the quick bandage back in as well and keep his HP at a good level. This is just wasting utility from either side. A little bit more to play with though for Avalanche that finally get that connection off and take down Dagestan. Avalanche living the dream right now. Max is going to be happy.
Yeah, good on that northern side. With 4 players finishing off their tournament strong on that high note. We were looking for that for quite some time, weren't we, Jackie? Talking about yesterday about that mental game. They can finish on a chicken dinner. Happy days. And I mean, it's Maxman that believes. You gone for MUERTE down on that southeast side. Coming up on the hill there. Might be able to find some cheeky angles for themselves. I've gone for the cop-out, really, towards KASIK in the centre.
We'll see where the glory's going to go. It's all up for grabs at the minute, but it's not going to be for Game Lord. Actually, Gladiators, rather, as they do get punished on those peaks. They get spotted out. And Star Europe actually look like they've got a lot to play with now from the position they've left themselves in. Major Pride as well, going for the rotation up. Alicio is right here. If Avalanche ever needed a man to stand up, this would be the time for it. We know how much power he has behind those punches, but his teammates are being crunched upon. Victor, the Vicious, again, strikes back. KASIK as well, suffering losses, blows being traded as Alicio will be gone, taken down in the end there. And it's really looking rough, man. Jay at least still fighting off a few pot shots towards the end. Slide with a backstab onto Excuse Me. And that's Game Lord going down as well.
I mean, Furia in that backside did go down to Sly Europe as they spotted him, but Havlik actually has an insane position here versus the 3 from Major Pride. So, I just wonder how much he can get done here versus him. They have absolutely no idea. Monkey may have spotted him now, but look at this. This is a right lineup for him.
They have no idea. He is just licking his lips, watching them pull all the grenades right now, debating when is the right time to instigate the fight on this. Major Pride pushing up heavily there, going for the gold on this one. They want to push in, clean up what damage they've already done onto Sly Europe that are really trapped in a horrible spot here towards the back, looking to finally find those last few eliminations. Meanwhile, tag back from Team KASIK as well as they'll hit that one on the Milky Way. DP even find the final pickup. Mandarin, he tucked himself back towards this tree just with the sheer smoke blocking the POV, and they haven't actually found him yet. And this is just getting more and more iffy as time goes on, because you've got Jay and Havlik lurking further towards the back with no one spotting them yet. So Havlik is still biding his time. Finally gets found, and it's Woodson of all people to instigate. Jay peeks off the contact, spams onto the first. He's got a read on Monkey as well, Blank. They could still do some damage here. Maybe Avalanche aren't out of this one just yet.
Mandarin looking for more. Dino's down on the floor. We'll look for some over towards Monkey now, but Mandarin is in a real horrible spot for himself. Monkey steps up tall, will take him down, but looks like he will be the last player of his team. But 12 eliminations so far for Major Pride. Disgustingly good game from them. 6 for Dino has had a real step up over the last day. And it's funny because we did show that player stats, yes, this morning actually for Yen, who went out so early for the team for Major Pride so many times. They get Dino back in and instantly he starts performing. It's lovely to see there. Really wants to prove himself towards the team in this final day. Nade goes over the top. There's a lot of damage there, Jay. And Monkey once again clutches it out. 14 now for Major Pride.
Oh boy, oh boy. The fat Major Pride have been able to keep themselves looking so lethal with how awkward these plays have been. How many small intricacies could have meant that they were just even taken down in one foul swoop with some of the lineups we had seen from them. They survive on the laurels of one player, and he'll be forced out to try and play for the placement, see what he can really do on this one. Meanwhile, not looking good for MUERTE. And Team KASIK, they've just been taking these well-timed fights towards them again and again, and they're building off the back of that. They've left it all down to just one player. You look at the squad count here. It really is only Team KASIK that could have 3 players alive and kicking if they can get them back up. Meanwhile, Monkey wanting to make moves as well towards the back, gives away his hand, shows the position, still hits the shots onto Lati. How is he doing this, Blank?
15 now up for him. This is one hell of a performance coming through from Monkey himself. It's not only Effector has that MVP caliber in him. Monkey might be taken down by this nade, sidesteps it, but he's got a nade of his own and he's renowned for these nades himself. Steps up, gets a lot of damage onto Ivaneska, has to sit himself back behind the rock once again, but Malloy might just have an angle himself.
Malloy edging in, playing around the blue. Monkey, this man continues to absolutely maul them. More headshots than a photographer tonight as he just rips his way through everyone. MUERTE gone, out of the runnings. They go down. It's really all on Monkey. Couldn't this man turn into a gorilla and beat his chest and shut down what remains from Team KASIK? Hits the first. Takes down the namesake, but the nades will claim it as they snatch one away. But the eliminations, they speak for themselves.
Monkey absolutely bossed it towards the end there, and honestly I think this guy is a silverback. He has done so well and I would not want to meet him in the jungle, dude, not at all. But yeah, what a game from Major Pride. I mean, we were looking for that type of matchup, and I think, you know, it's fine they didn't get that chicken dinner. I think today they proved us that they can get as many eliminations as they want, and that's something that's going to translate over towards the finals. It might not be a chicken dinner, but we know that the eliminations are way more important, and it feels like Major Pride are putting the emphasis on that too. But KASIK take themselves that chicken dinner win right at the end there, which secures themselves towards that top 12, but we do now have that confirmed.
Damn, all right, that's the way that one finishes out, but we are not done yet. We still get Vicious Vikendi waiting in the wings, where we could have a few more surprises in store for you, but a hell of a game with a lot of plays there. So let's get back over to the desk. Let's not dilly-dally on this one. I want to see what they've got to say about this.
Yeah, Max, what do you have to say about this?
Nothing. I don't want to talk about it. I'm having a bad day right now when it comes to the predictions. I'm like, hey, it's last game. I'll go with Avalanche, see how it goes. Not a lot of control, unfortunately. No team play. But Monkey, team, what is that? I don't know. He doesn't need one. He's just popping off, getting, what was that, 7 elims at the end of the game, 16 for the team as a whole. What an absolute banger for Major Pride. And that's the cool thing, right? Even if they don't get those chicken dinners, like, we can still get double-digit elims on a pretty consistent basis too. And if they can do this in the finals, like, we're talking with John. John is here, by the way, guys. He's lurking, checking out the games. And he said to Major Pride, like, they're going to get 70-something bonus points in the finals. That is an insane lead to have right out of the gates.
Yeah, we're going to see how that plays out. But for this time around, Major Pride, 22 points in total. KASIK team wants to be getting that chicken dinner with 3 elims in total, so they do get themselves as well a nice 13-point. Avalanche, the 3rd place. This is like the highest that we've seen throughout the entirety of PMPL. This is the most consistent showing in terms of their elims, in terms of their placement, so I'm happy to see that they're on there. But unfortunately, it's a little too late because this is that final game before the finals, and this is really just... As we said, you know, nothing is scarier than a team that has got nothing to lose, and Avalanche at this point in time, nothing to lose. So it felt like they were a lot more aggressive in their gameplay.
Yeah, it feels like it. I still didn't see the team synergy. Like, it looked like there were 4 players, but not a team, if that makes any sense. So it didn't seem like things were really working out there. But you know what? They could pull off the biggest comeback in PUBG Mobile history if they just pop off in the full season. Who knows? Okay, well, there's going to be a lot of work needed, I think, for that to happen. But who knows what's going to be happening in the next 6 months right now. But KASIK team, I mean, some points that they desperately needed if they wanted to try and maybe push their way up and play some cheeky Vikendi. I don't think is going to cut it, but who knows? Maybe they just barely sneak in.
We gotta do a little bit of maths, but let's have a look at Major Pride and how they have performed this game specifically, because they're coming out on top. I mean, Monkey with 7 limbs, Dino with 7 limbs. We highlighted Effect as well as Nomi a couple of times in terms of their performances in these games, especially Effect. But this time around, it's the rest of the team that's doing the heavy lifting, and that's absolutely great to see because it means that it's a very well-rounded and balanced team environment.
I love how Effect just took 100 damage. Dead. Out of the game instantly, no questions asked. Monkey almost reaching a 1,000 point barrier too. But yeah, as you said, it's a well-rounded team. Everyone is going to have their moment to shine, right? We saw Monkey doing well at some point. Dino, when he's playing these games, especially today, I'm really impressed with his performance. I think he's the player that I wanted to see more from, him and Yen, but it seems like Dino seems to be a really strong element for the team when he has to clutch things out, and he's been able to do it on multiple occasions. But here, going through some of the highlights, Major Pride was swinging almost instantly, and I do want to preface this and say that the point I'm about to make is from John. The MADBULLS have been doing this rotation towards Painan a lot of the time, and it seems like Major Pride are just reading it and trying to set themselves up to gatekeep that position. So I think John is definitely onto something, that Major Pride see this happening every time. Why not set up a bridge camp and maybe pick up easy eliminations? So I feel like that's something that MADBULLS might have to think about changing or making small iterations to their rotation, because Major Pride could be a major issue for them in the finals.
Wow, I see what you did there. No, absolutely. When these VODs of of course you did. But with these VODs available, there is major potential to make major improvements. So that's something that all of these teams need to take into consideration as well. And the thing is, if John can spot it, then I'm pretty sure every other team that's competing here can spot it too. Not to take anything away from John, but you know, just putting it out there.
Why are you doing him like that?
I'm saying not to blame it. Listen, it just means that John is smart, okay? He's on the same level as these professional players. It's actually a compliment. Right?
He can't even defend himself. He's just here muted on the Discord. He can't say anything. But I'm sure that now that John, you know, the points out there, teams are going to be like, wow, that's a very smart point that John just made. We'll try and apply that in our own game. That's a nicer way to say it, I think. That's
what I wanted to say. That's the nicer way to say it, indeed, of course. So have a look at the overall as well, just to see what we are currently standing at, because speaking of the placements of these teams and how the games over the last couple of days have impacted everything, is still sitting very comfortably on the top. And unless, you know, Major Pride steps up to the plate and get themselves another at least 15 points, or 16 preferably, and gets nothing. Is sitting on top for phase 3, which is something that we have not expected.
Yeah, Major Pride, I want to see a hot drop on clearing out the entire team and just taking first place at the last second. You know, that would be a cool story. Also, Game Lord has been sneaking their way up, and then third place surrounded by teams that's got 2 chicken dinners. Like, they are just a really consistent team right now. Sure, lacking when it comes to placement points in the top 3 currently, but as we all know, Janiro, elimination points, those are the most important ones, and Game Lord definitely have this fragging power, especially in Robs, that can just surprise a portion of the lobby at the end. And MUERTE were able to remain on this first page. Unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing an extra push-up from our boys of KONINA Power, but there we go, top 12 teams. Dark Project will make it in.
Ooh, unfortunately, just about.
Unfortunately, VIRTUS.PRO's strong performance in phase 3 will not be enough for them to play some Vikendi action.
Yeah, and with that Vikendi action as well, it means that there are a couple of bonuses that these players, that these teams are able to capitalize off of. Not just the points that you're going to be getting, but there's a Robin Hood, look at my style, one-man army, viewer's choice, as well as focusing on a limb. So I'm expecting an absolute bloodbath, and I'm really hoping that we get some really fun content to watch.
I want some crossbow limbs. That's all I want.
Yeah, just absolutely.
Going with like a micro Uzi and a crossbow, and you go for compound breach. I want to see a full team with 4 crossbows, and you just spray the crossbows on. Well, you can't really spray with a crossbow. You one tap with a crossbow.
That's not how it works, Mac.
Hey, to be honest, hey, you could have a crossbow.
You need to you drag it, and then it needs to like go, and it needs to go, and it needs to yeah, exactly. I don't know. I don't think that would work, Max. I'm sorry to
It'll be cool.
Ruin your hopes and dreams.
Create a new weapon.
Looking at the teams that are going to be participating here, I think being on Vikendi again is going to quite heavily impact the overall standings. I mean, Major Pride at this point, they are definitely sitting on 600 points, okay? They are chilling. But in terms of like the middle and the second, third, fourth place. I'm looking to see how that is going to be impacted by the extra points that teams are going to be collecting on Vikendi. Is there a single team that you think is going to be relying on this the heaviest and the most in terms of getting those points for the finals?
Well, I mean, it's not going to make a massive difference, but I think the middle of the pack teams, right? I'm looking at potentially your KONINA Power, your MUERTE, potentially even KASIK team that's in a decent position here, so they can get some good points to try and maybe get some extra bonus heading into the finals. So all the teams like in the middle of the pack are the teams that I'm going to be looking at here. But it's Vikendi. We don't have it too often, so I'm just hoping we're going to have some full clips, as you said, right? Because don't forget, if you have some really cool moments, normally how it works should be the viewers are going to be voting which clip they thought was the best, and the player in question will get it. So that'll be a really cool moment. So do some cool 360 no scopes, do some cool stuff like that, and you'll be in contention for some extra money in your pocket.
Ooh. But also the thing is, it's this Vikendi, as much as it is about points and getting those points for, solidifying your position in the finals, it's also about fun and creativity. And I think that's the nicest part about it. That really does bring like a little bit of breath of fresh air into the entirety of the tournament. Because yes, you're looking forward to getting some extra points, but also you have a chance to kind of fool around a little, because you're not going to see someone trying to get eliminations with a crossbow in just a normal regular match.
And also, I think that this is going to be a tip that you can also apply in your own games of Vikendi. Heavily focus on that looting stage, because don't forget that once you get towards that late game, you're not going to be able to loot too much unless you're crashing a team and you're successful, or a team crashes and they are, well, not successful, and they bring the loot directly to you. So looting stage, doesn't matter if it takes a little bit too long on Vikendi, you just want to make sure that you have all the resources in your arsenal to take fights and to breach later on down in the game. And if you do so, you should be good to go for this match. But yeah, Vikendi's a fun one. Does change things up pretty nicely for these teams, and we saw MUERTE get himself a chicken din on that one, so talked about MUERTE being a middle pack team. Would be good to see them get himself some wins. So
is MUERTE a middle pack team? Max?
Right now, yes. I think we always got a new question for them, it seems.
Yeah.
But right now, I would say yes. What do you think? Are they a middle pack team?
I think absolutely. What we've seen, the way that we've seen MUERTE develop over the last couple of weeks that we've had is they started off very strong, and it felt like they not necessarily ran out of steam, but they stayed consistent to how they were playing in phase 1, whereas all the other teams massively improved from phase 2 and phase 3. And just because of that improvement, kind of going over how we've already seen MUERTE show up in stage 1, I do think that because of the lack potentially of that improvement and implementing all the things that they've seen in the VODs, they are a middle pack team at the moment. They have their pop-off moments, absolutely, but it's not.
And I would say it's not Discrim and Malloy as much anymore. They're standing out. I would say Happy J had his really strong moments, and Milky Way in particular. He's like 24 limbs so far in this phase. Currently the top fragger when it comes to MUERTE. So Milky Way, as a new potential top fragger for the team, which is always great to see. So potentially we can have that transfer a bit in the finals, because we want to see that phase 1 MUERTE back on board, which they've been a little bit lacking, but the potential is there, so they can be a very scary squad when they really need to get those points on.
Absolutely. I want to say thank you, Monster, because we have a total of 6 maps today, and we still have the energy because we got Vikendi, and this is the treat of stage 3 with Blank and Jackie.
All right, nice bit of Vikendi, a little, delicacy on the end of the plate, Blank. It's going to be a real dessert for us. I can already feel it.
It will be. Yeah, like right on the edge of the charcuterie board here, right? And we're just getting towards the end. We're stuffed with cheese, Erangel, Miramar, as well as Sanhok. We've had everything from around the globe. It's good to see, but we've got to cap it off with a bit of Vikendi, which looks like it's had sugar dusted all over the top of it here, which makes it look quite appetizing, honestly.
Yeah, but I think so. I think we're in for a good treat on this one. Like we said, with the bonus prizes up for grabs as well. Trying to incentivize a bit more creativity. Hopefully have some of those sort of show match level plays coming out to get us interested in. So we'll see where it goes, Blank. But we'll definitely strap ourselves in for a bit of a fun one. A big bang at the end.
Absolutely. Let's take a quick look at the map here at the moment as we get ready to go. Obviously, we will have 5 teams here not participating. Dagestan, VIRTUS.PRO, Nikon's Love, Shockwave and Avalanche. VIRTUS.PRO really did their darndest to make this in, as well as Dagestan. I think they made some good performance, but it will be Dark Project right on that line at the end. AR and KONINA Power, who really pushed through today, which is beautiful to see, honestly. Winery on the cards for this kind of playing path. We got Winery all available here. Dino Park You know, Major Prize going to go for this one. Dino loves that kind of position. It's basically where he was born. And Dobromesto, another interesting spot that can hold up to 2 teams. So I think these are probably our most likely spots we'll see some of these squads actually hitting over towards. In our first phase, we actually saw a huge amount of contestation down towards Volnova and Winery itself. A lot of teams were picking up this spot, and it looks like Major Pride as well as KONINA Power are going to be dropping around here. But I think, for me, it's this scuffle over on this side that looks the most interesting. We've got 3 teams all in the same area. Those shoots aren't going to go much further, so we're going to see these teams all stuck together as we head in towards our final map before we hit the finals themselves. So an interesting experience overall here.
Yeah, bud. All right, I like the way this is kind of already starting to pan out. It's giving us room to eye up potentially a few fun early fights, maybe a chance to see some of those Robin Hood plays coming out we were talking about with the crossbow as well. We'll see. Certainly a lot of time for surprises to be in store.
Like that.
Yeah, that's a big old zone.
Yeah, sending up towards that northeast side in Cosmodrome, so not really anywhere near this initial playing path. And this is the scuffle I was talking about earlier, down towards that southeast side. 3 teams all embroiled in the action on this side. Sly Europe with the pistol, chasing down Malloy, who's got absolutely nothing on side other than this fist alone. In comes Happy J, but he finds himself a tiny little micro Uzi to take this one down.
Oh, he's just nipping at the heels as well. E40 had got himself 2 for free there. It does buy him at least a little bit of time to quickly grab some of the other ground loot that is on hand. Milky Way has found 1 better though. Oh, he's found 2 better actually. Both of the guns to play with. Charges round a corner with that one. Unloads and blows him away. Just as his teammates have arrived, but they might have got to the scene somewhat too late. Milky Way's backed off to go for the hill. They focus their attention on Happy J. This could actually work out wonders for him. Milky is going to be able to get the reload in and then re-peek into the fight. Meanwhile, Malloy's also got an angle onto the back line. Sly Europe might be going down like a pebble.
Absolutely. Discrim comes through absolutely clutch over towards Sly Europe. Look at this. Oh, just
really?
About misses it. Tries to get onto the rooftop. The fact that we did see Discrim come through the back there, gets the knock onto Sly Europe as he was channeling the grenade, pulling out the pin on that one, cooking it up. That means that Happy J survives. Because that nade went off, it would be directly into the building, one of the easiest nades of your life. And now Discrim looks to make something similar happen of his own. Nade goes through, does a fair bit of damage, but not quite enough. Zashipa's on the window side, but these DBS coming in clutch. Finishes off with a nade of his own, and Discrim, with all the work he's done, gets taken down by his teammates.
Little love tap, little love tap. That's all it is. They repay him for his heroics. Yeah, man. And he did. I mean, fair play to him there with a DBS just diving around through the window, right? Cuts his way through both of them. Set it up well with the nades. It's a great recovery. I think that's the key point there for MUERTE. They walk away from that one with 4 eliminations and actually get all of the pick of the litter when it comes to the loot that was on the ground as well. That was the big fight we were kind of building up, seeing off the back of the drops there. And as you could see, scrappy, slow, steady, but all about MUERTE in the end.
Yeah, any points they pick up here going to contribute towards that end of their end performance in phase 3. So obviously, excuse me, right now, on top with 228. Unlikely Major Prize going to find enough points in this game to overtake them there and pick up their 20 points, contributing towards their finals. I think they'll be pretty chuffed to bits with the 19 points so far, with the consistent performance they found through every single phase. Obviously, Game Lord could have a chance to overlap over towards Major Prior with their performance today. I just don't really think it's likely. It's more down towards Gladiators, MADBULLS, NEXUS and Sly Europe, who all have a really good chance to ladder up in a big way over that 4th place. So for Gladiators, after the good performance we've seen them have in phase 3 over this last weekend, I think they'd be really remiss to let up now and get themselves that 4th place taken away from them.
Yeah, you don't want to finish the final day here with, you know, a bit of a blemish on the history books to look back on. You want to walk away with your heads held high on this one. And the way they've been playing, you'd hope that this would be the game where we'd see them at full strength, really. Give it your all. Know that you can also break a sweat a little bit into this one. We'll see where it goes. MADBULLS, though, again, you'd feel like this should be a map where they would really be able to do what they know and love in a bit of PUBG Mobile. They're good for those kind of flashy plays. Frozen, it seems like he has been absolutely chock-a-block full of confidence today with a lot of the playmaking he's been going for. Seems like a high-speed chase is an occurrence here. It's a hot vehicle pursuit. All points bulletin as they bonnet the man on the floor. The shotty will finish him off, and they just keep on going.
Malloy up top side. It looks like MUERTE didn't quite fully recover from this initial rotation inwards. And KASIK team, I think they've made a similar rotation towards this spot before. And MUERTE, it's been so long since they played their last Vikendi that they weren't quite ready for this one. Winning out that first phase 1 Vikendi for themselves in a nice position towards the tree lines. But now, back to basics. AR taking the second phase 2 Vikendi win from a central spot after they play out on that western edge. But it's Excuse Me who I think I'm most looking forward to watching here on Vikendi. I think with all the new bells and whistles that they've added to the bicycle here, I think with the cadence that they've been picking up right at the front of the pack here, I think they can take this peloton all the way and maybe pick up even some more points and actually add towards their PMGC points total right at the end of the tournament.
Be the dream run for them. And they've already had quite a few surprises in store for us over the course of the day of play we've had. Looking at the rotate here as well for DP. Old Dark Project lads starting to get themselves a little bit further in the zone. They've gone for the slower style approach here. Want to basically just loot their way through, scavenge all of what is left into the blue for good, and have a nice buffer of resources to play with in the late game. Looks like they are at least finding a few things to contest with. Having a look at the map screen here as well. Okay, Excuse Me up to their old tricks in the back, just above AAR. And it does seem like KONINA Power as well, and the crossover down towards the bridge from Castle have actually been caught off guard there by Major Pride. And this is sort of a 3-point bout that you've got going on. So a lot of choke points to work with on that one.
It's nice to see, honestly, Major Pride still raging against the dying light of this tournament so far, with Monkey really showing them that they can go further beyond. Taking down 2 players there from KONINA Power adds to a 2-point total for them overall. A little bit of an awkward rotation outwards. The Dark Project gets ahead of them. Effect has to hit the deck. Quickly down to the ground, cheek against the cold floor. Usually, these first initial circles are just like the cold floor, quite chill, but we are getting quite a few of these moments where teams are overlapping one another on the rotations.
And wait, he's been so good. In terms of the shots that he's been able to hit recently, he has been a real powerhouse. Here, though, that point will be null and void, as instantly it seems like he's been spotted back, playing that off angle he was, where he was trying to pepper bullets into the feet of the Major Pride players. They just clap onto him, down him as a solo now, and make it a little bit more iffy for Dark Project to really do anything off the back of it. Set up from MADBULLS as well, deep in the compound. Team KASIK just on the other side. English, no stranger to taking very aggressive faces here, as he has been full of confidence all day, just looking for any kind of opening to get the initial chip damage in and force out some util from MADBULLS.
Yeah, KASIK trying to contain some of that momentum that they gained from that last match on Sanhok. It was a bit of a freebie, bit of a gimme, and Monkey made it a lot harder than it needed to be. They could have picked up a fair few more eliminations, but Monkey was just all over the place, picking them out. Time and time again. Nice and easy for them. So KASIK don't run away from that game with as many points as they might have hoped. But again, it still builds confidence within you for KASIK team, who take themselves a nice central compound alongside MADBULLS, who had that nice rotation that you alluded to earlier on in this game. Stage 2 already, though, about to be hit in Stage 3 as this circle starts to move in. Very kind circle on Stage 2, actually moves all the way back over towards the mainland. So no water still left in this one. But again, Cosmodrome, a bit of an awkward spot, realistically. Has some interesting finishes over there.
The Pride's on rotation once again, as they've got a few vehicles to work with here. Jumping in a passenger seat as well, that'll be effect that can support Monkey. And refuel on the move, keep them nice and content to back off and go for a long rotation through the blue. Remember, you know, they had that awkward fight ages ago down the bottom up against KONINA Power and Co, where they kind of cut off the rotate for them. But that means that they now have a lot of ground to cover in a shorter space of time. And this feels like the first time we've really seen NEXUS this game.
I know, it's been a while, hasn't it, really? And I think for Nexus, another team that we'd quite like to see continue their performance. But again, you mentioned that rotation coming from Major Pride, and I actually really like it because they had Game Lord come up behind them. I'm sure that they would have heard the vehicles. Dark Project were in the front, who were unlikely to have left that spot, right? They're already in the circle. They can hold Major Pride out as much as possible, and it's a direct path towards some very flat ground. So for Major Pride, they bite the bullet, head back down towards that south side, across Castle, where they knew KONINA Power are holding, who must have headed into the circle. So they knew it was clear. So it's a real heads-up rotation coming through from Major Pride to insert into the circle where there's less opposition for them to find these compounds in the end game. Yes, they're not going to find a central one, but they have to hope against hope that they'll find themselves one of these compounds as the circle shifts upwards. Doesn't shift down their way, so still a little further to go. Cosmodrome, though, again, this really cool structure on the map where there's a lot of ins and outs you can play in, allows for a lot of these cheeky plays, and this is where I wish Dagestan were actually playing this one out, because I know that Shifu would have loved this position.
A lot of ifs and buts that could have happened. Where is the play going to come from? At the minute, looking back over towards the mountaintop there as well, feels like DP could be up to some shenanigans, depending on the peaks that we see come through. Major Pride still on the move. They've been doing this for quite some time, just grooving their way through, stopping off only to grab a few bells and whistles when they see a little bit of loot that looks like it is prime for the taking. And Gladiators, I mean, Bud, like the way we've kind of set the stage for them today has just been off the back of the plays they've been making and how well they've looked in terms of the comms as an overall unit as well. It's what wonders for them. Gone for a bit more of a 2-2 setup here, just playing off the back of the compounds, kind of playing the buddy system.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's just that more risky maneuvers that they're taking now, which I'm really enjoying. Yes, it sometimes doesn't work out, but that's the idea of sometimes in PUBG Mobile. You're not going to have the perfect game every single time, and I think that was their flaw at the start, is that they were looking for the perfect game every single time. Sometimes you just have to take it as far as you can and take a risk. Pick up a compound that you might think's already taken. If it's free, you're having the time of your life, and that's what we're seeing from Gladiators, just having a bit more confidence in themselves. And again, this does give me some nice deja vu back to Spring Split of last year, where we did actually have Vikendi in the normal rotation of maps, and it was Gladiators back then, who were Na'Vi, that really enjoyed this Cosmodrome ending. So I'm wondering, man, is this where we see Gladiators pick themselves up another chicken dinner from a spot that they're fairly comfortable with? Or will that experience have expired a long time ago?
Can they still live the Latin phrase and be born to conquer in this one, even with the name change? We'll see. We'll see how it goes as this bout continues. Here as well, just looking what KP are up to. They've had a bit of an uncomfortable game. A lot of pressure applied to them on the rotates. Obviously, Major Pride that's just ahead of them. They were a squad that basically picked them apart and left them looking very, very rough around the edges. We'll see where that goes then. Also, DP, man, the fact they're still in this one, they've taken a lot of awkward encounters. Still trying to tank themselves up and at least play off the back of the rotate. Wait's still alive as well, and I think that's a big boon for them. Wait has been very, very good for this side, so you need him to kind of be at least in position to make a few plays the longer it goes on.
For sure, man. I think that he's been going down fairly early each time, and for that reason, Dark Project's never been able to hit that stride that they were looking for. Heading over towards Cosmodrome just a little bit more. He's further towards that northern edge, and there's this icy river down towards that southwest side where things just end up in a slight valley. It's awkward positioning to play around. So again, one of the more interesting positions around the map to be playing in, as we don't see as many compounds in this area. Very akin now to a little bit more of that Erangel open space gameplay, but a lot more rocks here, a bit more hard cover, and again, it's just very interesting. We see this huge valley break through on the western side of the map.
Beck has been attempting to build a bit of a long rotate here, where he wanted to go for the flank into the back line, see if he can get that contact onto KP. In the meantime, now, I think they've realized they're not the only squad that's in position. It's quite a close grouping for them. And KP now kind of have to split their attention between two minds. Do they fight further back and try and push out towards the domain of where RRR, a lot of R's there. The Pirates' favourite.
Pirates, yeah, I was gonna say.
They do love those R's, Blank. Or I suppose the other thing is, do you just contend with excuse me, that have got this rear covered, Excuse me again, another one. I feel like with the way that they've been playing this out, they kind of really want you to think they're sort of going to be the dark horse that will steal away things in the late game.
Yeah, and I mean, you've gone for them. You predicted them as well. You're looking to see them take this from the southern side. Gennaro gone for Major Pride, still rocking it as a 4-man unit on that southwest. I think it was an AR pick coming through from Max. This would be the double-double on Vikendi that he's looking for, and they've got a strong spot to make it happen. And I'm believing in the Gladiators. Once again, I think we've all got our individual picks. It's nice to see at the end of the day we've all found a bit of love for each and every team.
Well, they've been commanding it. Some of the plays you can see today, everyone is wearing their hearts on their sleeves with a lot of the big playmakers that we've had pulling out all the showstoppers. This isn't what I expected to go down in this encounter, though. Dark Project just pull up and try and take the fight straight to KP. KONINA Power looking to get stuck into this one, but Furia from way in the back actually gets the connection off. Dino as well, now taking this opportunity to get stuck into the thick of it. This is really changing quite quickly. You've basically got the 3 squads fighting off the back of the instigation from Dark Project. Wait looking for a bit of a heal as well as he'll drop down to the ground. And Furia is just moving up, dropping smokes to create space. He's right on top of them now. They can back nade this off of the angle. He's just looking for the lineup on it. Pete comes through though. So I'm down onto one of them. Just a knock. Can't quite find a killing blow from it.
Look at that. I mean, excuse me, they lose Fury in the process, but it's absolutely fine. Beck sends the nade in directly over towards Apollodoy's position. He saw that one coming right for the eyelashes, tried to bat it away, but just weren't quite big enough in that situation. Excuse me, still going strong. Do lose 2 players, though. Only Black now remaining. And Game Lord looking from the other side of the valley. Gladiators all have to move down. So does the MUERTE. Nexus also in a decent position. MADBULLS hovering on the edge side, but it's still Major Pride is commanding a position from the southeast edge.
I cannot believe that KONINA Power, with just everything that's been thrown at them again and again, the unexpected pushes consistently being trapped between 2 teams, they're still being able to just groove their way through this one and command control of the dance floor right now. They're pulling out all the stops, pirouettes and everything. And there isn't really much that can be said about it. I mean, what? You've got Havlik really left for excuse me now. So they've gone from looking like you've got a backline with good setups to just having one-man Betty limping his way out of position. And Nexus playing that slow style, it's going to pay dividends for them. You're coming into a late game looking like everyone is full to the coffers with utility. 7 nades there in the back pocket. This could be a little bit of a nightmare. MUERTE trying to go for the rotate as well, but they've pulled up to where Nexus is lurking and Exo's got an angle.
Kisune has to hit the deck pretty hard there. Exo Machina, like you said, had a nice angle. Gladiators rock on up. Do have Dora and Exo Machina outside the circle though, so this was a nice push from Gladiators, a quick one too. They looked over towards Game Lord, considered whether they want to make that rotation, but sitting on that western side of the map is only going to cause them more difficulties in the end game. So make the difficult decision, the hard decision, to send over towards this northern edge. Nexus successfully evacuate the building, get off the dance floor, won't be pulling any shapes anytime soon, but at least won't be going down to Gladiators.
Ooh, can KP still cut some more shapes though? Little fish, big fish, cardboard box, as right now he is tagging and bagging everyone. This is actually ridiculous. He's got the nades for it as well. It's a party of people crawling. This is not what you want to see. Nade through the back though. That's finally Black getting some revenge for excuse me on this one. Trade. Oh, this could be lethal. It doesn't do what he wanted it to, Blank. It's all going slightly wrong. And Monkey's found a time to go through the flank through the back door as well. Oh my.
As if Apollodoy's lived through this. Again, KONINA Power have had this ability. Just hold on. They've got some real grip strength, dude. I mean, they've been in the climbing room, making this one happen in the pull-ups. Game Lord comes through, though, looking to rip him off the bar. Nice nade over the top from Victor, finishes him off. Circle heads down towards the south, and MUERTE, AR and Game Lord on that western approach. It's worked out off the back of that third party. Gifted themselves a really nice position in the circle now.
Boy, oh boy. Fights have been delivering here. Vikendi really has been vicious for a lot of these teams. And it's just sheer madness. I can't believe the day of play that we've had from KONINA Power, man. In terms of the fights, in terms of the way they play off one another as well, even when it just looks so uncomfortable, you're basically slogging through the game. They still stand tall. Ooh, all right. Connection back from Kitsune, though. And this is looking like this could get a little bit awkward, man. I mean, Topok's just trying to clear out the smokes, Blank. But they're right ahead of him. Aces at least gets the contact on the flank through the back towards the MUERTE. And it's just one man, it looks like, all on Malloy, waiting with a shotty. He's going to punish.
You know, the fact that Gladiators spotted a knock onto this as well might give it an opening here, but still, Malloy going strong versus AR, solo player versus the team that tried to overtake this position. And in come Gladiators.
They arrive to clash. Aces will fall. Malloy, this man is just living his movie right now. No one can deny him, Blank. He just keeps it going and single-handedly eliminates ARR, takes them out of the game, and still keeps himself in it. He can tank himself back up with what he has in his back pockets as well, get his HP back, and still live to fight another day. I mean, we were thinking in terms of the map spacing, you know, they were going to be capitalized on. There would be a third party for that. But it was just the solo dolo, all about Malloy.
Gladiators try and move in on what they thought was a finished engagement, but Game Lord, they've got oversight here. Kaz from KASIK gets a nade through, takes out the majority of his own team in the process, actually, and now Unicorn has to come in and impale them with the horn on the front, but will he get shut down in the process by MADBULLS in the back?
KASIK trying to move up, weaving behind the trees as he'll chicane safely for now. But Toluca, he's got a big set of wheels and he's got a very aggressive gun to play with as well. Throws an assist with a backup onto Striker, and Toluca will cause absolute turmoil for Team KASIK that have had a huge day, but it's all being ripped away from them as this game will not stop giving. And Malloy could be set up to find himself in a 1 versus 3 triple threat with basically a fight happening on either side of him. Game Lord up against the Gladiators as they're going to clash from the elevated angle all the way down towards the bottom by the frozen lake, and Malloy is still just hiding inside the tent.
My guy is chilling right now, honestly. They might not be a middle of the pack team by the time this game ends if they manage to get some more placement points on board. Game Lord starts to move up. Gladiators take a little bit of punishment in the process. That's Meku going quite low. Doesn't want to recreate the same mistakes he saw over on that Miramar and go down and leave his team high and dry here. Game Lord, though, still 4 players alive, 8 eliminations found. This is really good for them, solidifying their position towards that 3rd place. But MADBULLS don't want to let them get away with this, but they need more eliminations if they want to turn the tides.
At some point, your hand's going to be forced. You've got to do something to make it easier for yourselves towards the final circles, because you are going to be outnumbered and outgunned at every engagement. Game Lord and Gladiators really trying to tussle for control of this one overall. Could be a bit rough here, though. Peek out onto Kitsune. His head is visible. So lucky that actually they don't find the pickup on that one. And Victor, again, tries to get stuck in. Knows that he can play off the back of this now. They've peppered them enough, so they are low. They've got to commit to the hill. They dash out the smokes to give themselves a little bit more geometry to hide behind. And that's all it'll be. Hard commit onto using that utility to get their HP back. And Victor is still just firing out the warning shots.
Blue starts to push in now, will cause these players to come up, but look at this, Octavian in the back, might be able to go for a nasty little backstab on towards Gladiators, and Meku is on broadside. Akashi taking damage from the blue himself. Octavian sits up maybe soon. Meku more than likely to go down. You just wonder for how long Octavian's going to keep this one going. Now Valo takes down MADBULLS. And Meku's just completely unaware, and this is the worst timing for him to go down to Octavian as the rest of the game don't come in. But perhaps, maybe, Malloy will be thrust forward like the tip of the spear, used to keep them back, but a good nade from Kitsune starts things off strong.
Kitsune buys his time as well to get the heel back off. Malloy still just waiting in the wings. He could be the hidden blade that they need, but the same could be said for Octavian. This is the safest pair of hands for me on Nexus, and he's in a position where they have no idea about him, all focusing towards the front. He knows they're doing a little bit of looting as well. Doesn't want to strike onto them just yet. Trigger discipline is on full effect here. He also has nades to work with. That could be the key talking point, but they've just spotted him. They've seen the legs. They've seen the snake in the grass. Oh, it's going wrong, Blank. This is his one chance to play his cards right. And now you've got 3 crosshairs honed in on you. They can focus all of their attention on his fight. Flush him out first and don't give him the chance to strike. MUERTE finally gone. Octavius as well, falling to the wayside. So NEXUS go down. And in the blink of an eye, we've just got Game Lord and Gladiators scrapping it out in the 2-3 matchup to see who gets the chicken dinner.
Meku going big mode over towards that top side, moves on to this position, understanding now Valo has to move at some point. The blue is at his back, the nade is too short.
There's so many more nades to play with though, and they just keep on dashing them out. Okay, bit of a smoke wall going up. Cut noise for now, create a bit of space. I still know his location though. Navallo basically trapped there. Victor as well with a vehicle for the fast rotate. Robs low on the ground. It's not looking good for them. The longer this goes on, you're thinking Gladiators are going to be able to stand tall in the arena. But the nades, well placed. Navallo from an awkward angle makes his maneuver, pushes up now as well, switching out to the shotty. Oh, this could go so wrong so quickly. For Gladiators, it's all down to Matic. This man has to do something absolutely heroic to save the bacon of Gladiators. And Navallo, he knows his time is now. Matic with a back off to heal, playing on the lower levels of the rock. That's the nade that will finish it off as vicious Victor snatches away the chicken dinner on Vikendi.
Final game of phase 3 before we head into finals as well. Game Lord come up strong, bringing back some of that spirit we saw from last year in Spring Split when they seemed so good. Things went topsy-turvy for them over in Fall Split, but back here again, they look good in 2023. Finish it on a high note there for themselves, making it into the top 3 too in the process. That's really good news for them going into the finals. And again, it's Navallo and Victor to step up at the end, not Robs. And I think that, you know what? I bet he's relieved about that, wiping the sweat off his forehead because he cannot be doing all the work all the time. And we know Navallo and Victor are so good.
Yeah, it's why it's so good to see, right? You've got kind of the whole roster playing together in unison. That's what we were building into. That's the narrative we were kind of hoping we'd get to see. And what a great time to display it, right? Right at the very end. Give us a sweet finish on that one. And that's just what it was. So let's get back over to the analyst desk then and talk about those challenges and talk about what we've just witnessed here on Vikendi.
Well, Max, once every 2 weeks, we get to have a look at Vikendi. And today was one of those days where we were blessed. And also, Game Lord's performance on it was nothing shy from incredible.
We don't have a lot of these Vikendi games, as you just said, but I have to say, this was by far the best Vikendi game. I love how it went down for some of these teams. Gladiators put on an absolute show towards the end there in those tents, but the off angle, especially from Navallo, was amazing. Just enabled them to really put so much pressure on the entirety of G.Gladiators, and they just pushed them against a corner. Well, circles have no corners, but you get the idea.
Yeah,
against the edge of
against a wall.
Yeah, exactly. Between a rock and a hard circle, fair to say. And they do get himself those eliminations thanks to the nades too, and they get close quarter with a DBS, making sure nothing can be done. So yeah, strong game from Game Lord and 23 points on the match. So good presence from them. Could have almost seen MUERTE get himself another win over on Vikendi, but it wasn't quite meant to be. But yeah, Game Lord, what a presence. And as also Jackie and Blank were saying, it's good to see someone else than Robs pop off at the end. We saw actually Navallo and Victor do really well. So props to the boys, doing great here.
Yeah, and also when we're looking at the second side of the table, I mean, MADBULLS gets 6 points, KONINA Power getting 5-3 for Major Pride, so it's a little bit of the teams that are usually towards the top going a little bit more towards the bottom side of the table, but that's perfectly okay because these are extra bonus points that you get to carry towards the final. I mean, Vikendi was a treat to watch as usual. I feel like this is always one of those maps where you never really know what you're gonna get because you don't know what player is gonna go for which extra bonus points, so it's a lovely treat to have.
I got this one. Discrim hits 1, hits 2. Okay, I gotta say something right now. I love the DBS. Kalaris also loves the DBS with the DBS boys. Okay, it's a great weapon. It's really fun. When you see Malloy clutch it up and Discrim 2 in this game with the DBS, I think it might be a little bit too good. You know, I'm just saying I'd like a nerf maybe. I might propose a nerf to come through eventually because that one is in every single kit pretty much. If you don't have a DBS and you're close quarter, what are you doing with your life? I'm not too sure. Abaldai also, not sure how the hell he survived in that compound after what I think 3 crashes, Janiro. So this man's on fire, but here's the clutch. Malloy. This shouldn't have happened, but ARR just had no clue what they were up against.
Yeah, absolutely not. But it's Malloy in his Malloy era doing things for MUERTE to make sure that they're getting some of these extra points. And as you said it yourself, it looked very close for them as well, looking to get that chicken dinner, but fortunately not able to close it out. But that's all right because they already have quite a good amount of points. And this does allow them, give them a little bit more of a cushion in terms of being too worried about dropping further into that league table.
It was a bit scary though. There was a player from NEXUS who could have ruined everything a little bit sooner for Gladiators, but luckily enough, Kitsune does put the nail in the coffin of NEXUS, and there you go. The nades at the end, I wasn't sure what exactly got it, but we saw in the replay it was a fantastic nade from Game Lord that do secure themselves the win. So yeah, okay, I've been told also in our group right now that I only say it's the best game of Vikendi because it was a French team of Game Lord who won. That does help a little bit, but it was also really cool gameplay. That's more specifically.
Okay, absolutely. Now, do you have an MVP by any chance for today, Max?
Oh, damn, I wasn't even thinking about it. I think Monkey did well, so I would go with
Monkey did really well.
Monkey?
Yeah. Okay, just to keep it a little different, I'll go for Zerche, just to see. And Monkey on top. I mean, 12 limbs with a 19.53 average survival time. That is a pretty great performance.
It was an absolute bloodbath, especially that Sanhok that he got. He just started popping off, deny that MADBULLS rotation. As we know, MADBULLS can be a little bit predicted on this rotate, and Major Pride are really good at setting up those camps to make sure none of the Southern Western Island teams can make it in. And the thing is, he is always the player that's in so much danger because he's the one that's going to be scouting positions, trying to set up rotations path for his team. In a lot of cases, he ends up being the player that goes out first because he's the one that's always like first on the front line. But when he makes it in the late game and he's in these strong positions, especially if his team is there to back him up, Monkey can be an absolute threat to the existence of all of these teams. So yeah, I'm super pumped with Major Pride. I'm hyped to see exactly how many bonus points they have because we were talking with John, it must be 70+ points because they have been just so consistent this entire season, especially after Phase 1 where they made that team synergy improvement. And now they're just shredding it, and I would see Major Pride be a first place team. They definitely have the potential to make it happen.
Okay. No longer a mid-pack team now. It's become a first place team. But let's have a look at all the first places for today. Every team that walked away with a chicken dinner. 2 of them being, excuse me, Dagestan finally getting their moment to shine as well. KONINA Power KASIK as well as Game Lord on Vikendi.
It's cool to see these chicken dinners coming out. Dagestan, KONINA Power, excuse me, with another double chicken dinner in a day. They've just been the new up-and-coming team, as we already said in this season. But it's cool to not see. We're not seeing your Gladiators. We're not seeing your Major Prize. We're not seeing your MADBULLS chicken dinners. It's all new contenders, which, no, with these kind of results, it's hard to tell exactly who will be going to the championships right now. I think there's a lot of, like, you got your clear favorites, right? Your top 3, top 4. That were like, okay, those are looking like they'll make it pretty easily into the championship. But in the middle of the pack, I'm like, it's up in the air right now. I have no clue who's going to be making it. It depends on who's hot for those 3 days. And if you're having a good streaky playstyle, you could be one of the teams to make it to the next step of the European region.
Yeah, and looking at the tournament overall, I think that's going to give us a little bit more of a clearer picture in terms of the teams that are sitting on the top. Major Prime, 640 points in total, Max. They are miles ahead of 8th place team Sly. I mean, at the beginning of the PMPL, the difference between 1st place and 8th place was very close, but they have just completely run off with that lead.
And the thing is also, you're looking at this, going back to the point about PMGC points, this is there's a chance they could have a 100-point lead above MADBULLS, including the final points, if they just pop the hell off, which is a chance that could be happening here. So Major Pride, PMGC would be cool to see it happen. I mean, Effect already played in PMGC, so he wouldn't be out of like his comfort zone. MADBULLS, Game Lord, though, I don't know if you would agree, but I'm gonna make the point that unexpected run of events to see them up here because they struggled so much with the CIS-dominated lobby in fall of 2022. And now being 3rd place, not for like a phase or anything, like for the entirety of the league stage, that is such an impressive feat for them. And I'm really hoping, Janiro, that's going to continue in the finals because, of course, I'm a French lad. I got to keep supporting the boys. I'm hoping it goes the entire way.
Well, speaking of supporting the boys. I mean, Avalanche is a team that's going to be at the bottom. They are now going to be eliminated, unfortunately, with 213 points in total. Quite a little bit behind Unicorns of Love, who are placing 16th, and still Shockwave is acting as that little bit of a gatekeeper considering the gap between themselves and Unicorns of Love. But we do have now our teams confirmed who are going to be heading into the finals. I feel like, Max, coming into this, we did kind of had a bit of a feeling in terms of, yeah, who was going to be there. So we also kind of had a feeling of who was gonna be winning, and that's when you do predictions. But yeah, sometimes predictions don't really go well, do they, Max?
You tell me. You tell me.
I mean, I had an okay day. I think I only got 3 points today, which is a little unfortunate, but it happens. At least I'm staying consistent with low points throughout multiple days rather than one day 11 points and then the next 0 point day. I mean, blank is the thinking paid off. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'm telling you, he's the comeback king. He's gonna come back and he's gonna shred it, and he's gonna be the prediction king at the end. And I don't know how I feel about that, but yeah, I don't like saying that no people suck, but I sucked today. I was really bad. So hopefully not the case for the finals, but my predictions were off. So
it's okay. Yeah. You live and you learn. You're gonna do exactly what Blank did, and you're gonna do a little bit of a comeback because now you actually have a reason to do so. Okay, you just gotta think about it. You just gotta make sure you're using those brain cells, but also make sure that you're checking out our socials because Max is depleting all his like mental capacity on making memes for you guys, which I think you should definitely check out and give a little bit of like, give him a little bit of interactions because he does deserve it after the hard work with his MS Paint skills. Also, make sure if it's easier, just scan the QR code. But as we said, we already had a giveaway yesterday. There's another one coming up very soon, especially if you want to have a go at the predictions yourself and predict what team is going to be winning.
Yeah, keep your eyes out. We're going to have a post coming up next week that's going to be asking you which team you think will be becoming the champions of PMPL Europe Spring 2023. And if your answer is correct on the Sunday, we'll be choosing an extra 2 people that did vote for the correct team. And you got a few favorites you're looking at if you're picking Gladiators, Major Pride. You know, those could be the teams to go for. Yeah. So just my recommendation if you want some of these cool skins down there.
Don't listen to his recommendations because he got 0 right today. Listen to Blank's recommendations, but also listen to me when I tell you to tune into Turkey because they are an absolute incredible region with a lot of talent to be keeping your eyes out on. Thank you guys so much for tuning in today. We're going to have the finals next week, so I hope you guys are just as excited as we are. We'll see you then next week. Take care and have a good rest of your weekend.